be that Ionia, it could be Azir Irelia. He's still pretty dominant, even though missing, like, even though with the new patch coming in as well, and not forgetting, right, Sivir, Akshan, or any form of Sivir coming in for this season. Like, Sivir has been so dominant in the ladder so far, and players are with another kind of game, another kind of play style, which emerge the new popularity in the Gangplank Sejuani deck, and not forgetting the Shan J4 as well, which they are direct counter to the Sivir and Sivir kind of deck.
Yeah, I mean, there has been like
Halo
really
Bang,
a great
halo
buff
Harlan
in
X.
Ionia
Thank you sudah
play
join.
rate, especially after we buffed Twin Disciplines to 2 mana. Like, it's really been insane. Like, burst speed +3 on either your power or your toughness, and it's been really hard for certain decks to deal with, especially removal, wherein there's a set removal therein, wherein you can interact with +2 example with sharp sight, but with +3 it's a lot tougher to interact with that. Like, there's a lot less card pool that can really interact with +3 on the toughness side. And not to mention, right, like, Ionia also has counter tools like Deny as well as Nopify that can also Spirit's Refuge. It has been seen a lot in the meta, and it's been really crazy. Like, burst speed has been king in the ladder, but I mean, in tournament we have a lot more decks that can exist, because they just try to get the Ionia Shurima pile out of the way and then just target something else. Like, TF Swain has been something that can be played on tournament meta. Like, Anivia is present on the ladder. It is also doing quite
Rian,
well
akhirnya,
in tournaments. And I mean,
akhirnya dari Indonesia,
like,
kita lihat dulu.
GPTF that is a response to TF Swain, right? Like, they just play a much more aggressive strategy, much more mid-rangey. Like, instead of Leviathan, they just drop down Farron and you just lose from then on. And I mean, it's been great, and it's gonna be interesting what people are going to be bringing into 32.
Yep. So so here we have the brackets for today. So these are the 32 players coming in for this tournament. So we have been through a pool stage last weekend, and we have about 1,000 over players coming in, and today these are the final 32 coming in for this seasonal. And we will be crowning the champion for this seasonals, and also the top 4 that will be qualifying for the World's Championship coming in September as well. So so in the very first game, we will be showcasing to you guys Jun Kang all the way from Malaysia going up against AG Carlor from the Philippines. So Zero,
Indonesia yang masuk berapa ya? Oh, oke, Carlor masuk.
Players coming in.
Yeah, I mean, Carlor, it's his first time.
AG masih ada nggak ya? Itu AG ada. AG Carlor.
Like,
terus aku minta webnya ini dong, Dam, yang kayak kemarin itu. Aku cari di ESL-nya nggak bisa kebuka ya. Bang, ngertiin omongannya, waduh susah juga.
He's bringing the Demacia version, which is pretty new. Like, they go against the
Demacia Sivir Aksan itu baru di turnamen banyak keluar, itu kuat juga sih.
Counter your Twin Disciplines, your Shapestone by playing barriers, right? Like riposte and all that. And it's been really hard, like especially when Action Severe Ionia mirrors are in.
Malaysia 1-2 di sini 2 Malaysia.
They're just trying to do that exactly, but something with riposte, so they can really clean
Vietnam
up your board.
3. Wah, gila, Vietnam 3 yang masuk ya.
And
Thailand 1, Filipina 1, Hong Kong 1.
Of Carlor, which is has been a direct counter to Action Severe decks, because they just don't have a lot of removal that can contend with the action with that.
Oke, kita nonton Jun Kang ya. Master rank-nya 16. Wow.
Leveled up, it's really tough for them to get
Elo Master 1528 LP.
Okay. Make it rain and they just freeze your whole board, and it's really tough for
gila ya. Game split-nya 4345.
online.
Yep, so there you
Dibagi
have,
2 bulan
all the
berapa
way
itu ya
from
satu harinya ya?
Malaysia,
Kita
it's gonna be
coba ya.
Junkang coming in with the
Anggap kita
master rank
hitungnya
of rank number
2 bulan
16
ya.
and having the elo of
43, 45 bagi
538 LPs
60.
coming
Sehari
in with the
72
third
game.
seed as well with a 4,000
Indonesia adakah?
game clock
Kayaknya
by this
ada
man
deh.
over here, as this guy just shows, he is just full of power. He knows the game and he's here to try to take home the championship. And
Gila,
that is
open roundnya
all the
yang
way
ketiga loh.
from Malaysia.
Berarti
So,
dia
coming
skornya
in, looking at the
8-1.
stats coming in from Junkang, do you think he has a chance coming in?
Yeah, I mean, Jun Kang really has a lot of, like, I don't know. I think we've witnessed him once in the seasonals. Maybe I'm wrong, but yeah, man, I think it's gonna be about that. If the severe action Ionia coming in from Jun Kang can win a game, right?
Severe action Ionia
the way
nih
that
dia
Parlor's
bawa decknya.
lineup is set up is that it wants to beat severe action Ionia. So if Jun Kang can get a game with severe action, it's gonna be that's gonna be the turning point for him. Like, I think that's how he wins this whole series.
All right, so let's just take a look at what decks Junkang have brought into this tournament this Saturday, and looking at the lineup is pretty
Junkang
interesting
bawa
right here, because first off, we got the new variation of Severe Action with the Master lineup.
Surima.
The oldest deck in
Terus
the
dia
game
bawa
till today is still ran as one of the
Ezreal Draven
best
sama
deck in the
bawa
format. It's
Pirate,
Astro
Agro
Draven
Pirate.
with the PNC Nox.
Agro
Last but not
Pirate,
least, with
Ezreal
the
Draven
Map
ini yang agak
and
susah.
Gangplank is gonna be all
Mungkin
pirate aggro
mungkin
coming
yang
in
bakal
from
di
Junkang.
ban
So,
sama lawannya
looking
bisa
at
Agro
this
Pirate.
particular deck choices,
Tapi
right, he seems
Demacia
like he's going for a
Surima
really
ini juga
aggressive
susah ya,
style
Aksan
deck,
Sivir.
and
Demasianya
he's
juga
out
susah.
to catch that Silver Ionia. So looking at this lineup, what do you think might be banned coming in from Carlo?
Nah, kita coba lihat dulu color.
I think let's just cut that short, guys. Let's just take a look at AG
Gila,
Carlos over here,
seedingnya
all the way
30.
from the Philippines with a master rank of 141.
Gila, ranked games playnya 11.000.
From Junkang over here, and with a peak elo of masters with a 170 LP and coming in at the 30th seed this far. But however, clocking in at 11,000 rank game, guys. This 11,000 is just such a huge amount for this season, right? Like, comparing to what Junkang have is just 4,000. Dude, that is like, what? Math, man, guys. 5,000, 6,000 more than Junkang have clocked this whole season. But either way, Carlo is just a really, really experienced player, and coming in with a lineup with 3 really strong deck.
Hadir, thank you Natalia sudah
Try
hadir.
his best to just work his way to the championship, because everyone has an equal chance in this top 32 playoffs.
That's right, Moonboy Excelsior here, chiming in for Zero Infinity, but you said a while ago it's 11,621 ranked games played. That's a lot, dude. And we were talking about 10,000.
Oke, bawanya sama persis ya. Cuma Pirate agronya diganti sama Sejuani GP Seju.
And also Draven Ezreal and the Sejuani Gangplank deck, as we can see right here. Now, this is going to be almost a similar deck that Junkang was carrying.
Iya, sama banget ini.
We were discussing Moonboy, and
ini kayaknya yang di ban
very similar. Beside the
bisa Pirate agronya kayak di ban.
There's a Sejuani Gangplank and Misfortune champions as well, with just one of them, but kind of the same play style. But imagine it's a bit faster with the MF Gangplank Pirates setup than the Sejuani Gangplank, but you have
ini semuanya lagi di Bundle City ya.
In terms of the late game when you're playing with the Sej Gangplank.
Itu memang 3 deck yang paling oke sih.
I'm thinking Moonboy, bans have to be.
Wah, kalau yang di ban Pirate Agro sama Seju GP mah udah lawan mirror, betul.
Set up right here in the matchup between Carlor and Junkang.
Well, I believe the Gangplank might be the one that is being banned.
Oke, akhirnya mirror.
I believe that has already been done. Let's just dive right into our very first game in our 32 with Junkang.
Ya, mirror Ezreal Draven ya.
Over here with Astro Draven going up against Astro Draven. So it's likely gonna be a Astro Draven mirror right over here, and you know, it's all about building the Astro, right? Having whoever could level up the Astro as fast as possible, and you know, stepping up and just ping your opponent down as fast as possible. But you know, here comes a mirror baboon coming in, and it's gonna be, you know, not allowing. They're gonna not allow any unit to be on the board.
Tangannya Carlor lebih bagus sih karena dia sudah ngedraw 2 ini ya.
I'm seeing a more of a synergy in terms of the number of tri-beam improbulators coming in from Carlor's side, but then again, these guys
Junkangnya nggak mungkin ngeblok.
There's going to be a free attack coming from Carlor, and he gets one tick into the tri-beam improbulator.
Bayangin nanti siapa namanya tuh si Caitlyn yang mirip-mirip sama Draven gini cara mainnya.
To get that tri-beam improbulator to
buat ini, tapi tangannya Carlor bagus karena dia punya 2 tri-beam
as well, so that you can get the advantage over in a mirror.
Nah, ini sekarang mungkin ya bakal langsung attack sih.
During the past patches to 5.
Tapi ini juga bakal dibiarin juga sama Carlor kalau dia langsung attack. Dia bisa langsung attack atau dia bisa nurunin yang robot itu. Kayaknya Ezreal nggak mungkin diturunin sekarang sih. Tapi bisa aja Ezreal diturunin. Oh, oke. Dia nggak keluarin itu. Padahal si Junkang punya ini ya, get excited ya, tapi nggak dipakai untuk ngebunuh Draven ya. Oke, di stun. 02-nya bisa narik yang 32 sih, 43-nya bisa free attack, tapi nggak attack ternyata. Nah, kalau kayak gini dia bisa langsung attack. Kalau nggak attack berarti nanti bakal di stun sama spidernya.
Already 2 twin axes right there, or spinning axes right there on his side from the hits of Draven. And again, no clear winner as of the moment. Already put down the Arachnoid Sentry without even putting or even activating a Ravenous Flock. But well, Sub Dredger just cycle it in.
Thank you,
I'm thinking maybe a Sub Dredger on the next cycle right here, but he's going to take advantage of this situation.
Ya, ini bisa langsung attack.
Possibly an uncontested attack in this moment. So look at that, already putting down the twin axis or spinning axis, going into the Draven, and there you go. Sub Dredger is gonna block the Arachnoid Sentry.
Dia di block.
Is going to be able
get excitednya dikeluarin.
Take out
Dravennya mati.
Draven. So no counters right here, Moon Boy.
Yeah, I mean, you know, with Noxus and PNZ, there's no way that you could protect your unit. But however, as you place unit down, that being said, the S-Drill is just one step closer, enabling your opponent to have a one stack onto the S-Drill, right?
Ballistic botnya diturunin. Ini harusnya Swarm Dredgernya bisa turun untuk ngebuang axe-nya ya. Oh, nanti dia juga punya 3-beam Impobulator.
Carlos has probably no way to remove the Draven other than the tri-beam.
Oke, Swarm Dredger keluar dan dia ngedraw spider lagi, dia bisa stun next roundnya. Dan 3-beamnya sudah 4 ya harusnya ya.
He already brought out some treasure to draw out an Arachnoid Sentry and
Ezrealnya keluar.
There you go. I think we're up to around 4 ticks into the Ezreal, if I counted it correctly, or 4 or 3 ticks into his level up condition, and now also drew another ballistic bot or a ballistic bot, and this is going to be the exciting portion.
Ini Junkang sih bisa nurunin Ezrealnya ya. Oke, tapi dia nge-stun dulu.
To flip the Ezreal will have a better chance of getting more damage in with the Ezreal.
Ini kalau mau si Carlor bisa ngasih
right now
statistic shot sama ngasih yang 2 mana itu ya. Atau Dia juga bisa Arachne Sentry.
Dan Draven, and another Sentry immediately going in for the stun onto the Draven as well, not allowing him to get any free.
Tristana tuh jelek ya bang ya? Enggak sih, menurutku all round. Itu makin lama dia bisa makin kuat karena kan kartunya yang muncul baru sedikit ya. Makin lama dia bisa makin kuat. Dual region makin bagus kartunya.
Having a soft pass over with the ignite, just dealing one additional damage to Carlos Nexus. So this way, just have to see Carlo, what you gonna react, right?
Ballistic bot keluar.
Tap Carlo.
Itu bisa dipakai ngebuang untuk yang 2 mana.
That's right. This is going to be the best time to attack for Junkang, and now it's hard for Carlor to decide on this one, which one he's going to defend with. You can do it with the Arachnoid Sentry, definitely, because that's going to trade.
Ya, kita tinggal nggak tahu si Carlor mau ngedefendnya gimana. Bakal di defend sama yang 3-2 betul. Ballistic botnya nggak di defend, nggak di attackin, karena pasti di remove ya.
Moonboy, I'm looking
di block.
at the side, at each side, and it looks like there is again the advantage of having a tri-beam improbulator, and whatever comes out of it, whatever minion or whatever unit comes out of it, and that's going
kayak
to
bisa
be
turunin Ezreal
possibly
sekarang.
the game changer or a possible advantage for
Dia punya 8
Carlo.
mana.
I want to see what he's gonna do with that. So Moonboy, let's see what's gonna happen here in this turn.
Tinggal kita lihat sih Carlor mau pakai apa.
Yep, so starting the turn off with a static shock, tapping out from that tri-beam improbulator. So, I mean, this kind of means that, Junkang has the upper hand, right? And also having that Whirling Death in his hand could turn things around. But, it all comes down to what this static shock is going to draw for Carlos. Because he is in need for a burn, and, he has the...
Ini bisa dia keluarin yang 2 mana lagi atau static stick shot lagi sih.
Coming in from Carlos. So, Junkang have to try to play units at this point in time. Like, he has to have blockers to defend himself against the incoming attack coming in from Carlo. So Junkang might go for the ignite, have a short pass, but coming in with the taunt and having a Gal in his hand, he could possibly just stun something before Carlo go for the.
Ini dia bisa static shot atau yang 2 mana itu dia buang spellnya ballistic bot ya.
Way for Junkang to get more ticks on his Ezreal. It's a very, very good cycle or good initiative right here that he already put down the Thorn of the Rose, but it's in danger of getting removed by the static shock.
Dia milih nurunin ballistic bot lagi.
He knows he needs to put down a lot more units for a possible defense in the next turn.
Dia bakal keluarin mana 2 sih.
Another ballistic bot. He's going to possibly use the ignite again to up the damage of the ballistic bots, and that's just going to be.
Wow, bukan Dravennya yang di remove ya.
Remove the Thorn of the Rose.
Bukan Dravennya yang di remove.
I think that was a ballistic bot on the side of Junkang. Now this is going to be an open attack, Moonboy. So much damage is going to go in.
Ya, tapi dia sudah nggak punya mana sih untuk Dravennya, nggak punya mana untuk keluarin spellnya Draven. Masuk 2 damage, tapi Dravennya juga mati.
He's kind of forced to block with the Draven, right? And that knowing the Draven wouldn't even survive the next turn coming in as well. But Carlo having 2 Improbulator in his hand, moving into the late game, when Junkang just drew his very first Improbulator, that is gonna not make too much of a difference because this Draven over here coming from Junkang.
Ini bisa di 3-beam Improbulator sih.
Immediately by Carlo, no questions asked.
Mungkin Junkangnya kalah karena Carlornya udah ngedraw 3-beam udah dari tadi ya.
Moonboy, if he does try to tri-beam the Draven right here on the side of Junkang, that puts his Ezreal open, but I don't think that's the line that's he's going to go into, because Junkang just already put down the baboon right there, and that's going to be, of course, an easy attack again, or like he's just saying, okay, I don't have anything else, I'm just preparing for the next few turns, and there you go, Ezreal on the side
Ezreal udah turun.
He's preparing for it. He's going to go all in on the next few turns. This is going to be a race to whichever or whoever's Nexuses will go down to 0 with the activated flipped Ezreal. Moonboy.
Yep, so this Ezreal coming in is pretty well timed, right? That being said, Junkang is forced to go for the attack over here, and Junkang wouldn't even dare to place his own Ezreal on the board because Carlo have 4 mana up. That represents, things like Thermal Beam, and which could, remove a level up Ezreal as well. So Junkang have an option.
Ya, ini Junkangnya pasti dia bakal bingung sih.
Ezreal here this turn to defend against his opponent's Ezreal, which Carlo also have the ways to remove with the Tri-Beam Reprobulator or, potential Thermal Beam this turn as well. So I think Junkang is in a really tight spot right now.
Ini Junkang sih udah kayak 70% kalah sih. Karena Tri-Beamnya, dia sudah punya banyak Tri-Beam.
Right. And I was thinking a while ago, Moonboy, that if Junkang does put down his own Ezreal, I'm not sure if it's flipped or not, it will be in danger of getting removed with either just putting down activating the spinning axis or maybe using a time winder. But now instead, this is again.
Wait, tunggu sebentar ya.
Yeah, so over here, I think Junkang would have a pretty clean attack moving forward. As this, he has to try to go for the attack, right? Junkang have to go push for more damage coming in. So Time Winder coming in, removing the Boon Baboon and just dealing a little bit more damage onto the Sum Dredger. So Junkang is not in a good position as of right now. Just he has to go for the attack. He has to try to push in a little bit more damage, and he at this point in time, like, he's just so behind compared to Carlo.
That's right. And look at this. This is going to be a total of 7 damage going in. And it's going to be given towards the side of... Oh, wow. What a play right here. Flame Chompers going in to the Ezreal with the Ravenous Flock in hand. This is going to be a setup for removal from Junkang. So I'm thinking that he might be regretting this in the next turn of events. Is going to be happening right here. I'm already seeing it from my side, Moonboy. Ravenous Flock.
Oke, tapi ini ya bisa di vlog terus bisa di.
And of course, that Ezreal is going to be the first one to be removed from Carlor's side. Moonboy.
Yep.
Ya, Ezrealnya mati.
Right?
Dia bisa Tri-Beam sekarang sih.
But that not forgetting
dia bakal nurunin 3 mana dulu kayaknya.
Still change the tide. Like, removing 1 unit and adding 1 unit in my field, like, that could just have such a huge impact coming in. But Thorn of the Roses coming in as well. That being said, the Tri-Beam is leveled up by 1 more stack, and Junkang is not in a position to even play his own Ezreal. Just passing over here is probably right, and just forcing Carlos to react to this particular Draven that he has. But here goes,
wow, 7 mana
with 7 damage coming in, and it's gonna be a huge unit coming down, and a 7-4 with Overwhelm. And it's gonna be pretty easy for Junkang to be removing that.
Yeah, gampang sih di remove ya.
Yeah, that's going to be a big unit to try and get removed. It's really a
karena darahnya masih 4 ya.
Chance for for Junkang to just keep on putting in, or
ini malah sekarang Junkang yang hampir membalikan keadaannya.
With this own Tri-Beam Reprobulator, he's setting up for possible removal.
Bisa ngeblok.
Wow. Okay, so that's not going to be able to block, dude. Rifarian. And this is a free attack.
Oh, tapi dia masih punya 2 mana.
From Carlor. 2, 5, 7, 14.
Remove.
Easy damage, but Time Winder is going to get to remove 2 units coming from Carlor's side, bringing it down to just 2.
Yep, so that big Time Winder coming in just remove 2 of Carlos' biggest
Gila
units
sih.
as of right now. As Carlo is running really slim in options, like he does have that draw.
Tapi tinggal Ezrealnya nih yang bakal di kill ya. Oke, Tri-Beam.
Junkang has a decision over here. Is he gonna play down this Ezreal open and not respecting any removal, or he could just go for the open attack over here with the Trifarian. And I believe attacking over here might be the best option coming in, and forcing Carlo to go for the block. Like that is like just having an additional unit in the bot would make such a big difference for Junkang.
Yep, ini
this reckless Trifarian is going to be very, very dangerous, especially if you want to get in more damage right here. Just do an
ini tinggal
open
bisa
attack,
langsung di
and
attack sih.
I'm thinking, is it a good play, Moonboy, to just use the flame chompers and then just challenge the other flame chompers on the other
Ini
side,
bakal
just to make
pas
sure
harusnya
that
si
you have
Carlor.
A contestable unit right there with the reckless Trifarian.
Oh, oke.
Yeah, definitely.
Dia
Right? That
ngedraw.
would be a more clean play coming from Junkang, right? Like
Okay.
forcing the ballistic bot to go
Bakal
for the
turunin,
block, like that would be
babunnya.
much better, right? But this kind of remove one chomper from Carlo's side, so that being said, Carlo could not kind of like
ballistic botnya bakal keluar lagi spellnya.
Fight phase coming in from Carlos.
And I'm kind of surprised that this the flame chompers is in this deck. I'm not, personally, I don't use flame chompers in my Draven Ezreal deck, but now seeing it, how it is being used to
Ezrealnya bakal di remove pakai Tribeam Impugulator sih.
Other units to make sure that some of your attacks go in.
Tribeamnya pasti masuk buat Ezreal.
Eye opening, and Tribeam Improvisator, the second one. He's been waiting for that Ezreal. And wow.
Tapi langsung bisa di Thermogenic Beam.
Is not gonna survive, man. Yeah. It's gonna be Tribeam, immediately Tribeam and being removed off the bot. And right now, Carlos is in a little bit of a pickle, right? He doesn't really have much ways to refill his bot as of right now, because all he has is just stun and damage, and that's not gonna do anything.
Ezrealnya turun lagi.
Coming in from Junkang, that might turn the tide over here for Junkang, as the Ezreal is gonna change things, and Carlos have no way.
Ezrealnya turun.
The Ezreal other than that Gale and Ravenous Flock combo, which is
Ezrealnya diturunin lagi sih.
Right here.
Gila, dia hoki banget ngedraw Ezreal ya.
It's going to be a Guile and Ravenous Block combo incoming right here. It's very
tapi bisa di remove Ezrealnya.
So dangerous, especially in this portion of the game.
Ezrealnya bisa di stun.
Or still at 16, but when you see the Ezreal on the side of Junkang, that can easily go down if you don't remove or if you don't prioritize the Ezreal on Junkang's side. So
Junkangnya bisa ngeluarin yang 2 mana, narik yang 02, dia attack 6-3-3.
Considering that there is a flame
selesai udah.
On the side,
dia nggak bisa ngedamage karena itu harus ngebuang kartu.
A potential GG right
ya,
now
ini udah game.
In favor of Carlor.
Udah game.
We're seeing it right now. There's a time winder on the side of Junkang. There's only remaining on Carlor.
Harusnya Junkang sekarang udah
all in for Carlor right now.
Udah
Carlor definitely have the lead right over here with the flame chomper.
Menang ya. Carlor
menang. Bento coming in from Carlor. Carlor taking home game number 1 in this top 32 against Junkang. Like that is the power of the Tri-Beam Improvisator, right? Having that Tri-Beam just swings so much.
Bener ya. Yang di ban ternyata Pirate Aggro dikasih lewat. Yang di ban Carlornya ngeban Surima Demasianya, sedangkan Junkangnya bener ya yang di ban Seju GP ya.
Akshan, which is one of the MVPs coming in and going up against the likely is gonna be the Pirate Aggro, Yeah, like that could
lawan Pirate Aggro kayaknya bisa menang sih.
Yeah, just correction,
Aksan
Moonboy, it was the gang search that was banned from Carlor's side, and it's the severe action, the Master deck that was banned on Junkang's side. So I was thinking the same thing. If you were to use your
dia pakai masih pakai Ezreal Draft lagi.
A reverse sweep advantage, but instead we are seeing here, I think Junkang just picked still the Ezreal Draven, and severe action is going to be on the side of
lagi ya, Tribeamnya nggak ke-draw lagi di awal.
Well, I've played the severe action Ionia variant, But in terms of the severe action, the Masha variant, it's so good to play or
Masih muda kok,
to
punya
play
anak kan
in
bisa
terms of
tetap
if you were
muda ya.
using it or if you're the one
Wow, padahal dia
piloting
udah keluar ada 3
But
mana
if
semua
you're the
loh.
one
Sayang
receiving
tribimnya
it,
nggak keluar.
or you're receiving it off a mirror with that kind of set, you'd be losing with the
Dia bisa
severe
keluarin yang 2
action
mana
Ionia
ya.
package.
Mungkin bisa langsung di
Yeah, I mean,
Mystic
look
Shot.
at what the severe Ionia, severe Demacia has, right? Ultimately, it is still a Ruin Runner deck. And
Ini bakal
having
langsung
that being
attack.
said, Carlo have 2 of the Ruin Runner in his
Nggak
hand.
mungkin
Like
pas
that is
kayaknya
gonna
si
have such so
Arlor.
big, advantage coming into Carlo. Having that spell shield on that Ruin Runner is just so annoying to be removed. And looking at Junkang's hand, all he has is just units, units, and units. Not much burn coming in, not much removals coming in. As if Carlo could just maintain this particular aggression coming in, Junkang might be in a little bit
Arlor
of
bisa
trouble
pas
for this matchup.
untuk
That's right. There's a running
hunternya
joke in
apa
the
yang 3 mana
community,
itu
Moonboy. This is
bisa
not
ini
actually
ya,
a
bisa
severe action deck. This is a Ruin Runner champion deck.
bisa kepake
Those are
value-nya.
not the champions
Oke,
right here. Not
dikasih.
severe, not
Drive-nya
action.
turun.
It's Ruin Runner.
Ini
Ruin
pasti
Runner
turun
is
sih.
so good, has
Merciless Hunter-nya
overwhelm,
pasti turun.
has spell shield, and you really have to save it in the event that you want to burst out your opponent. If you have
Sekarang
all
kemungkinan
the
Ezreal-nya
needed
turun.
components to take out the opponent, but you can see here
Oh, enggak.
there is a good
Dagger ya itu juga
lineup on
bagus.
the hand of Junkang. You have here your Draven, you have here your Ezreal, but the components to level up the Ezreal right here, not so much. I would have wanted to have the Tri-Beam Impobulator here on his hand. It's not there.
Ini bakal
But
di
how
Mystic Shot
else
harusnya sih.
can Junkang get the advantage here, Moonboy?
Well, as of right now, I believe Junkang, he has the unit advantage, right? He has to take note that Carlo don't really have much tricks up his sleeve, like other than adding stats.
Dia bisa pakai Sapestone
They
tapi
don't have
nggak tahu ya
access to
bakal
things
dipakai
like,
atau enggak.
Twin Disciplines or even the Flurry of the Fist that the Ionia version have. So he has to take advantage of having a white bot right here, try to take out the Ruin Runner via trades and things like that, because knowing that he has 2 Captain Pharaohs in his hand, he have to try to skew the game all over to turn number 8, and hopefully that Pharaoh could be able to help you out a little bit in the late game with a
Dia kalau bisa tahu
8
tangannya dia pasti
and not
pakai sih
forgetting,
karena nggak ada removal
he
lagi.
has to try to
Dipakai
top
ternyata.
back to as much removals as possible. So here comes the shift, so save that unit
Oke,
from
dipakai
this
ternyata
Mystic
buat
Shot.
nge-save.
So Junkang is still not having that unit bot advantage in this matchup.
Yeah, that's right. And considering that Carlor is just
Ini langsung
building
open attack
up
sih.
his units on his board,
Harus open attack.
and he's going to do an open attack and even challenge Draven right there. I'm not sure if this is the right challenge right here, because with 1 health, that's going to be easy to remove. You can use Static Shock.
Iya, tapi kan dia dapat barrier.
Time Winder, but again, there you go. Barrier has been activated. Still not safe.
Okay.
Again, guys, because but that has to be used. You have to use 2 spells.
Aksannya
to make
turun.
that happen.
Yep.
Aksannya turun.
Right now, at this point in
Ah,
time, even
Tri-Beamnya
though,
baru
having
keluar,
that
sayang
Tri-Beam
banget.
top deck coming in from
Harusnya
that Thumb
sudah
Treasure,
4 ya damage-nya
Carlo has
Tri-Beamnya.
already been starting to chip off as much damage as possible. Here comes a Ruin Runner coming in as well. Not forgetting he still have another Ruin Runner or even a Cataclysm if he feels like he needs to remove a scary unit or even the Consider Strike in his disposal as well. So Carlo is just having so much aggression coming in with 2 Ruin Runners in his hand. At this point in time, even though
habis
Akshan
ini
is in his
Ruin
hand,
Runner-nya
that
bisa turun
wouldn't
lagi.
make too much of a difference as well.
That's right. And looking at it right now with the Ruin Runner, the real champion of Carlor's deck being put down, and Junkang is respecting the spell shield of the Ruin Runner, even already removing it early on, because if you don't remove that, that's going to be another problem for you to work with.
Oh, dia
And
bisa
now
pakai.
he puts down
Dia bisa
his
pakai 3
own
mananya.
Ezreal, or his Ezreal early on the game, not even flipped, so that he can get more damage options. A Mystic Shot when the Ezreal hits the nexus of the opponent. So, Junkang is going to have to use a lot of spells here. He has to use a lot of spells here. He has to use a lot of spells here. He has to use a lot of spells here. He has to use a lot of spells here. He has to use a lot of spells here. He has to use a lot of spells here. He has to use a lot of spells here. He has to use a lot of spells here. He has to use a lot of spells here. He has to use a lot of spells here. He has to use a lot of spells here. He has to use a lot of spells here. He has to use a lot of spells here. He has to use a lot of spells here. He has to use a lot of spells here. He has to use a lot of spells here. He has to use a lot of spells here. He has to use a lot of spells here. He has to use a lot of spells here. He has to use a lot of spells here. He has to use a lot of spells here. He has to use a lot of spells here. He has to use a lot of spells here. He has to use a lot of spells here. He has this is going to be a possible setup, and I think Carlo knows that that setup is indeed going to be dangerous for him. So how are you going to react?
Ya
There's
dia
strike,
harus
right?
pakai yang 3
Right there
mana
on
itu.
the hand of Carlo.
Cataclysm ya.
I'm
Yeah.
really curious if he's going to use it, Moonboy.
Yep, I believe, you know, that Ezreal should not stick on the board anymore. So here comes the Concerted Strike immediately.
Okay,
firing
Concerted
off
Strike
onto
ya.
the Ezreal. And, you know, knowing that Junkang only has 3 mana, having Ruin Runner as one of the targets, that means this Ezreal is definitely going down this turn. And Junkang still have a second Ezreal, but, you know, not having a Mystic Shot to be used due to mana, I think Junkang is just really behind right now. So, you know, even with an open attack, or even, you know, Carlo could just go with the Ruin Runner at the start of the turn, just push in so much damage. It's just going to do for Carlo.
That's right, that's right. And you made a good point a while ago, Moonboy, that he has to try and get to the turn 8 with the Captain Ferris. Looking at his hand right now,
kayaknya sudah
even
3
though
ya.
it's stacked in terms of number, in terms of reactive options, he's lacking a bit. It's kind of hard for him to react on the board of Carlor, and Carlor is just pushing in with all his units
langsung
right
attack.
now, letting Junkang react to the attack. So he's react to an attack with his own units, while chipping down the damage, or chipping down the Nexus health of Junkang's side. So he's in kind of a bad position right now. But then again, it's still not the end. There are a lot of options for him down the line.
Aksannya bisa turun.
So,
yep,
Moonboy.
so, you know, yeah, so Junkang over here, he still has that Tri-Beam, right? Tri-Beam is pretty beefed up right now. And Carlos still have the option. Like, you know, he could just go for the Akshan just to have that activation onto that Shape Stone as well. So, you know, having the Akshan kind of force Junkang
Ini
to
bisa
go for
di
removal at the same
rebeam
time.
sekarang.
And, you know, if Junkang ever plays down that Ezreal, right, we
Oh,
might
enggak.
see a
Okay.
Cataclysm coming in as a response as well. But this Mystic Shot coming in from Junkang might change the tide over here for him. So, it's still anybody's game as of right now, but Carlo is in the lead position, having that second Ruin Runner in his hand. But Junkang just have to find way to just pop off the spell shield and just remove it before.
Gila, tangannya si Junkang sih bisa bagus buat defense ya, karena si Carlor sudah mulai kehabisan bensin.
That's right, and right now Junkang just puts down another, or I think this is going to be his second Draven from this game. And that's going to be another pump up into the Tri-Beam Improbulator. He has the advantage in terms of the attacking side, but you have to prepare for a possible Sharpshine scenario. And looking at right now, +2/+2, yeah, it's kind of safe. You can use your spinning axis to possibly remove anyone who tries to counteract the damage is going to be coming in from your Draven, or even your anyone on his side of the board. But right now, the attack token is still on Junkang's side, and he's thinking, how else should I set this up? How else can I try to get the board advantage against Carlor?
Ya, ini Junkang sudah mulai membalikkan keadaan ya.
Over here coming in from Junkang, Carlo, like defense coming in from Carlo is just going to be as minimal as possible, right? Like taking damage for Carlo at this time is not too much of a deal. Like he could absorb a few damage, because right now he's just going to push in so much more damage with the Ruin Runner. But, you know, Junkang not committing any unit or any place and just go for the swing over here might be great for Junkang, right? Like he still have the mana to react to whatever that Carlo is just gonna throw onto him the next turn, and just having that spinning axe onto that Draven just bring him a little bit more space in his hand, just in case that Farron ever comes in and Ruin Runner comes down from Carlo.
Nggak dipakai ternyata yang satu mana buat
for just Junkang to go for the Time Winder, go for the Tri-Beam onto the Ruin Runner, and there he will have an additional edge against Carlo.
Okay.
That's right, and it puts the pressure right now on
Tri-Beamnya
Carlor to think, should I put down my resources to save right
ini
now,
sudah
or should
Carlor
I just
sudah
let this the second Ruin Runner
sudah hampir kalah sih harusnya.
Moment. So, and if you do that, right? If you do let die out during this moment, then on the next turn it's going to be harder for you to try and get the win. There you go, saving it with 1 health left. Moon Boy.
I believe over here Ruin Runner has the lethal over here. Cataclysm immediately going over here with 11 attack, and with overwhelm that means that's gonna be 10 damage moving in. Junkang being tapped up.
Wow, malah Carlor menang. Bener juga ya, bisa gitu caranya. Bener. Wow, nggak kepikiran ya.
16, dude, Excelsior, that is
wow. Memang beda pro player ya. Itu best play banget ya.
That Ruin Runner and having
playnya bagus banget loh. Ruin Runner-nya digituin.
That is just pure precision coming in from Carlo.
That's right. That's like something out of the playbook right there for that kind of deck. And I'm seeing like, oh, it's probably gonna be the next turn lethal, but now he's gonna do it. And when you were just saying it, oh, I just realized he was setting up for lethal at that moment with that save for his Ruin Runner. And wow, what a finish right there. He knew that Junkang doesn't have any more mana left to react to whatever.
Oke, hari ini kita belajar ya. Wow, benar itu bagus banget gameplaynya. Gak salah ya, 11.000 game. Gak salah kalau dia bisa mikir kayak gitu.
That being said, Ruin Runner is kind of the MVP of the deck, right? I like as you said, before the game actually began, Ruin Runner is the champion of the deck, and that is a clear display of what the deck is probably all about. You don't need that Sivir, you don't need that Akshan. All you need to have that Ruin Runner. Having a 6/4 stat line is not, and Spell Shoe is not easy to be removed, and it took Junkang so much utility and so much resources to remove one particular unit, and with protection spells like sharp sight and
ya nunggu mana lawannya habis sih, bagus sih mainnya.
Allow it to survive, and there goes Junkang is stepped out, and the Cataclysm just comes down, and there is it. That's just big play coming in from Carlo.
Oke, disimpan Cataclysm ya.
Yeah, big brain plays indeed, and I'm kind of surprised in terms of how they banned out their decks right there. Moon Boy, it was really we were perplexed even pre-match which ones were going to be banned, and I was also dumbfounded seeing that the bans right there. Okay, for me it doesn't make sense, but maybe for the players it made sense because I'm really confused as to how this is going to go, because the meta has been so diverse.
Metanya sangat diverse.
Have been so diverse as well.
Tapi tetap
not much changes in terms
siapa
of
namanya
the
tuh si
carried from the qualifiers into the playoffs. But
Sivir sih yang pemenangnya di ekspansi kali ini. Kuat banget sih Sivir itu.
On to the next
round. Ini lo jeleknya.
I'm really excited as to which matches we can see.
Tapi Twitch yang paling cepat masalahnya.
Yeah, so as you said, right, the meta for the tournament scene is just so diverse compared to what the ladder actually has. Like, it's either you bring 3 good decks, or either you bring 3 decks that counter the 3 good decks, or even you could go for a full aggro lineup, or even just whatever they are comfortable with. So there's so many diversity. Like Luck is still around, Azir Irelia is still around. Even Troll is still playable in this lineup. So and Tam Ragnar, Soraka Tam Kench is even back as well. So there's still so many ways that players could just fit themselves into this tournament. So it's just so wide. It's just
use
so,
the low latency toggle under
so really
the advanced menu setting.
And compared to every other seasonal, this is just probably
advanced
the
menu
widest
setting
meta that we have ever seen in the seasonals history.
Yeah, it's not even. You're not seeing a definite bait deck that's going to be definitely banned during those matches. So it's really I'm really curious. Yeah, I'm really curious as to how they do it. Do you just if you're just practicing scrims, do you get your data from the meta or from the ladder? Do you get your data from a website? How do you think they do it, Moon Boy? Which strategy is the best to get out the decks that you're supposed to carry into this type of tournament?
Well, I mean, there's lots of style to get data, right? But in my opinion, the best way is probably have a group of friends and, just get data together as a group. But, ladies and gentlemen, let me just bring you to another game right over here.
Oke, kita lihat gamenya.
Going up against
Deep ya.
Berry. This is game
Deep
number 3,
lawan
ladies and gentlemen, over here. It's
Turbo Troll.
Deep going up against Troll. And wow, Excelsior, Deep is
Oke, Berry.
once again in the hands of
Oke, Berry ngelawan siapa ini?
Yo,
Okay.
we're in for a game, guys.
Lawan GM Dep.
Dude,
Lawan
I
Dep ya.
haven't seen this matchup anywhere else. I haven't seen it. And if you're probably playing
Gila ya,
Deep,
bawa
you won't see this
berani
matchup.
bawa Deep,
And
berani
now we're
bawa
seeing here, in this tournament, Daft
bawa
with Turbo Trolls and Pokeberry using
Turbo
his
Troll loh.
with the Scarab right there. And I'm not even seeing an advantage if you're using Deep right now, but I could be wrong. What do you think about that? Because Moonboy, I'm seeing Turbo Trolls can be even faster right now, uncontested. You have to have like possibly a turn 9 ruination, some somewhat big removals, or even a really fast Deep activation with toss. How do you think Pokeberry is gonna win this?
Whoa, like Excelsior.
Oh, skornya satu sama loh.
Pokeberry's hand right over here. 3 Scarab in his hand. And then it's just gonna be Turbo Deep right over here with Jettison and also the Ravager, right? Like these are just cards that could just filter your deck so fast at the rate where, if Daft, it's just down to the race, right? If Daft could have more,
dia bakal keluarin
versus Pokeberry could go deep as fast as possible. Like having promising future,
mana landmarknya itu harusnya ya.
Could be a game changer, right? But Pokeberry having 2 Scarab in his hand,
Oke, berarti
that's
Raven
gonna
keluarin.
be flipping the game right here.
That's right. That's a good point right there. And with that, you have one more toss, and that's going to be Dredgers, and it's not going to be.
Oh my God!
You want to keep your hand, or you would want to have more Dredgers on your hand, and you can see one more here from Pokeberry's hand. I think he's going to go even deeper as early as possible. It's like, if there's a term, Moonboy.
Ini kayak ngedep duluan deh daripada turbonya keluar, daripada trollnya keluar.
Right now, that's coming in from Pokeberry with his lineup right now.
Yep, so both Turbo going out, Daft just passing the turn back to Pokeberry. I think Pokeberry is just comfortable to just take the pass, but however, going with the Scarab over here, and Daft have an option. Is he gonna pop that one last throw before, just pop that two countdown throws right now, or he could just go for the promising future, play it a little bit slowly, and see what Pokeberry gonna do. But knowing Pokeberry's hand, like that is just gonna be, he's probably gonna be deep in the next few turns, like definitely.
Yep.
Yeah, it's going to be a kind of a problem.
Ini kayak bisa menang deepnya sih.
A good problem for Daft to set up right now, and I think with that Clockling, he's going to be able to. He's trying to set up in a bigger board. Moonboy, it's like it's going for a bigger board over the next 2 turns, so that when he does attack, he's going to have a huge damage output from his side. So this kind of setup is more future-proof than even going promising futures already early in this match. So again, it's still anybody's game here. Let's see how fast
dia harusnya keluarin yang satu mana
into his deep condition. So really, he's like an experienced diver right now. Moonboy getting tossing all those cards, putting down your Sea Scarabs, and promising future already activated on the side of that.
Yep, so here comes another Abyssal Eye coming in as well. So, having that promising future onto that that Frozen Thrall over there kind of guarantees that Lissandra is gonna flip the next turn. So, it's a race right now. Pokeberry have to find a way to just
Ini aku bingung sih antara dia mau
fighting chance against both Thralls.
Black Retrievein atau
he could just go for a full swing over here and try to do as much damage as possible and try to
karena next roundnya dia berubah duluan
as possible.
That's right, and that's what's happening. Moonboy, he's going for a full damage output as of the moment, and he goes deep. as early
Turbo
as
trollnya
possible.
kalah
As
ya.
you said, going with 12, 14, 17, 22, 27 damage output as of the moment. But now
15 damage
two
masuk.
units have been blocked. It's going to be 12, 14, 17.
15
and
damage
with that,
masuk.
I think it's going to be lethal if he doesn't use that sense right there. And there you go. Already 6,
Yes.
12,
12, 14, 15, 15 tambah 2, 17. Ya, kurang 2.
It's not just 15 at this point in time, but he's drawing 2 more additional cards. In the meantime, you know, having to mill 4 cards in the process of this, the Howling Abyss being.
Tapi darahnya dia sisa 2 semua. Oh, ada ya satu yang 4.
Too much of an impact coming in against Pokeberry, and not forgetting Pokeberry also have that Maokai to just seal the deal as well. Shipwreck Hoarder is not gonna
harusnya
help
attack dulu
down
sih.
any point in time. So this open attack coming in is gonna be an easy block coming in from Pokeberry, and you know he's just
6 tambah 4 10 kurang 7.
That's right. It's easy lemon squeezy for Pokeberry right now. I was thinking the tables have turned right now, and look at that. Is that no? It's way off lethal. All right, about 3 damage off lethal right now, or 7, 4 off damage off lethal, and it's going to be on the side of Pokeberry to deal more damage on the next turn, and he puts down the Nautilus. Oh wow!
Ini
Flipped.
turun.
Amazing turn right there, Moonboy.
Yo, this Nautilus is just gonna be so huge.
Lissandra.
That means Lissandra.
Kalau misalkan dia attack dan turbo trollnya dia ngedraw 3 sister, masih bisa menang sih.
The Scarab at this point in time.
Dia harus draw 3 sister.
Just comfortable, right? He could just go for the Maokai and see who is the mill deck as of right now. Is Maokai gonna mill faster than the Watcher? But this Devourer of the Deep, like that is just gonna change things right over here, ladies and gentlemen. Devourer of the Deep immediately targeting Lissandra, and I think with the unit advantage right over here, even that Entomb is not gonna do anything in this matchup. And Duff coming in for the second time, trying to find the crown. You know, last season he's just second place, missing off the championship by just 1 round. I think this is probably GG for this last season second place.
That's right. This is going to be GG. And when we came in, Moonboy, it's game 3, and what a turn of events. That's a good reaction right there, and I'm not sure if this is future proof. And oh my gosh,
Deep memang kuat sih.
Another Devourer of the
Deep memang kuat ya, gila.
Wow, what an amazing play right there coming from that, trying to save 1 more turn for him. Now the Lissandra can block that Nautilus right there, because yeah, of course 3 damage can block the Fearsome. But again, there's still a Joel Hunters on the side of Pokeberry. And that's going to be an easy challenger in Lissandra while getting that 13 damage in. What an amazing surrender right there.
Depnya kalah, Pokeberry menang. Gila Deep ya.
This matchup is still what an amazing
Deep itu
matchup.
selalu diremehkan tapi kuat banget loh.
Like Turbo Trolls with Deep, maybe at the height of the meta where Turbo Trolls was a definite meta deck. That's like that's when you use when you were using Deep at that moment. But now in a tournament, it was really amazing to see the Deep deck winning against Turbo Trolls. What do you think about that, boy?
Exactly. That's just a pure of skill, right? Coming in is a skill to play a card game, and also it's also a skill to draw well in card game, and that is exactly what Pokeberry had displayed in that particular game, right? Having 3 scuttlers in his hand and so much ways to toss and dispose all his decks, like, you know, just toss away cards so fast, and at the rate where he could just keep up 2 Trolls, like that is just really a nice match to be watched. Like, I haven't witnessed any game that is like, you know, with Turbo Troll versus Deep, and it actually went this way. Like, that was just so beautiful to watch in this game. So, ladies and gentlemen, we will be taking a short break over here.
Okay, kita
before we come
short
back
break
with
dulu.
more Runeterra action over here with the Rise of the Underworld seasonal top 32 playoff. So, you know, I will be taking a short break from here, and Zero Infinity will be joining in on the caster stable with Excelsior later on. So do stay tuned while we take a short break, and we will be later on.
Oke. Kita break dulu sebentar. Paling sekitar 15 menit ya ini, Pak.
On its way as we speak.
Fantastic. And the devices?
Don't worry. I found the perfect crew for the job.
Excellent. Pity. Such power wasted on such ignorant minds.
Well, once this is over, we can do the world a favor and raise this district to the ground.
Huh? Cool toy. Check mine out.
Guards!
Pity. Such power wasted on such ignorant minds.
Welcome back to the Rise of the Underworld's seasonal tournament playoffs in the Southeast Asia Shard. I'm Excelsior PH, and with me back is Zero Infinity. Zero Infinity, we are now on top 16. What are you feeling about our players right now?
Hey,
Oke, kita sudah top 16.
I'm back. Sorry, I apologize to everybody. I kind of got out on the first, like, the opening segment.
Yep,
But
tiba-tiba.
yeah, they're stuck with me now
Tadi
for like the whole
hilang.
4 rounds. And I came back. I witnessed a little bit of the June gang versus the Carlor one, and yeah, man, that was a pretty good matchup. But we went into like Daft versus Pokeberry, and then we were witnessing Thralls versus Deep, and it was very refreshing, right? It's a very refreshing take from what we usually see on ladder, and that was what we were talking about during the opening. Like, we have decks that exist in tournament but doesn't really exist a lot on ladder. And what have you been playing on ladder, Excelsior? Like, what have you been playing on there?
You know, what I've been playing in ladder is Severe Action, Ionia package, and Ezreal Draven. Those are the 2 decks that I'm most comfortable with.
Wah, ternyata podcast sudah ada ya, Bang. Kok cepet banget, Bang.
Look at this. It's a flurry.
Iya, biar nanti podcast terakhirnya nggak usah terlalu lama ya. Jadi kartu yang sudah ada kita omongin dulu. Nextnya tinggal setengahnya yang belum.
You know, with those
Dan prediksi
decks,
meta.
like, as you said, it's like all in on one. When you get all the pieces that you need, you can burst it out, and it's kind of it's good to play and easy to pilot. And when you see it in this setting right here in the playoffs, it's just inspiring to use.
Adir Kaks, wih, hai Ade.
Professionals play it.
Lama nggak jumpa ya.
An international tournament. But Zero Infinity, I wanna talk about what happened with the match between Carlor and Junkang. That was a clean sweep with a 2-0 match. There was a mirror of Draven Ezreal on the first match, and then the next match, Severe Action for Carlor. So basically, what happened was he won, or Carlor had an advantage during the first match, wherein he just kept on pumping up the Tri-Beam Improbulator and had a good run or a good set of cards or a good set of units on his side, which was eventually removed by Jun Kang. And then afterwards, he saved up his second Tri-Beam to remove the Ezreal. And he already totaled removing 2 Ezreals from Jun Kang's side, and that's like detrimental. Like, how? And can you tell our viewers how important it is to save your Ezreal in that type of matchup?
Yeah, I mean, I think in Ezreal Draven's particularly, Ezreal isn't like a superstar in the matchup like in other matches. Like, really, the thing about Ezreal Draven mirrors is about that sort of tempo battle. Like, you have to be sticking your own creatures on the board, and
mirrornya Ezreal Draven memang tempo ya. Yang bisa ngedraw Thermogenic Beam duluan lebih banyak itu pasti menang. Apalagi kalau bisa keluar di tangan ada Thermogenic Beam, terus bisa keluarin Draven, terus yang mana-mana 3 lainnya udah pasti menang sih. Apalagi tadi si Carlor itu dia punya 2 Tri-Beam ya di awal langsung.
It's gonna be hard for your opponent to catch up during the tempo, right? But yeah, I mean, that was a great match. I wish I was there to witness it, but unfortunately I was fixing some issues too, so we could get the broadcast rolling. But we're in top 16 and we're getting closer to who is going to Worlds, who is going to win this Rise of the Underworld's top 32 seasonal tournament. And I mean, there's some great names like Pokeberry in the last match. Like, he declared right on Facebook, like, much like Bra before him. Like, he wasn't getting through the first match. Like, he was like, oh man, this seasonals, I'm going back. I'm getting there, and I'm gonna take the first round.
Oke, Ping Ho yang
the opening, we were talking about
juara pertama kali ya.
Literal champions from seasonals coming back, and here we are. Ping Ho from Taiwan, dude. Like, he finished rank 41 on a Masters ladder with 481 LP. But other than that, he has a lot of experience when it comes to seasonals. He's won one, in fact, and he's come back for more. This is his 4th appearance, and man, I am stoked. Like, is he gonna be the first ever back? Is he ever gonna be the first ever 2-time champion of a seasonals?
Oke, dia bawa Anivia ya. Wah, aku suka banget ini. Ini aku suka ini. Anivia.
Which was really spiked a lot on ladder during the
Senang aku dia bawa Anivia ya.
As a response
Anivia, Turbo Troll sama
like, especially not Ionia.
Aksan
not
Sivir.
Really Ionia. Like, it has some game against the severe piles, but that not really a clean sweep, not really a clean of a matchup as you want it to be. And he's also bringing Thralls and that action severe with Demacia. Like, that really plays like reposts and all that, and tries to get over the Ionia deck. And I mean,
aku seasonal kemarin bawa Anivia. Aku seasonal kemarin bawa Anivia, tapi kalah sih.
Yeah, we witnessed a while ago.
Anivia bagus kok,
like,
bagus, bener bagus.
What was that?
Di season ini bagus.
That didn't get the win, but I mean, it is showing some prowess when it comes to tournament.
Yeah, it's the first guy who got to this semi-win condition a while ago, but maybe we can see a faster Turbo Troll.
Gila, keren ya, 40 game.
Now, let's see ZSN with the Masters, who had a Masters rank of number 48. Look at that elo, 314. I can't even get to 50 as of the moment with my own Western rank, and open round seeding of number 24. For a bit more seasonal ranks game played from ZSN as compared to Ping Ping.
Makan siang bang, ntar ya.
He has 40 or
tadi udah makan
40.
sebelum nge-cast.
And with that, I want to see what he's bringing into this tournament. The decks that he's going to be carrying have to be like
Oke, dia bawa Seju GP, GP Seju, NTF sama Oke, Jarvan Shen. Ini menarik. Anivia bisa menang lawan semuanya. Tapi Anivia bakal kesusahan lawan Jarvan Shen sama TFGP.
A bit kind of difficult for me in terms of trading or piloting here is
kemungkinan sih yang bakal di ban kayak GP Seju yang bakal di ban ya.
I'm kind of confused
dan SGP Zens ini bakal nge-ban kalau nggak Aksan Sivir yang Turbo Troll, tapi Turbo Troll kayaknya nggak bakal di-ban, jadi Aksan Sivirnya di-ban. Anivia pasti dikasih lewat. Anivia pasti dikasih lewat sih. Pinho pernah kalah lawan Bang Bento, benar banget.
If I remember correctly, like Lissandra isn't in the other line, Anivia isn't in the other line. I mean, man, that really just goes to show us like tournament BO3 is
itu waktu nyoba deck lagi ya.
BO1 on ladder, and there's a lot of decks that are
masih ingat aja si Denny
in tournament meta, right? And
yeah,
we have, I think, since we have GP Sedge on the side of Zesen, I think the action severe with Demacia is
Pinho bisa ban Seju GP atau Sen Jarvan, cuma kayaknya sih lebih ke Seju GP kayaknya ya.
And of course TF Swain, they have those sort of like removal types wherein they pop the barrier with Make It Rain or another cheap spell, and then they go for Harpoon, which is really tough to deal with. Harpoon does a lot of damage, and sometimes your twin disciplines cannot get through that, and that's gonna be a key factor here.
Terus si Excelsior ngasih kode apa itu? 5 menit.
Hinges on if Ping Ping Ho's severe pile can get a game again.
Yeah, it's kind of you put in a good point right there, Zero Infinity, that you can keep the severe action up with the Jarvan for Shentar to counter it. But what if it is going to be the one that's going to be banned and you don't ban that severe action? Is it devastating if that scenario happens for ZESN, or will it be salvageable in terms of the matchups that you're going to be having if that happens?
Yeah, I don't think it's gonna be too much of a problem. Like the three decks that GSN is bringing is specifically trying to soft target the severe pile. So it's gonna be more on, I think, protecting the Anivia. Maybe
Yeah.
Ping Ping Ho's ban plan is to protect the Anivia. So that's gonna be either trying to take out the deny out of J4 Shen, which is gonna be
betul.
a good factor, right? Like it's gonna be two birds with one stone. You take out the deny, that's gonna be problematic for your harrowing and rumination during your Anivia match, and also kind of protect your severe action from
Tapi nggak tahu ya, Sen Jarvan jarang
getting
bawa
tricked
deny
out
sih sekarang.
by the numerous things that J4 Shen can do in that matchup. So there's a lot of like 4D chess, like a lot of logical thinking going on in the ban phase, and it might be really crucial in seeing who wins this series.
So yeah, I was thinking Zero Infinity that if you were Pin Ping Ho and you would want your Anivia deck to survive, and if I remember correctly, Anivia like thrives on a possible harrowing turn. And looking at these decks, the only deck that has possibly going to have a deny is a Jarvan for Shen. As of the moment, I'm looking at it right now. It's Jarvan for Shen. So I think if he does retain that deck, then that's the only deck that he would want or who he would like to ban. So it's it's really, it's like mind-boggling. This is the golden age of Legends of Frontera playoffs meta. So diverse, lots of things can happen, and a lot of cards in the pool as of the moment. I think we're already up to near 1,000 or 1,000 already. Zero Infinity. So this is going to be the playoffs is going to be lit, as we are going to see a lot of decks that are going to be carried, and even the champions that you're not probably playing in your own ladder, you're probably going to be seeing it right here.
Yeah, and there's also, talking about the lineups more, like Lissandra Talia and then versus Sejuani Gangplank. That's gonna be an interesting match. If Sejuani gets to level up early, sometimes your thralls don't matter. Like they're 8-8, but one warning shot and bam,
0-8.
0 power. Like you don't get push damage, and that's the only way that Lissandra Talia can win, right? Like if they push damage with their overwhelm thralls, is basically the bulk of their damage, and sometimes they finish you off with like the ice shards or the blighted ravine, but before they get there, they need to deal damage to your nexus with overwhelm. And I mean, if you get turbo sedge, you get it early enough, sometimes on turn 6 sedge comes down, it's already leveled up, and if they have a bunch of warning shots, ice shards, make it rain, you name it, anything that can deal damage to the nexus is going to be a tough time for the Thrall's deck. So that's gonna be something interesting to see, right? But again, like going back to the Anivia, they have TF Swain in the lineup, and I mean, and also GP Sedge against Anivia. Like against Anivia, those freezes don't matter. They just attack, put the Anivia skill on the stack, deal 2 damage to everything, depending on how many Anivias are there. So these are really interesting matches that we're going to be witnessing later on. There's a lot of back and forth between the lineup, and I mean, yeah, man, like I predict that J4 Shen is the one that's going to be banned out on the side of Zesen.
Yeah,
it makes sense. Like you can actually try to counter the other 2 decks, but Jarvan for Shen is like going to be a really hard one to deal with, considering Pin Ping Ho's deck. But then again, you said a while ago there was Pin Ping Ho has Turbo Trials. A while ago, his own recipe for Turbo Deep. Now we can see there has been some occasions where you can actually flip Sejuani even before turn 6, right? As we have said, like turn 1. Just hit the Nexus again. Turn 2, hit the Nexus. Turn 3, all those turns you can possibly hit the Nexus with your whole lineup. So it can actually be flipped before turn 6.
Ini ya sekarang ngomongnya lebih lama ya daripada round
into
sebelumnya.
The bracket right now. Who are in the top 16?
Yeah, I mean, let's find out who the top 16 was. Like we know that of course, Ping Ho and Zessen are
sudah mulai.
That's
Akhirnya,
that's what we were
nggak
witnessing.
di
But,
ban.
I mean, here we go. We
Yeah.
started the game. We'll revisit the bracket later
Sen
on.
Jarvannya nggak di
But
ban
here
ya.
we go, man. Like, I think J4 Shen is
Oke,
up
drawnya
for
Ping Ho
Zessen,
jelek banget.
and then we have Thralls on the side.
Sampai jam berapa selesainya? Nggak tahu.
Ping
Biasanya
Ho
sampai
here.
jam 5,
So,
jam 6-an.
looks like my prediction was wrong. Ping Ho has a
5-6
different
Bali, berarti jam
ban
4 jam
plan.
5
Maybe
Jawa ya.
confident
45 WIB.
a different matchup, or maybe he was predicting a different ban from Zessen. So
Wah,
here we
dua-duanya
are.
drawnya
And,
jelek.
I mean, Ping Ho's opening hand, right? No Thralls, no Lissandra. We has one more chance to draw into the Thralls. Like Thralls in this state, they are it's better if you have them on turn 1 to turn 3. The later they come into the game, it's much harder for you to get them out early.
Wah, jelek
But
banget sih ini.
with that said, right, we also have on the side of Zessen, he doesn't have the
Ya, tangannya
a
jelek
very,
banget
very
ini.
quick hand, but he does have a River Shaper here on 3, and it's hard for Ping Ho here.
Iya, tangannya Ping Ho jelek
He
banget.
either needs to save that Clockwork Curator to get his Thralls out faster, just because he doesn't have it right now. He's gonna need all the help he can get, trying to get them out using their countdown. But he has a choice to make here. He can't. I think he can't let that River Shaper get in for free, right? It's hard to let that River Shaper get in for free.
Ini
But I think he's
lewat semua sih.
deciding that. I mean, okay, you can have your spell. I'm just gonna go do the predict, maybe find something else. I don't get it. I have a Clockwork Curator, so right now it's gonna get in for a free spell. And
Oh my god,
an
tangannya jelek
interesting
sekali.
play there by
Jelek
Ping
banget
Ho,
ini tangannya.
saying that he doesn't really care about the extra spell that River Shaper can get.
That's right. It's just a
Gila, aku jadi Ping Ho sih stres ya.
right now.
Dapat hand kayak gini.
Side of Zessen with that River Shaper.
Ada yang dari Indonesia nggak bang? Katanya sih nggak ada ya.
It's really. I played this Turbo Thralls and 3 games out of 10, I don't get my Frozen Thralls right from the get go, and even if I do get my Frozen Thralls from the Draclor Inquisitor, and it's gonna be a bit hard for me to flip it or to even activate it. And when that happens, my
5,
opponent,
6,
which is
7,
most likely going to
8
be
dia harus bertahan
mid-game
3 round
early
lagi.
game, will probably just finish me off in the next few turns.
Tarik.
So right now, it's looking like there's going to be 6 damage that's going to go in to the side of
Bakal dibekuin sih.
from Zessen with another draw mechanic coming from the River Shaper. This is going
dikasih
to be
mati loh ya.
that turn wherein he's trying still to develop the Frozen Trials from his side. So Zero Infinity, this look at that board. It's so big. It's so big on the side of Zessen. What can Ping Ho do moving forward?
Yeah, I mean, at this point, like, he didn't have the early Frozen Thralls. Now, the earliest he could get it was on turn 5, and that's really heartbreaking when you're playing Frozen Thralls. Like, really, you want to see it in the first 3 turns. And I mean, he put down the Draclord Inquisitor on 5, but I mean, going into 6, Zessen is on evens, and that's when this deck is the most powerful, I think, because you can get
Harusnya dia keluarin 2
as early as possible,
clockwork.
especially when you're not in a mirror match, and that just took care of the Draclord Inquisitor right then and there, crushing the hopes and dreams of Ping Ho ever getting this Frozen Trial out early enough, because he had the option here to just go Clockwork Curator and then go for Time in a Bottle, and then he'd have his 2 Thralls out already. And that's basically how you win against Demacia, is you just get out your Thralls as quickly as possible, you overstat them, and that's when Demacia has a hard time against you, right? When you are overstatting them. So right now, it's looking grim. Like, he does have that promising future of that Thralls and a double Clockwork Curator. Like, we were contemplating a while ago if he should be playing down the Clockwork
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
River
2, 3,
Shaper. He
4,
decided
5,
against
6,
that,
7.
and now he is
2,
in this
2,
line
3, 4,
wherein
5,
he is
6.
going to try and pick up this game by producing four Thralls here, and it looks like Zessen is really ahead But if we can get out these thralls, it's gonna be a game.
Oh, with that, while you were talking about that, Zero Infinity, oh my god. Imagine possibilities, promising futures, and again, 2 thralls are in or on the side of Pin Ping Ho. A lot of damage is going to, potential damage is going to go in with 16 potential damage. Now it comes to the side of Zessen as to how he's going to react to this. He can remove. He has the sharp side right there just to get a removal, but that's going to be against his.
Dia masih bisa barrier, dia masih bisa subside.
I'm looking at a different number of options, like wherein you can use the Spirit's Refuge to just protect it. Maybe even use a concerted strike to remove one of the thralls. And this is actually, there's a lot of combat tricks on the side of Zessen right now to possibly remove some of those thralls on the side of Pin Ping Ho. But he has another one. He got another copy from the Tuber Trolls from his Thalia. And now with that line, he's going for the Spirit's Refuge into the sharp side. This is going to reduce the damage that's going to be coming in from Pin Ping Ho.
Yeah, I mean, that was nuts, right? Like, sharp side, Spirit's Refuge, he basically negated the damage of the other thrall that was going in.
Tapi abis ini thrallnya keluar lagi 2.
That's the thing here. When your thralls are too late against Demacia, especially J4 Shen, they have answers to your thralls already if you get it late. Like, it's already turn 8. That's not the average time you get your thralls out. And now look, we have Concerted Strike on the side of Zessen.
Ini memang gara-gara tangan Pin Ping Ho jelek aja tadi di awal ya.
Away with the game already on
ini
third spell coming in.
Nah, kalau aku jadi Pin Ping Ho bakal harus blok semua sih.
Really, like I have.
Cuma kayak Thalia bakal ngeblok ke ke Shen-nya ya. Tapi Jarvannya bakal level up.
Shen just protects the River Shaper. They sometimes pour in resources into the River Shaper, and it just runs away with the game. Like with value on top of value, it gets you Concerted Strike, it gets you single combat, sharp side, and all that. And that sort of like draw mechanic, getting your spells, protecting your units, preserving your board, and it's sometimes people forget about that, and they kind of like.
Dia masih punya subside juga, susah sih.
Really bridging you into your mid game, late game, really well, and that's what's happening here.
Yeah, that's right. It's one of it. The River Shaper just survived for a lot of turns because Pin Ping Ho was focusing more on developing the thralls and not on countering whatever is on the side of ZSN. But now I can see, I think that's the golden ages right there. That's one of the things that I don't even account for when I'm playing, but now we're seeing right now it's going to have an advantage. And going back Zero Infinity, we saw that we were saying that the bans was probably going to be Jarvan for Shen, for Pin Ping Ho banning against ZSN, and ZSN Sen banning severe action. And what actually was banned, Pin Ping Ho banned the action deck or
masih bisa dibekuin sih tapi
GP Sejuani deck, and CSN bans a severe action. So that actually says a lot of what's the plan of Pin Ping Ho and ZSN for
ini Shen-nya level up harusnya.
So ZSN brought a lineup that kind of targets severe decks, but I mean, maybe he was scrimming this match, like he went up against the Demacia version of the severe action, and he said, "Oh no, this ain't it." Like if this was Ionia, I'd be a lot more comfortable. But with Demacia in the mix, maybe there's removal in there that can really mess up with your Sejuani on certain turns. Maybe that's the factor wherein he said, "No, I'm just gonna ban the Demacia severe action deck and try to win something else. Like let's just try to battle something else."
Dia bisa
going back
kurangin darahnya.
Match, right? Like that play, like we were talking about River Shaper just being the bridge to your late game, mid game, and it just did it so well. And that turn, that was an insane draw. Like getting Golden Ages, going for another attack. That was a sick draw from River Shaper. And now when 2 thralls trying to get Ping Ping Ho back into the game, there is 6 damage with this concerted strike out. So maybe that wasn't the greatest decision to attack there, because now there's not a lot of great blockers here on the side of Zesen. And
ini harusnya
be back in the game. Of course, there's still Jarvan on the side of Zes, and there's gonna be a lot of damage going into the future turns. Especially Jarvan can come out immediately on the open attack. We have the Dragon and Fleet Feather Tracker now coming down, and this is gonna be like a game wherein the Zesen is going to try to cheese it out, like just drag everything on the side of Ping Ping Ho, and then try to win that. Just get in that 4 damage somehow. Like he has a lot of things here. He has Green Glade
randomnya dapat gituan ya, astaga.
So there's a lot of chances for him to get that 4 damage. But on the side of Ping Ping Ho, of course, there's also that Avalanche which is still up.
Valence keluar sekarang harusnya.
It's gonna sweep the board here. Like I think he's going for the Avalanche right now, and he does. And I mean, Fleet Feather Tracker, Green Glade just coming down, and I mean it's gone already, and this just gives him a lot more chances to win the game, because that play isn't open anymore. The challenging play,
Jarvan bakal masuk langsung.
Whiteboard isn't open anymore, and man, it's really looking like a game. Like Ping Ping Ho is back in it.
Yeah, it looks like he is actually trying to regain more control, and that this attack will. Oh my gosh, there's a problem with this. Even if Jarvan does challenge one of the units from the side of Ping Ping Ho,
ini Jarvan bakal keluar.
There's still a good option for Ping Ping Ho to just arrange his units, possibly just to get enough defense in and protect himself from lethal. Because even though that Shen on Zesen's side is 7, he can still block it with one of the units, even if Jarvan challenges one of them. So if that's gonna happen, there's still combat tricks that are on the side of Ping Ping Ho. You have 3 sisters. You have that from the 3 sisters. You can choose a bunch of options. So let's see how well this is going to go. And there's still the option of even putting down a
Jarvannya turun,
even reacting to this board. And now look at that Screeching Dragon draw or challenges the first one of the trolls, and of course the Jarvan is the other troll. But if you position it correctly, you can get down just to down to 1 health. And let's see how well he's gonna use the 3 sisters with it. Doom, Flash Freeze, or Fury of the North. There you go, Flash Freeze.
Yeah, and I think he is poised here to save at least one of his trials, because that's the only way he's going to win here. And he does so on the Screeching Dragon. He does flip. He does try and find a block wherein he gets the most out of it. Yeah, but I mean, barriers on 3 creatures on the side of Zes, and he has a healthy board here. He still has.
Dia masih punya Cataclysm lagi. Masih punya Counter Strike.
Zes N is only at 5 HP. So if one of these attacks get in, like he has to block with Jarvan just to be extremely safe on the next turn. And then I don't see how Ping Ping Ho here can maybe eke this win out. Like definitely Preservarium is going to be in the mix to try and find out what else he can do. But I mean, Jarvan's Cataclysm now just going to try and take out this Thrall here. He does still have that 3 sisters. He can still go for the freeze to save.
Yeah, dia bakal freeze.
Like, but with that said, right? Like, how is he gonna prevent the next one? Like, how is he gonna prevent the concerted strike that's going to be going into the Thralls next turn? How is he going to prevent the single combat that's still open, that can just really clean up this Thrall? And he doesn't have a lot of options here, because Cataclysm is gonna be spawned by Jarvan, and that prevents him from doing a sort of slow thing like producing a creature or doing a slow speed spell. So now he has to attack, because now he goes down for the Frozen Thrall, and I mean Cataclysm is just here to clean up that Frozen Thrall barrier again against the Jarvan, and that's it. That Zessen is going to take the first game here in this series.
Yeah, it's like, even though you have the clock hand right there, and even though you have an option for instant century, there's still a lot of ways for Zessen to counter. Like you still have your concerted strike, you still have your single combat. You know that although it was very very crucial for Ping Ho to use that.
Mananya dia masih cukup untuk ini ya. Concerted strike.
His thrall right there. Yeah, looking at the spells or the combat tricks that have been drawn out by River Shaper. Looking back, since it was not removed early on,
Ping Ho kalah karena bad draw sih.
Ping Ho back in this match, and that just gave Zessen his win.
Yeah. And that was really crucial, right? Like
Maaf bang, bisa jelasin nggak apa itu deck control DLL masih pemula? Ya kontrol sesuai namanya ya, kontrol boardnya lawan. Kalau
try and prevent the River Shaper from getting too much value. Maybe
kalau agro itu benar-benar nyerang dari awal terus.
I think maybe Ping Ho should have
kalau mid range ya dia mid gamenya yang kuat ya kayak gitulah.
Letting Zessen get too much value.
Anivia.
We talked about the bans a while ago. We did see that severe action was bad.
Kalau aku sih Anivia bakal ganti semuanya ya.
On to the second game. Ping
Mungkin can lihat at Seven Keeper bisa disimpan, tapi itu pasti buang semua.
For the Anivia deck, and TF Swain is on the side of Zessen, and historically, I mean,
yang penting dia ngedraw itu.
Anivia has been great in this matchup, but it really depends if your removal lines up. Like sometimes Anivia removal doesn't line up, and you get a difficult time trying to get to your Anivia win con with the Harrowing. But once you get
kita bisa langsung remove sih.
Rekindler on the board.
Ya, atau nunggu itu bisa nunggu
on your turn. It gets really
nunggu
hard
TF-nya turun.
for TF Swain to deal with that. And there's a lot of healing as well in this deck. There's freeze coming in. So I mean, I hope and I think Ping Ho will at least take this game against the TF Swain. But have you experienced this matchup before, Excelsior?
Yeah,
actually
I have experienced this matchup before.
Okay. Avalanche turun ya.
Right now, it's like if you do have the option or the
Avalanche pasti turun
early in the game, maybe if the opponent is playing aggro,
Avalanche sekarang, kalau dia nggak Avalanche sekarang rugi sih.
Is playing control, the ramp is important as
well.
So,
pasti.
at this point in time, I'm looking at the cards on hand.
Nggak masalah kalau Lissandra nggak ke draw ya, kalau turbo troll.
You have flash freeze. You even had entreat just to draw out your Anivia and gluttony. Very very important. Card right there to bring out more.
Wah gila sih tangannya si Sense berat banget ya.
Like,
dia punya 3 mana.
Right now, Zero Infinity, and if he plays his next turns correctly, and ZSN is actually not pushing more on to the face of.
Dia bisa Avalanche sih.
He's going to have a huge advantage.
Wow nggak nyerang ya. Anivia-nya turun.
Yeah, that was a nice avalanche there coming in from Ping Ho during when he had the Dreadway deck had NTF on the side of Zessen, and that was just a clean avalanche. Like I wouldn't have, if I was in the position, I wouldn't even think about it. I would just like, oh, avalanche, easy. And yeah, man, like gluttony draw from the last turn. Anivia's here, Rekindler's here. We're just missing a Harrowing, and the only thing that Ping Ho is
udah enak. Anivia mati bisa di Rekindler. Atau Anivia juga bisa di Gluttony.
A state wherein he has multiple Anivias. That is the winning state for Ping Ho here. And I mean, there's gonna be some chances for Zessen, of course, to do a lot of things, right? Like he has Make It Rain to clean up the Anivia egg. And, I mean, that's a testament to the nerf.
Langsung sekarang ya.
Ages ago, like it used to be that the Anivia egg Nivea used to be 0-2, and then there was a time where in Braum and Anivia was in the meta, and people
Attack.
started saying that it's starting to be problematic, that it's difficult to take out the egg. So then we had a change into bringing the egg HP down to 1, and that just means there's a lot more removal that can take out the egg. So
Yeah.
I think there's gonna be chances here for ZSN not to try to get things not to get too out of control.
Ini paling nggak masuk
by
7
picking
damage
the
ya.
eggs. There's a lot of removal options for him. But yeah, man, it's starting now. We have Anivia. He just casted Gluttony. 13 HP now on the side of
Wow.
Zes, and
Dia bisa
they don't have
make it
access to
train.
removal. And if Ping Ho just keeps up the momentum, he's gonna get to that game state. Multiple Anivias on board. Hard
Pas,
to
oke.
deal with for a
Abis
Nox
ini turun,
TF swing.
the Rekindlernya bakal turun.
And we were talking about reactive pieces again. Blighted Ravine. It's like another one. It's just okay. You're building up your board, Zes and Ping Ho is just okay. I'm gonna draw. I just drew out another Blighted Ravine. So he's not in shortage for any of the removal pieces or counter pieces that he has right now. And considering this matchup, Zero Infinity, it has no way to counter a
TF-nya
possible
masih
harrowing
jauh
turn.
ya dari level
So,
up.
If that
Yeah.
does happen, that's going to be like, okay, harrowing, take it. Just take all the damage is going to go to your face, SN, with
Yeah.
that. And even setting up the removals of the eggs with your make it train or any removal pieces that you have from this inside, that's just going to feed the monster. That's just
Yeah.
the inevitable that's going to happen. So I'm kind of curious still as to how Zetan is going to curate a win from this type of competition
Namanya
or
4
this type of
3
deck
7
matchup.
2 3 5.
Yeah, and that's where really TF Swain shines, right? Like they take out your whole board, they start pushing in damage with their own. But yeah, man, like you said it yourself.
Good.
You just feed them every time that you are killing an Anivia. That's just a better harrowing for them. And going into the later turns and looking back on what Zesen has in hand, he has a very heavy hand here. Like he did cast some earlier stuff.
Ini
So we see it on the board again. It just gets cleaned up by the Avalanche too cleanly, and it's tough. Like your a lot
TF-nya
of
level
your
up
features
enggak?
just died
Ini
to
berarti bakal attack
one
semua.
sweeper on the side of Ping Ho.
Langsung
And
attack
he
sih.
has a
Langsung
very
open
heavy
attack.
hand.
Nggak boleh nggak.
This is the start wherein TF Swain, Bilgewater, Noxus, mid-range decks get really dangerous. Like turn 8 is like their swing turn. That's wherein they drop their huge bombs and then there's no sort of hard removal on the side of Ping Ho. He does have that flash freeze though, which is gonna be maybe come into play later on when Zesen is trying to push in damage with overwhelm units, especially that Captain Farron. That thing is huge. That thing does a lot of damage. If you
Kalau
do
aku
anything.
jadi
But yeah, man,
Ping Ho langsung oke sih.
This
Karena nggak ada yang
double
mati
skill
ya.
from Anivia, the glacial winds, I think, like something like that. It's just gonna clean up the board here for Zesen, and he's back to the start, wherein he doesn't have a board. Anivias and Rekindlers are already in play, and man, it's looking like a snowball game for Ping Ho.
Yeah,
It's
and
okay.
literally it's just a snowball, as you said. But
Yeah.
again, looking at
Kalau aku
this
sih langsung
damage,
oke sih.
Zero Infinity,
Tapi
he's
dia
going to be
bisa
removing the whole board of
taruh ini.
ZSN. But looking at what's happening right now, with the Make It Rain going into the Nexus of
Dia bisa taruh
Bento,
ini ya,
he's gonna
yang
be able to use maybe a Riptide Rex.
Iya, Riptide
I'm not sure
Rex.
if that's
Rex,
the
nah, betul.
right or the optimal play right there. He's going to be removing some of the eggs, but not completely. Some of the Anivias, but not completely removing the threat that's going to be
Attack
coming
rate-nya pasti turun.
when it gets enlightened. So, yeah, wow.
Oke, dia pilih the Leviathan ya.
What he does instead is put down a Leviathan, which brings out the Swain from his deck.
Oke.
This is going to be quite
Habis ini level up
predicament,
semua
in
Nivea-nya.
the next few turns. But there you go. Zero. He does activate the Catalyst of Neons, bringing him to an enlightened state.
Yeah.
Look at that. Anivia flipped.
And I mean, it looked like such a good play, right? Leviathan gaining you tempo, putting damage onto the Nexus. It's just so late, and he didn't push in enough damage to pressure the Anivia player. And that glimpse beyond onto the Rekindler, just casting the
Tapi ini bakal ke stun 3.
Catalyst of Aeons gets you to
Susah
the
sih.
state where he does get the Adivius here. But here we go. We have a problem right now.
Yeah.
Swain is on the board. Leviathan is on the board. That means stuns for days, which means you do have Anivius, but if they can't attack,
Ya nggak bisa attack.
it does nothing. It does nothing. And now we're in a state we're in. Ping Ping Ho, like I said, if removal. Remember, I was talking about it in the openings, in the opening of this match. Sometimes the Anivius removals doesn't line up, and no vengeance right now.
Yeah,
No
no
ruination,
vengeance.
no nothing. And Swain is on the board, Leviathan is on the board. Ping Ping Ho has to find
Ping Ping
some
Ho
way
harus
that he can get out of this predicament. Because if
nyamping.
Leviathan is kept on the board along with Swain, you can't attack with your Anivius. It's gonna be a huge problem.
That's like the dynamic duo of this deck, Zero Infinity. Swain plus Leviathan is going to like keep on punching the back line and making sure that they're stunned on the round start. That's like 3 damage plus stun. And then if you don't have enough units right there, or if you don't have at least 3 of the most powerful units right there, you're going to just have a free
Ini
to get
tiba-tiba
into
Ping
the
Ping Ho
nexus
jadi jelek
of
banget
your
ini
opponent on the
ininya.
side of Zessen. So look at this right now. Is there anything stronger? He just any removals? As you said, Ruination is a possible option. He's setting up right now to a possible Blighted Ravine and possible next turn Blighted Ravine again into a Withering Whale. That's a good setup moving forward. Since you don't have the pieces that you need to effectively remove the units on the board from Zessen, but it's going to take a lot of your resources to set that up and possibly remove the eggs that are going to be destroyed in the next few turns. So very crucial turn indeed for Ping Ping Ho.
Yeah.
Ini susah sih.
3 creatures now on the board, like three instances of damage from Leviathan. We all know what's gonna get stunned here. Anivius never gonna get to attack while these 2 things are on the board. So Ping Ping Ho is doing everything that he can to try and get
Dia harus ngeluarin
pieces off the board.
kan Heaven Keeper-nya.
Just take out one of them, either Swain, either Leviathan, and you're good to go. And he does have a lot of options here. He does have that Blighted Ravine that he can go double Blighted Ravine, put the Swain down to 1. He can do Withering Whale to get rid of the Swain. I mean, that's about the only thing he can do right now with his hand. If he does get a vengeance, though, somewhere like in the next 2
Ya dia
draws,
harus remove Swain-nya.
he'll be good. He'll just take out one of them and then have an option to take out another with the combination of cards that I mentioned. And yeah, man, like it's crazy how this match came from one-sided snowball Anivia all day Ping Ping Ho, and then Zessen just drops down Leviathan, just drops down Swain, and now Ping Ping Ho is on the other spectrum. He's the one in trouble now. He's the one that's trying to find answers, and that was just a crazy swing turn on 8.
That's right. I was thinking if
ini dia bisa ngeluarin lagi friendly Heaven Keeper, tapi pasti bakal di remove.
How else can you recover from that from the side of Zessen? You do want to get a chance to draw out another Swain.
Anivianya bisa nyerang sekali.
Swain set, and it's really looking a bit hard because looking at the Zessen's hand, he doesn't have a lot of cycle options right here. And what happens is, wow, look at that. 2 Anivias get stunned, and the Tavern Keeper also gets stunned, leaving 1 Anivia free to deal all the damage needed towards the front and back line. Now putting Swain back to 3 health. Oh wow, amazing turn right there. Zero
Oke, terus dia bisa Withering Well. Dia harus Withering Well sih.
Infinity, and things are looking good from the side of Ping Ping Ho. And maybe
Scorch
it
Earth
looks like it's kind of a
Scorch
future
Earth though.
Ooh, wow,
Yes.
yeah.
Scorch Earth though. It's
my.
trying to prevent that. Like, you know,
Oh yeah.
he's trying to not get his creatures down to 1 HP. He's scared of that Vilefee, he's scared of that Withering Whale that can be coming in from Ping Ping Ho. He does drop down that Blighted Ravine. And Zes End like almost snapped, right? Like he almost
Dikasih
snapped
lewat
Scorch
pasti.
Earth. And I think Ping Ping Ho got that information, right? Like the caliber of player that he is, I think he realizes that Zes End does have that Scorch Earth in hand.
Bakal dibiarin
If he
aja harusnya.
doesn't fire it now, he the 2 damage gets on tacked onto the Swain and the Leviathan and gets cleaned up by the Withering Whale. Man, this is a hard decision here for Zessen.
Nah, ini bakal dipasin Ping Ping Ho.
About not removing the Blighted Ravine because it also kills 2 of the Anivias, and he gets a chance to just cleanly take out the eggs with like a little bit of luck from the Make It Rain. So he might be thinking about just dropping down the Leviathan, the Captain Fyron right now. Or did he do damage? He did, right? He can go for
he did.
A bit of a gamble. He can go for a bit of a gamble here. He can go for something like Riptide Rex, and if he gets a target onto the Anivias, the Blighted Ravine could. Oh, sorry, wait, it's on the right side, so it's not gonna happen. I was thinking like the Blighted Ravine cleans up the eggs, but it doesn't. Since the resolution is left to right, the Anivias would spawn back first before the Blighted Ravine could do damage. Like that's something for the viewers if you didn't know that. Like, the resolution is left to right, so what happens is the Anivia comes back before the Blighted Ravine takes effect. So yeah, good realization there from Zes, and that's going to happen. So he tried to take out the Blighted Ravine. But yeah, man, here we go. Withering Whale trying to take out the Swain.
Yeah, this is inevitable, guys. This is what's happening right now. Withering Whale. It's kind of a huge setup that we said a while ago. Going Blighted Ravine.
Ini harusnya spidernya
Withering Whale just to remove 1 unit.
ngeblok nggak ya?
That's how important it is to remove the Swain.
Spidernya kok nggak ngeblok ya?
Curious. Going to do to your board. And why did he even use that?
He didn't block with the spider.
Iya, kenapa nggak di-block sama spider?
Am I seeing things here?
Oh yeah, it's a setup for Riptide Rex.
Spider.
I think it's a setup.
That's so good. Take out the eggs. Take out the eggs, man. Take out anything on the board.
Baru muncul ya.
One Anivia. It's gonna turn back into an egg, but then Make It Rain is here to clean it up. But I mean, what's curious to me was like he didn't go to try and kill.
Kalau ini kalau dia draw the Harrowing, menang sih.
With the spider, he could have taken out the Leviathan.
The Harrowing
as well.
Oh my god.
But man, that was a massive play from Zes, and that Riptide Rex just hitting everything he needs. Like, it was just so crazy. Like, that is very, very lucky, in fact, for a Riptide Rex roll that just
harus attack.
That just won him the game. Like,
ini harus attack. Anivianya harus attack.
No harrowing on the side of Ping Ping Ho. That cannon barrage was something else.
Anivianya harus attack.
I was thinking that play a while ago, Azure Infinity, was just like to prepare for a cannon barrage. At least 1 hit from a cannon barrage will just get into the spiderling. But yeah, it's kind of going through the side of Zes, and right now he will possibly be able to remove 2 units and put down the Riptide Rex down to 2. But let's not forget there's
ini bisa di Vengeance
coming in the form of.
Nah, ini bisa menang Ping Ping Ho sih.
in terms of reactive pieces,
ini udah menang
still
Ping Ho sih.
have one Venus right there. Rekindler. It's like a mini harrowing, but no, that's not what you need.
Dude, Rekindler just, oh man, that's a great draw. Now all Ping Ho needs is he needs to survive this turn, and then put down the Rekindler, and that's just gonna be just enough damage to get in that 4 missing HP that he's missing to close out the game. Like, he needs to just have 2 Anivias on the next turn.
Ya, defense sana. Ini udah menang nih.
Coming in,
Ping Ho udah menang sih.
that Captain Farron. There's a couple of damage going in from the Zap Spray Fin. There's 4 damage, but not really threatening enough to threaten lethal. He does have 5 more mana. He can use it to spend to draw a card, and I think that's the best thing here because you're way off lethal. He does have that Swain, but looking at it,
ini Rekindlernya turun.
one turn off because now Rekindler is coming down. He needs to have something like Arachnoid Sentry, which he doesn't have. He doesn't draw it. Swain is
udah menang loh pasti. Dan udah pasti Suren.
He's lacking that one action.
Nah, ini udah pasti attack.
Oh, there you go.
Arachnoid Sentry, just too late.
Too late.
For
Ya
him.
semuanya too late ya.
Rekindler coming down, Anivia back on the board, 2 kills, 4 damage, exactly. Wow, that was crazy. That draw sequence was insane.
Good game ya ini ya.
And Ping Ho takes on the second
Nah,
game
ini yang seru nanti nih.
With just
Swin TF lawan
there was
Turbo Troll.
Swinging left and right. There was a swing on Zess inside. There was a swing on Ping Ho side, and those top decks in the last minutes on the last turns just was really crucial. And now we're down to 2 decks, just Talia Thralls. Like
Drawnya Ping Ho pas bagus banget sih.
You have to be thinking about
draw Rekindler lawan drawnya itu telat sih.
On your Frozen Thrall.
Halo Bang, halo Neko Dom.
Maybe that's gonna be the game decider if Scorch Earth is here or not. Man, but that last game, wow.
Yeah, it was, at the get-go, we had a kind of like a predilection in towards the Nivea having the advantage, and at the middle part of the game, it looks like, oh no, if he doesn't have the chances or he doesn't have the cards to get the removal against a Swain. And then he just like slowly but surely, as you play your Anivia deck, you got into that match as a Pinto deck.
Nice draw.
And now Turbo Trolls or going against a TF Swain deck, and he got his Frozen Troll early. Okay, this is going to be an exciting match, dude.
Turun Lissandra.
We do have Promising Future. We do have Lissandra. It's gonna be, they gotta out
Promising Future.
I mean, Rite of Negation is here to stop the first Scorch Earth. And like, I think the biggest mistake that Zess N can do is tap out some way, on some turn.
Oh, tapi dia punya
Scorch Earth. And that
dia punya
Scorch
Earth
is
ya.
not gonna be enough. Because there is a Rite of Negation in the hand of Ping Ho, and if he does get the Thrall out, and maybe get 2 of them out because Promising Future is in play, it's gonna be like the end of the game there for Zess N. But yeah, man, like in this matchup, TF Swain is highly favored because
ya dia punya 2 social art di tangan. Selesai sudah. Kalah ini Ping Ho.
Arachnoid Sentry can do some really crazy stuff. If Scorch Earth doesn't come early, Scorch Earth can take out a huge troll. You just plop on damage. Red card from TF Swain, Death's Hand, whatever. Make it rain, and you just Scorch Earth the Thrall that came out. There's just so many ways for TF Swain to deal with the Frozen Thrall. Even Harpoon sometimes can do.
Ya, dia harus turunin yang mana 5 sih.
And a barrel.
Habis itu landmarknya udah pasti hilang.
So many ways for TF Swain to navigate this matchup, and it's just gonna be tough here for Ping Ho. Really, really tough matchup for him here.
Ya, landmarknya bakal dihancurin.
One thing that you said, it's like I was thinking, okay, you need Scorched Earth for this one, and he does have it on his hand, and it's really important. You know why it is important to have it early on? Just because of this turn. This turn wherein you have a possible Draclord Inquisitor pumping up or pumping out more frozen trolls, and then
Oh, dia bisa di
this
social
is
art
possibly
sekarang.
a big
Ya.
army. But looking at it right now, that's a good target, and
Yeah.
because you have a lot of trolls on board, and I don't know how many scorched earth he has. Usually you just carry 2, but with this matchup, this is going to be quite interesting, because you really have to save up your landmark
Social
removals
Earth,
for
terus langsung
this
di
kind of
Yes,
matchup.
but Rite of Negation.
Rite of Negation.
Rite of Negation is here.
Oh no.
And that's
Oh,
and
no.
if we're correct, right? I think Scorched Earth is just a 2-off in this
Yeah,
deck.
2-off.
So
Dude.
Ping Ping Ho
Okay.
here never has to worry about Scorched Earth ever again.
Wow! Wow!
Yeah, it's like this is a free attack, but there's going to be a possible like next turn.
Bisa
when the
di-remove
attack
sih.
token is on the side of
3 mana, 3 mana.
he is going to have at least two thralls on the board. But looking at the Draclord Inquisitor, you can actually just level up
Oh,
one
nggak
of
bisa.
the frozen trolls yet again to grit it near for the next few turns. And it's going to be 8 mana in the next turn for ZSN or ZSN, because that's going to be the Leviathan turn. So he just needs to keep or to make them survive
Wow.
somehow. But no, look at that.
Wow, langsung
3
attack.
trolls. Zero Infinity.
Langsung 3
That's
troll.
going to be a
Wow.
huge
Tiba-tiba
damage
keadaan berbalik.
going into the
Yeah,
face
3
of
thralls.
or the nexus of ZSN.
Yeah, 3 thralls here. Yeah, just going in for the damage. Like
6,
that's 24
6,
damage in total.
2.
You can
6, 6,
you can
2,
try and block with the 2
14 damage.
but it's not gonna be incredibly safe. Like Dracula Inquisitor is going to be in the mix. This is 24 damage total. So if you're gonna block with the 2/2s, that's -6. So that's 18, and you have to be thinking about that Blighted Ravine. Like Blighted
Yeah.
Ravine, if you don't respect it, it's gonna be 2 more damage and you're gone. So he does go for that sort of block here. So he's down to 2. He's down to 2. No healing on the side of TF Swain. So he took that risk that Blighted Ravine isn't in the mix. And it's gonna pay off here. It's gonna pay off here because his Swain lives. He has Leviathan on the board, and I mean these thralls, they're just sitting ducks right now. But I mean, time in a bottle with Preservarium. There's a lot of things that can go on. Like he can try and get that Blighted Ravine here. Like he can try and predict the Blighted Ravine. 2 damage is all Ping Ping Ho needs.
Yeah.
He has all the mana that he has right now. Time in a bottle, and
He doesn't
yeah,
get it.
Three
doesn't get it.
Sisters works, but yeah,
I
that's
mean-
going to be a bit of reactive piece, but not going to be enough.
Yeah.
See,
Lissandra is pretty
I
okay.
agree with you. Yeah.
Oke, Lissandra.
He picks up Lissandra, he puts down Lissandra, and what happens is he gets stuff on the Nexus, 1 damage, doesn't go into the Nexus. So I'm not too sure. Like, I think the stuns don't go in. Because you didn't deal damage to the Nexus? Is that how it's gonna work out? Because 1 damage from Leviathan onto the Nexus, and then, you know, well, Swain isn't leveled up yet, but I mean, this is gonna be a way into trying to preserve your board. But yeah, that Leviathan, I mean, that Lissandra is just gonna get cleaned up. Death's Hand, like and plus the Ravenous Flock. But I mean, right now, he doesn't have the means to
Okay.
just Ravenous Flock it right now. He's gonna
Menarik
get
banget
that
sih.
one Eye Shard. One Eye Shard.
Yeah.
And if he draws another Eye Shard, or whatever, like, just get hopefully get Blighted Ravine. It just ends the game. ZSN
Oke.
is 2 links that can kill him from this point.
This is good.
You know, Zero Infinity. I've tested that. Since his Nexus has stuff, it does get a sense of a damage, but it doesn't activate the stun. So, oh man, I want to see it happen right now, because I want our audience to see the mechanics as to how it's going, because you need to actually
Deal damage.
deal damage, but not have a sense of the damage input, or with just producing 0. You have to have at least 1 damage going in.
Ini
And this is a good output right here, a good reaction right here. Two eye shards, and he's already out for the count. Let's see what's going to happen in the next few turns.
Oh my god.
Well, looks like Ping Ho maxed out on.
Oke, nggak ada yang nge-stun ya, bener loh, nggak ada yang nge-stun.
Use imagine possibilities to tick down by 1, letting that Draklorn Inquisitor skill just go on, and we're here. Ravenous Flock is going to try and take out the.
Oh, tapi juga belum level up Swain-nya ya.
Which is going to happen. But before anything else, he does go for that Ice Shard just to protect just to save that 1 HP going into his own Nexus. Tough is out of the question. We do, and I mean, EF Swain. Swain plus Leviathan is still online. It's still online.
Yeah.
And Watcher, dude,
yeah,
from the clock. I wasn't even thinking about that. That's 5 creatures, and the Watcher is here, man. But it was a huge change, right? In the
nggak bisa
patch
tag
going
sih.
into the season, we nerfed Watcher, and there's going to be a few cards that's left in the deck.
Tetap yang ke-stun cuma 3, terus dia bisa attack semua, Watcher-nya turun.
It might just be enough to provide a wide enough board for Ping Ho to deal the last bits of damage he needs. But lots of draw on Zessen. Anything can happen.
Yeah. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if there's like an Eye Shard finish moving forward, but
dipancing sama Watcher ya. Watchernya bakal ke-stun.
He's gonna be finished during the next 2 turns, but no, that since they nerfed or they had some changes to it, it's like a mini Maokai sort of situation right there, non-specific to what's gonna be left in the deck. But this is again good effort for putting more damage coming from Zessen. He's going to make it down to 6, and he has Death's Hand right there for 1. He has the Make It Rain for 1, and he's gonna try and get more damage in for a possible I don't know, maybe Decimate from Captain Farron. Still not gonna happen, and he just flipped.
Dia cuma
Swain
punya
right here to get 3 units to be started during the next turn.
Swain finally flips, right? We do have Preservarium going in. Oh, Riptide Rex though. There's 3 creatures that can go in for the attack, and what he can do here, he can block. He can go for a Ravenous Flock on the 8/4. He has still some draw with the Whispered Words, and if he gets another Flock, another copy of Swain, the other Thrall isn't going to get in for damage, and he does get it doesn't even have to be Ravenous Flock.
Wow,
he does
kalah
get
sih.
that Harpoon, that Monster Harpoon.
Wow, Ping Ho kalah loh ini.
Of these Thralls on the side of Ping Ho, no damage gonna done. But I mean, it's not done yet. Because there's still Preservarium. There is Preservarium on the side of Ping Ho. So if he does get an Eye Shard, if he does get the Blighted Ravine, wait, what triggers first? No, I think it has to be Eye Shard.
Yeah, there's still
it
Tavern
has to be
Keeper,
Eye Shard,
dude.
doesn't it?
Tavern Keeper,
wait, there
please.
is Tavern Keeper. Yo.
Oh yeah.
Yo.
Oh my god.
Preservarium coming out of the 0 mana. Time in a bottle.
Yeah.
Time in a bottle. Oh, he doesn't get. He's looking for that. He's looking for that Blighted Ravine here. Eye Shard now. Time in a bottle on the Preservarium. He does get the Eye Shard. This is it.
Dia harus nge-heal dulu.
Damage. It's all he needs. What damage? And oh, yo.
Oh, draw.
Yo.
Draw.
Here we go, man. Here we go. Last minutes.
Draw.
Last minutes of the match. I think we are even on overtime.
Draw.
We spent a lot of time on the Anivia matchup. Ice Shard from Time in a Bottle, Preservarium, Shen emote from Zessen, and he takes it. What damage?
Oh, exactly. 1 damage ya? 2-1 ya?
Oh man, that was crazy.
Ice Shard.
Dude, Zero Infinity, that was just tipping off, pulling out, just digging deep with all the landmarks that the Preservarium just actually preserved his win right there. You can see that the Eye Shard just came back maybe the bottom part of his deck, and he just predicted it. That's just what he needs to win.
Dibilang hoki ya, gimana juga ya.
Get that? I mean, think he has like.
Tapi yang 0 mana tuh dia bisa draw Preservarium loh, bisa buat ngedraw ya, gila.
Another option, but Pin Ping Ho just actually piloted the Turbo Thralls into completion, getting the 2-1 win. And as with a champion performance, he really performed really well in this one on the top 16.
Yeah, tapi good game ya.
Yeah, that was crazy, right? Back and forth, top decks.
Gila, Ping Ping Ho.
There was Harpoon coming into the hand during the later.
Aku mendukung orang yang bawa deck Anivia.
Frozen Thrall, lethal. He did have that Ravenous Flock. He did take care of the Thralls, but I mean, I said Preservarium.
Eddie plus Thrall. Pertama Lisandra, kedua Ice ya.
Exactly what he needed, eking out that match, like really edging it just by a little bit, and he
hampir kena comeback
on to the top 8. And speaking of top 8, man, we'll be back with top 8. We're going in for a short break.
Kita short break dulu ya.
And I'll be back with Moonboy, and we're gonna get into these exciting top 8 matches. So
top 8, top 4, final. Caitlyn, gila cantik banget tuh Caitlyn ya.
Notify patrol to close in on this location.
We'll prepare him a nice welcome.
I didn't do nothing.
Let's investigate. The long arm of the law. She's too far gone. Suspicious activity detected just outside the station.
Stay on him. Backup's on the way.
The trap is set. Examining the evidence.
Itu drivernya bisa mati nggak di blok ya, ngawur.
Tell them Caitlyn sends her regards.
Just you and me, Fishbones. And them.
Well, both of you are visiting headquarters. I aim to win, and my aim is excellent. Karina, what brings you here?
Business and pleasure, Sheriff.
Boom. I must say, a satisfactory outcome.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Rise of the Underworld seasonal tournament. And we are down to our final 8 players in the tournament so far. We have seen champions return, we have seen new blood came on, and we're gonna see much more until we crown our very own seasonal tournament today.
Yeah.
My name is Moonbar Gaming, reporting to you guys all the way from Bento City, and I'm joined by my good friend from Shadow Owls, Zero Infinity. How are you doing at the Vault of Hela?
I don't know, man. It's pretty cold here. No one's here. A bunch of spirits. A bunch of spirits. Crazy. But I mean, we witnessed a really great match last round, right? Ping Ping Ho, wow, first ever seasonal champion for Southeast Asia, taking a game against ZSN in a very, very clutch situation. And let's just revisit the brackets at the moment. And I mean, here we go, man. Bright NA versus Twist in another match, but we are going to be looking at Scuttlet Butt versus Flying Fish, and this is interesting, right? This is interesting. So we have a seasonal champion in Ping Ping Ho taking the game. He's in top 8, and now we are also seeing another champion from the seasonals in Southeast Asia. Flying Fish is also in top 8. Like, how interesting is it gonna be if we get a champion versus champion match in the grand finals, man? What crazy.
Yeah, I mean, it's totally possible. Both players are on both ends of the bracket right now. And Flying Fish, our returning champion, once again, he's just gonna be here and try to do his best. But before he could meet and get back his crown once again, he's gonna face Scuttlebutt all the way from Malaysia, coming in with a peak rank of 9, right? Rank number 9 last season, and also coming in with a 623 LP in the Masters rank and having a 19th seed from the pool stages, and also clocking 5.8k matches in this season as well. It's not gonna be easy coming in from Flying Fish, as Scuttlebutt comes in with Silver Akshan, Lurk with the Pike and Rek'Sai, and also Gangplank Sejuani with the Plunder Freeze control. What do you think of this lineup, Zero?
Yeah, I mean, we talked about Action Severe. I don't think we need to touch up on that. We talked about GP Sedge, but I think it's the first time we're gonna see Lurk in a lineup in the top 32, if I'm not mistaken. And this has been a crazy deck to pilot. Like, I think people just got bored of attacking people left and right with Lurk. So it kind of took a backseat on the ladder just because people wanted to try and play different decks. But I mean, this deck can just get incredibly crazy sometimes. Like, they put down a bunch of threats. Like, it's the only deck that can produce a bunch of threats that are low cost just because of how high the power is. But with that, man, let's go to Flying Fish, one of our seasonal champions in the past. He finished Masters rank 24 with a 456 LP. He came in here number 6 seed, so I think he only lost out one match in the pools round. And I mean, we saw it last time. I think the most memorable thing about Flying Fish, I think from the time he won, was like that triple sharp side.
Halo,
if you remember that.
Maral Kim Idor yang lolos gak bang? Kayaknya sih nggak ada ya.
He had triple sharp side, a single combat, and
Hong Kong Flying Fish.
Exact lethal with
Oke, decknya yang bawa ini aja ya.
All in and got the win from that match.
Lihat tuh mukanya kelihatan kurus banget.
All the way into the grand finals. But here we have Ezreal Draven on the side of Flying Fish. GP Sedge again. It's looking like this is the favorite here for a lot of players. Like, going into the top 32, people are really, really confident with their GP.
Nggak ada yang kali ini Indo nggak ada yang lolos ya.
A lot of matches, and once again, TF Swain. So really, the flavor has been a lot of Bilgewater and Noxus decks, and that's what Flying Fish is doing here. Looks like he is going for that remove your board and get some damage in while I do that. And that's the playstyle he is doing here in the top 32. So I mean, with this, right? Let's get into a deck list. Let's highlight what are the decks here for Flying Fish. So here we do have Lurk. And I mean, Moonboy, what's your experience with
Lurk?
Can you tell us something about this deck?
Gila. Bawa lure ke seasonal.
Board, right? And also, have using more and more units, activating your luck trigger as turn goes by, having Shuckling on one, just a Hatchling on one, just go in for such a huge aggression, right? Not forgetting you got things like Snapjaw Swarm as well to have an additional attack on your non-attacking turn. And he also have things like Zersai Collar to read is his top card is going to be. If that top card is a lurker, right, the units or lurkers in the whole game is going to get a +1 attack for the rest of the game. So that is how and what he's trying to go for, to stack up as big, a really huge, right, sea monster and just go in for a huge attack and finish on with Rek'Sai and also with Pike, to do a little bit more of a control over there as well. But something interesting in this deck list is that 2 copies of Rite of Negation. Like, we haven't really seen Lurk having counter spells in their deck, right? And having less Lurker in his deck, that means less consistency to hit his Lurk. What do you think of the Rite of Negation?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not a big fan of Rite of Negation because there's a lot of burst speed stuff going on in the meta. So there's really only a few targets in Rite of Negation. But I guess like when it comes to tournament, there's a lot more reactionary spells that comes in. But I mean, Lurk really has some insane draws. Like if they get Lurk fast enough, it's really tough to deal with. But with that being said, right, let's go to Flying Fish and like let's not forget the lineup that he brought. Draven Ezreal, Sejuani Gangplank, Twisted Fate Swain. All of them have really
Aku masih lebih suka yang ini sih karena nggak seberat deck yang tadi ya. TF Swain ya.
Might not get in a game because there's a bunch of removal on the side of Flying Fish's lineup. So Twisted Fate Swain is one of those decks that has been around for so long, right? Like since Bilgewater came out, it's one of the premier decks, and it's been in and out of the meta, and it just does one thing really great, like keep board tempo on their side. Like they remove your board and they don't have very well statted creatures, but they take out your board and they just chip in damage little by little, like 2 damage, 3 damage, 5 damage on a turn. And sometimes they'll finish you off with burn, either with Leviathan or sometimes even the Death's Hand, and make it rain just adds up right there, right? So it does a lot of things. Like it's a very cohesive deck, draws a lot of cards, does a ton of spell damage onto creatures. And I mean, yeah, it's tough. It's gonna be tough for the Lurk deck to get in a game against any of the 3 decks that Flying Fish is piloting here in the top 32.
Yep, I don't think it's just the Lurk deck, right? Basically, the whole lineup of coming in from Scuttlebutt is being countered by Flying Fish. Like he needs unit for the Akshan and Sivir kind of deck, Sejuani Gangplank as well. So with so much board control coming in from Flying Fish, I think Scuttlebutt backs is against the wall this time because he's so unfavored in this matchup for 3-3 kind of deck. Like, everything is just in favor for Flying Fish this time. And I believe the picks and ban is pretty important coming in. What do you think is being banned coming in from both sides?
Yeah, I mean, I think you ban out the most powerful deck in Scotland, but like, I mean, we do have damage-based removal on all 3 of the decks, so maybe take out the possibility of a barrier or a sharp sight in the Severe action. And I mean, we've seen Severe just go crazy sometimes. Like, sometimes it has no business of winning, but I mean, you just put down a bunch of creatures with barrier, and it's easy to protect them with things like Sharp Sight and Repose, and sometimes people put Prismatic Barrier. Like I've seen people play Prismatic Barrier in the
Kenal YouTube
decks. And
Lucky
you don't have
Cat
enough
gak bang dari Indo dia nggak tahu.
That's a good plan to ban out on the side of Flying Fish. And on Scuttlebutt, but like it's a hard choice, man. Like, what do you ban out here? Like, I think you give your Lurk deck the most chances of winning is, I think, the key here. And maybe you just leave out the Sejuani Gangplank, and it's gonna be a toss-up between which
ini udah mulai kayaknya.
Against a Draven Ezreal or the Twisted Fate Swain. But man, it looks like
Easy Draven lawan.
It looks like Flying Fish is very comfortable in this matchup. Just bringing it out, just letting it go through, he is on the side of Flying Fish is on the side of
Ini langsung
Ezreal
attack sih
Draven.
harusnya.
Great opening here from Scotland, but he does have an early
Oke,
opening,
oke.
and he doesn't have. I think the things that
Ya di
missing here
remove
from
satu
Scotland's
langsung
side to make it really awesome is a bunch of combat tricks that can really screw up with Flying Fish's removal.
Yeah, definitely.
tetap masuk 2 damage.
He doesn't
Good.
really have his combat trick, but however, he has that single combat and that concerted strike in his hand as well. That being said, he could try to maneuver himself away around that Ezreal if he ever drops it down. But I believe over here, look at Flying Fish's hand. He have that
dikasih
that excited
masuk.
thermal beam, static shock as well. Like right here, if Flying Fish could just maintain the amount of aggression going in and control the board from Scuttlebot side of the board, Scuttlebot might have a little bit of
Aksan
trouble,
turun.
but he's just drawing to his MVP Ruin Runner over here, and that card could change games as we've seen previously on the previous round.
Yeah, actor here, and he does have that
Jadi
early,
static shock sih.
tri-beam
Cuma bakal
propagator
tetap
there,
masuk
and he's working
2,
towards
4, 7 damage ya.
making that a lot more huge, a lot bigger.
Masuk 7 damage.
Hopefully he gets to 6, maybe 8, because that's really where the pain starts. Like the 6 drops and the 8 drops are really insane when it comes to that sort of pool of cards. And he does have the Ezreal early, not really
Oke.
what you want to see in this matchup this early.
Loh.
I mean, one thing that's crazy here is that Draven
Nah,
and plus this barrier play is gonna be insane. Like,
bikin kaget dia.
giving vulnerable, attacking down
Okay.
barrier, and now we see that static shock coming into play, taking out that barrier. He's gonna get a trade here on the Merciless Hunter onto the Draven, but there's not a lot of things in that side of Flying Fish that can really start controlling this board. It's very expensive for him. He get excited, can take out the axe. Maybe there are 3 creatures now on the side of
1,
Scotland.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
Ruin Runner is coming down the
Karena
next
Ruin
turn.
Runner turun.
Yeah, I mean, look at what Flying Fish have, right? Like, his hand is pretty weak at the point in time. So probably, that static shock over there, he could get a little bit of a value trade over there as well. And at the same time, look at one additional card coming in from the deck, because right here, his hand is just not looking very great, right? And this Ezreal coming down as well. Passing from Scuttlebot is an easy pass over for Flying Fish. Committing an attack over there is going to play straight right into the shop side, and it's not going to play into that. And, Scuttlebot just ultimately loses 2 mana over there.
Abis ini dia punya rally lagi.
Ruin Runner straight immediately coming down as well, and it's all down to Flying Fish. Does he has the answer for that? No Time Winder in his hand, no Static Shock in his hand. That Ruinous Runner might do a little bit of a damage over here.
Yeah, and I want to talk about that Ezreal drop from Flying Fish. That was incredibly great. Because he realizes that on that turn, Scuttlebot had 6 mana. So if he wanted to put down a Ruin Runner,
dan mana dia bisa get excited terus bisa thermogenic beam.
He would be down to 1 mana. That means the Ezreal was going to be safe and attacking, and that really shows you another layer of thinking, right? He choked out the development of the Ruin Runner, providing him more time, more draws, because he needs more draws right now. He does have that Ravenous Flock already. He does have that Whispered Words, which can really give him gas going into the late game. There are a bunch of discard targets here with the axes in play. Although what needs to happen right now is he needs to have more sort of removal, and this is a great play here. I think this is an insane play. Like, he goes for get excited on the tri-beam.
Dia bisa pakai buat
but I mean 4 mana
bunuh Ezreal ya. Yeah.
Like, I think he is just going to try and take out this Ezreal right here with the single combat, just to get more value out of it.
Yeah, I mean, like, just taking out this Ezreal over here, it's huge, right? This ultimately could push him a possible 7 damage this turn, but having this unit coming in from the tri-beam, like,
unitnya bisa begitu ya.
It could block the Akshan, it could block the Cithra as well. So it's down to Scuttlebot, right? How is he gonna go for this attack? But I think aggression is key over here, and Akshan don't really mean much at this point in time. Damage is everything, and he has to bring Flying Fish as low as possible, as long as he has the chance.
Yeah, and I mean, we really saw the power of spell shield right
Masuk
there.
5 damage sisa 6 ya.
That's a total of 3 cards out of the hand of Flying Fish just to get rid of the Ruin Runner. And I mean, he even responded with single combat, taking out the Ezreal. But we are getting into a state wherein Scuttlet Butt is running out of gas, and there's a lot more on the hand of Flying Fish, especially with that Whispered Words in play. That's just gonna get 2 more cards. Like Ravenous Flock is being fired off here, taking out that.
Nah, ini sudah mulai seru di sini sekarang.
Now,
wow, Aksan.
Just the Cytheria. He does have a Redeemer, but something has to die on the side of Scuttlebutt for him to get value out of that. And that's a
Aksannya
nice
turun.
deck there for Flying Fish. Getting the ball rolling. The Sump Dredger here, just getting a lot of value here for Scuttlebutt. And I mean, another Static Shock. And the Static Shock is going to be great here to enable the Noxian Guillotine on a future turn.
Yeah, I mean, look
Veran
at
sih.
this hand.
Ini Veran turun sih.
Like, Flying Fish is just playing it really conservatively, right? So he's not, giving Scuttlebutt too much space to maneuver around, but this leveling up of Akshan could change things around. Like, Scuttlebutt has that Relentless Pursuit in his hand, and also the Vanguard Redeemer. Like, at this point in time,
Aksan pasti
he could
attack
just,
sih.
like try to go really aggressive this right now, and I believe Relic of Power is the option of choice, and it's likely gonna be a Ruin Runner over here, and he's just gonna be so oppressive moving forward, like dropping the Ruin Runner, going for the attack, Relentless Pursuit, attacking one more time. Like, that is also a possible play coming in from Scuttlebutt this turn.
Yeah, and I mean,
tapi dia bisa nurunin
right, Noxian Guillotine on the side of Flying Fish. He does have the most efficient thing to proc that. He does have the Static Shock, and man, looks like Scott's gonna run out of board here. And 6 mana, not really enough. Like, Concerted Strike is in play, but this is not the matchup wherein Concerted Strike really shines. You really want a lot of your combat tricks here, like barriers or even stat boosters in.
Ini pasti bakal attack sih.
And he just didn't have that in this matchup, and that made it really, really easy for Flying Fish to control the board.
Yeah, I mean, look at what Flying Fish is doing, right? He's playing it really conservatively. Like, passing the turn right over there just didn't allow Scuttlebutt to go for the attack. So, Scuttlebutt kind of is forced to go for the pass, handing the turn back to Flying Fish. Like, this is what, the discipline that Flying Fish has, that what called him champion at this point in time, right?
Yeah.
Like, having such great passes and playing it so, tight, like, this is just the amount of level coming in from Flying Fish, and that is not going to be an easy opponent.
Aksan bisa dibiarin mati sih.
Coming in from Flying Fish, Scuttlebutt might have a little bit of a weird position to block over here.
Yeah,
I agree with you. Like, those passes, those great awareness of choke.
Aksan bisa dibiarin mati terus dia ngedraw.
I was talking about the Ruin Runner mana choke a while ago. Just goes to show you how great the caliber of player Flying Fish here is. Like, he is playing so clean. Like, what that does is it draws him into more options of winning the game. Because in the classic Demacia versus Ezreal driven match,
dia bakal turunin untuk ngedraw. Dia bakal ngedraw dulu harusnya.
The goes, the better it is.
Oh my god.
Them, right? Especially with Captain Firion finishing up the game. Like, now, what needs to happen now is, like, the Scuttlet Butt doesn't have, is getting back into the game with the draws that is got.
Ruin Runner bakal keluar lagi.
And what's curious right now for me here is in this matchup is Flying Fish hasn't put in a lot of damage. Like, Scuttlet Butt is still at 15, so it's not a one game on the side of Flying Fish. He might have been controlling the board in the mid game, but
dia bisa ngasih thermogenic beam.
9 HP. Scuttlet Butt is still at 15, so there's just a bunch of combinations that can happen that Flying Fish might not be able to close out as fast as he wants it to do. As fast as he wants it to be.
Yep, so this thermal beam coming in from Flying Fish actually kind of showed that Scarlet Butt don't really have much, buff or protection spell for that particular Rune Runner. But Relentless Pursuit coming in over here from Scarlet Butt might be huge this time. And thermal beam from Flying Fish just removing the spell shield. This actually shows that he has a way to deal with that particular Rune Runner that turn. So this trade coming in, it does push a little bit of damage coming in from Scarlet Butt, but Flying Fish, is not allowing Scarlet Butt to do any.
Sivir turun Sivir ya.
But yeah, man. Like that 0 mana thermal beam, really great awareness there for Flying Fish.
Kalah sih.
0 mana thermal beam just
kalah.
puts
Gak bisa, gara-gara ngedraw Sivir. Kalau Scuttlebutt gak ngedraw Sivir, bisa menang Flying Fish.
To get rid of the spell shield, and that's a great deal. Sivir now top decked by Scuttlebutt. That is great, but I mean, what Flying Fish has to do now is just block off this attack. Like he can definitely block off this attack.
Berarti aku masih tahu cuma sedikit aja ya YouTuber lore.
If he does develop, the
ini attack semua lah.
Gets the spell shield from Sivir. So that's the conundrum here. But I mean, he can choose to just spend 2 spells.
Ini pasti attack. Oh my god.
Ruin Runner.
Wow, so Scarlet Butt playing over here kind of give Flying Fish an opening to just remove that Rune Runner, right? But irregardless, it is still lethal over here with that Draven having that vulnerable on his name. Sivir have a 6 damage going in, and that's got to be lethal coming in from Scarlet Butt. 1-0 with the defending champion, going down on the one.
Hai Bang Bain, hai Izas Ahmad Haryanto.
For this game, and it's all down to Flying Fish. How is he gonna redeem himself?
Tinggal ini ya.
Right now, both of his deck that he is remaining is.
Aku mau nyalain AC sebentar, panas banget.
Yeah, that was a great sequence there from Scuttlebutt, and there was just not enough mana to do the bot play into double Scorch Earth plus Noxian Guillotine was there. But I mean, he's down a game, but here we are. We're in that situation. Lurk here gonna have a really, really hard time against any of the decks that Flying Fish brought. So we're here. This is the deciding factor for Scuttlebutt. Is Lurk going to get a game against Ezreal Draven? Is it going to get a game against any of the 3 decks that Flying Fish has brought? And great start here. Puts down the creature, immediate removal, not letting the Lurk player get any sort of momentum going in. Draven now coming down. It does get the vulnerable from that exchange, but 3 damage. Now, great start here for Flying Fish.
Yep, so, the thing about the Lurk deck is that it needs early aggression. It needs to hit its Lurk really early in the game.
Game kedua ya, Lurk ya. Wow, Rek'Sainya ditaruh ya. Kenapa?
He haven't even triggered Lurk once, so that really brought his deck back by so much. And he's kind of forced to drop the Rek'Sai over here to just even out the Lurk damage, right? But this Rek'Sai is not gonna do too much, but this just to add additional Lurk damage coming in as well. And the Rek'Sai is immediately gonna go back into the deck after this combat phase. So I think Flying Fish is still pretty comfortable, right? He could just take this 3 damage coming in from the Hammer Snout and just continue controlling the board from then on.
Abis ini dia bisa yang 3 mana, predict langsung ngeluarin yang 2 mana.
I would be so scared to put down the Rek'Sai honestly on that turn, because you put down Rek'Sai, you try to get the Draven out. Of course, that's a risk that Scuttlebutt was willing to take. But I mean, you put down the Rek'Sai, and if the Ezreal Draven responds with Arachnoid Sentry, it's super painful to have seen that. But I mean, it paid off for him. It takes out the Draven on the side of Flying Fish.
It's okay.
And we're back. We do have the Sump Dredger still pushing in damage, and we do have the Tri-Beams in hand for Flying Fish, and that's good. I think that's going to be part of how Flying Fish is going to keep up the tempo and win the game from there. Because I mean, especially that Tri-Beam on the left hand side has been there since the start of the game, and Ezreal.
Dia bisa ngeluarin yang 3 mana itu.
Yep, the thing about the lurk deck as well is that they don't really have much, 1:1 unit removal other than the bone skewer. So, looking at this hand, Scuttlebutt don't really have the bone skewer in hand. So here we have the snap jar immediately going in for the swing. Flying fish, blocking with the Draven. So this is a pretty interesting block over here coming in from Flying Fish. But that also means that, he have more access that is gonna be more of a discard fuel at this point in time. But why block with the Draven and not this Treasure?
Predict.
Yeah, I'm curious.
Cersei color
about that.
sih.
Like did he want more sort of
Are.
access? I can't telegraph the play that Flying Fish wanted to do. Is it more important to have sort of buff on the power? I actually don't understand the block on that. But yeah, man, I think we're going to finally see in play the Rite of Negation, right? So he does put down the Tri-Beam that's a lot smaller than the other one. So Rite of Negation is still up, and there is another
Tri-Beam
Tri-Beam, but I think Scuttlebutt is just keeping up that 4 mana, trying to keep that up for the next Tri-Beam that is gonna be a lot more impactful, right? So I think great discipline there from Scuttlebutt, not using the Rite of Negation on the 3 damage Tri-Beam and the 3 damage Thermo. So he does have that Rite of Negation to sort of mess up the bigger one, which is he is going to use to, I think,
ini kalau dia bisa
Cersei,
ngebuat atau ini Rek'Sai ya, ngepredik Rek'Sai bagus sih. Langsung ada overwhelm sama spell shot ya.
Yeah, definitely, right. And Whispered Words coming in from Flying Fish, got himself the Arcanoid Sentry just in case, that's a really good draw over there. Like, it could block off a Rek'Sai coming in as well. So, even Scuttlebutt having that Pike in his hand, right? That Pike is not going to impact too much because it's just at the champion form and not in the spell form. So,
yang 3 mana dulu dia bakal keluarin.
Is in a really bad position right
Rek'Sai,
now. So
nice.
so much control, right?
Rek'Sai keluar ya.
Thermo, he has the Arachnoid, and not forgetting he have the Baron in his hand as well. Like that also could be a game
Pasti
changer
Rek'Sai
for
sih.
Flying Fish. But your fish
Masa
over here
Jawlfish?
might be that turntable card over here for Scuttlebutt. So if he picks that card, like that might be the card that turn the game around for him.
Yeah, I think this is crazy here, right? Like Flying Fish has a lot
Ballistic
of
botnya
on his
diambil.
side. He does decide not to go for that Captain Baron, trying to go for lethal at 9 HP, which is I guess he is respecting the, what do you call this? The 2 damage one wherein you
Bone
strike.
Skewer.
Bone Skewer, yeah, sorry, thank you.
Yeah, Bone Skewer.
So he's respecting the Bone Skewer that's coming out from the side of Scuttlebutt, so that's why he didn't decide to plop down the Fire. But yeah, you were talking about Pike not being great as a champion, and I agree. Like, Pike is so broken when it's death from below. Like, when it's DFB, it's so insane. Like, it does so much, it does so many crazy things. Like, it can be a fast speed
Dia pasti di vlog.
Like, that's the threat that BFB poses when it's in that form.
Pasti dikasih vlog.
I mean, nuts, man. Like, but as a champion, not so great. Like, every time I draw a Pike when I'm playing the lurk deck, I'm like, no, this ain't it, bro.
So Flying Fish goes with the Ezreal over here as he level up this time. Scuttlebutt is at 9 HP now, and his back is just against the wall, because right here, if the Ezreal has a really open attack coming in, right? 2 damage from the Ezreal, 2 more damage from the Mystic Shot, 1 more damage coming in from the Ezreal passive as well, not forgetting that 2 additional access coming in his hand. So right here, Flying Fish is just comfortable at this point in time. All he needs to do is just play around a Bone Skewer, and if he knows, and he can find out that Scuttlebutt 10 doesn't have a Bone Skewer, like Flying Fish is just good to go, and he probably has the lethal this turn.
Yeah, and I think he's going to go for the attack here, because this attack just takes care of the whole board of Scuttlebutt, right? He does.
Okay, lurknya kalah ya.
And man, like, this is producing 3 damage, and then he just wins, right? Burst speed. But yeah, Rite of Negation now coming into play. That's gonna take out that Mystic Shot, but he still has a lot of ways to win. Like, I mean, the Rek'Sai comes down.
Ya tinggal di Thermogenic Beam.
Tri-beam, and that's gonna put 2 damage
Okay.
onto the Nexus. He still has double access.
TF Ezreal Draven menang ya.
That was the end of the game right there. So
Yep.
yeah, we saw Rite of Negation come into play in that match, right? It came into a point where
salah ngunci dia.
we saw in the last
Kebalik.
Princess. But dude, like, here we go. Lurk really having a hard time against this Noxus.
Oke, Lurk ketemu sama Swain TF masih bisa menang sih Lurk ya.
The next match is again a deck with a bunch of removal. TF Swain versus the Lurk deck, and sometimes if TF Swain just has, like, if you have the sort of draw in Lurk wherein you put down the Cersei Hatchling wherein it's only one toughness and it gets cleaned up by
good.
just a Make It Rain. Sometimes it gets really hard
Make It
for
Rain
you
bakal turun.
to
enggak ya,
damage,
okay.
get the ball rolling with the
Nggak nyala.
But here we do have a turn to, oh man, it missed Lurk. It missed Lurk, and that's huge for Lurk decks. Like, the later Lurks doesn't really matter as much as the first ones. Like, I think the crucial thing about Lurk decks is you have to hit your, I think, first 3 Lurks, and you start getting really dangerous from there. If you miss one early in the game, it messes up your tempo so bad.
Yeah, it does really mess us really bad, right? Not just the tempo, but at the same time, like, it just messes your whole game plan. Like, your units are not gonna be big enough for this whole game, and your Rek'Sai is not gonna be leveling anytime soon. And Make It Rain coming in from Flying Fish, immediately hitting the one health unit as well. So at the same time, triggering Plunder as well. So he has that harpoon.
Masuk 2 damage
to that Xerxai caller. And here, Flying Fish just needs to control Scarlet bot as much as possible. And you know, if he could maintain this, he's in the race, right? He could win this race to sustain a little bit more, and just control the bot, not allowing much lurk triggers to go off. And that's where Flying Fish
Gak ke-trigger lagi loh.
This whole matchup.
Oh man, Oro emotes on both sides as Scarlet, but just misses another lurk trigger. And
Oh my
that's
god.
not what you want to see here, man. Like, he did have a chance to guarantee the lurk trigger by using the Call the Pack onto the Xerxei Dunebreaker, right? But he didn't do that. He missed another lurk trigger, and that's painful. And on the side of Flying Fish, he doesn't have a lot of control options now. So to start removing creatures on the side of Scotland, but he does have
mungkin bisa turun di stun ya.
He does have that gold card, he does have that Arachnoid Sentry, and I mean, Swain is in the mix, but Swain isn't really that great into this matchup because, I mean, everything just grows larger and larger. Everything is a fearsome blocker. It's tough for you to try and get in there with fearsome. But I think, like, the line of play here is just, you know, try to keep controlling the board. That's all Flying Fish has to do. But Scotland Bud is really healthy, 19, and that's not where you want to be. When you're the
Lurknya kalah kayaknya.
TF Swain thrives on chipping damage little by little. So yeah, and we don't have like the big boys coming in from on the side of Flying Fish yet. No Baron inside, no Leviathan inside, but at least we have Swain here, already leveled up. He doesn't have damage spells that can start doing stuns on the side of Scotland, but yeah, man, this is a great start to try to start putting in damage onto Scotland Bot's Nexus.
Ooh, this huge Ravenous block coming in, you know, going in for the Dunekeeper is just gonna get bone skewered immediately and removing that TF off the that Swain off the bot as well. But
tapi dia punya flag lagi.
Is left with no units on the bot at this point in time. Like, Flying Fish game plan right now is probably gonna be, you know, just run Scarlet out of gas. Right, as long as he's out of gas, that's where Flying Fish could just take over and just take the win over here. And Relentless Pursuit over here, just trying to take out the Swain immediately. And so So that being said, Scarlet Butt is really running out of gas, right? Call of the Pack is the only card in hand. Yes, it could refuel his hand with Lurkers, but that's not going to do too much in this matchup because Flying Fish still has draw options and also stun options in his hand. So Flying Fish is just in control right now. But that from below, that is a huge one coming in from Scarlet Butt, and Flying Fish just have to be really careful for what's happening because the TF is in range right now.
I like that, but I mean Swain on the top deck from Flying Fish's side as well, and this is where it comes into play, right? All those missed lurk triggers. Where is Pike right now? He's at 4 or 5, I think. If it's 5,
I think it's about 4 or 5.
That's a heartbreaker. That's a heartbreaker because he missed 2 lurk triggers. Let's see. He is at 5, and I mean, oh man, that's painful because that means that 2 lurk triggers that he missed is huge. Now
Pike lagi.
TFB couldn't take care of the Swain.
Di atas Pike lagi tuh.
I mean, he does get rid of the TF here in the process. He puts down a Pike that's well and good. This is 6
Pike lagi ya.
into the Nexus. Progress here for Scarlet, but he does have that Call the Pack. And I think right now, what you want to be seeing from Call the Pack is the huge ones, right? The June Breaker and the Beetle. And yo, another DFB. Another DFB.
Wow.
But yeah, man, it still can't get rid of the Swain. Because he missed lurk triggers. Those missed lurk triggers were so huge.
Yo, this death from below literally does nothing at this point in time, right? Like he could remove the Croaker at this point, but he has that make it rain. He's gonna stun this Pike and just push in so much. Not forgetting he still have Poon, and he also have a Ravenous Lock as well.
I think this
so this second Pike is not gonna stick in this board.
Yeah, but I think this cleans up, right? Ooh, nice play from Flying Fish. He goes for the DFB, trying to take out both the Croaker and the Swain in one fell swoop. Because I think if he takes out the Croaker with the DFB, Pike levels up, he gets 7. It goes all the way.
Wah, ini udah berat. Pike-nya mati.
That Ravenous Flock onto the Croaker denies him of that, and it doesn't allow the Pike to
Call the Pack into Call the Pack.
Swain got in for damage and took out the Pike that was in there.
So bad. Dapatnya jelek banget loh, sumpah. Kasian, sungguh kasian itu si Flying Fish ya.
Yeah, so this Call of the Pack over here.
Wow, TF. Wah.
It's not gonna do anything at this point in time, right? Flying Fish top deck into a TF once again. This 5 damage is 6 damage coming in is probably not going to be too much. Flying Fish could just take this whole 6 damage. No questions asked, right? Being at 3 health against Lurk, that's not too much of a concern. But I believe over here it could be a
udah game. Kasian banget sih Scarlet Butt, jelek banget dia.
Just, close off the game. And Flying Fish has a huge advantage and just close off the game the next turn.
Yeah.
Nah, ini dia harus Call the Pack sekarang.
Call the Pack top deck over here from Scarlet, but that's not gonna do too much. Yeah.
Yeah, CTP here, trying to get something out of it. He does get the Beetle plus another foil for vulnerability, but I mean
ini masih bisa.
He puts it onto the Swain, but there is still
nggak bisa sih.
The Twisted Fate in hand. There is still the Death's. There is also a Death's Hand. So red card here, just going to take out the Cersei Hatchling, and as well as stun the other creature on the side. So 6 mana now. We're gonna be propping down, and Death's Hand going to put in 2 damage onto the Nexus, which is going to stun the creature from the on side of Scarlet Butt. And this is game here. And
gila sih Scarlet Butt gak hoki banget ya.
Just really had a hard time against all the decks that Flying Fish brought. And man, we headed into this matchup saying that Scarlet Butt's win is hinged on if Lurk takes a game. And unfortunately, Flying Fish comes in with the reverse sweep. It just gave Lurk a really, really bad time. All the removal, all the stuns, all the efficient ways to deal with Lurk's creatures.
Padahal kalau aku ngelawan Lurk di
Scotland bot just didn't
Gauntlet atau di rank kadang gila, mereka drawingnya bisa bagus banget loh.
Top 4?
Yeah, I mean, we have seen, you know, Flying Fish playing so precisely.
Kita lihat apakah Ping Ping Ho berhasil lolos deck.
And that is what our champion is all about. And that guy will be representing SEA in the Asia World Qualifiers as well. And not forgetting, the other 3 players who made it into the top 4 has already qualified for the World's Qualifiers. Yeah. So, you know, it's gonna be tight, right? These are the quality of players that will be representing us in the World Qualifiers. And, you know, I'm just so excited to see what they have, what they are gonna bring to us during the Asia Worlds Qualifier, because that is the level and that is how, you know, strong SEA is gonna be coming this Worlds Qualifiers.
Yeah, and I mean, the dream is alive, bro. Flying Fish going into top 4 means the dream is alive for a champion versus champion, for a chance to be the first ever 2-time champion in season tournament. So if Ping Ping Ho goes into top 4 as well, we're just that much closer. We're that much closer to getting a champion versus champion matchup, and that's gonna be great. That's gonna be exciting, because both players, I think, are very disciplined in their plays, and they've been showing great stuff every time they get into seasonals, right? So I mean, I hope we get there. I hope we see that. I hope we crown our first ever 2-time champ.
Wait.
So, who's defeated? Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Commercial. That was a commercial. People just showing the defeat screen. Someone lost. We're not sure who it is.
We'll see. But anyways, we're just so close, you know, to crowning.
Player Indo nggak ada nih bang, nggak ada.
You know, Rise of the Underworld champion for this season. Like, it's gonna be tight. Like, that is the quality of play, right?
Sparring bang, entah
maybe
ya.
We can bring the play back a little bit into the picture.
Kita lagi pingin nonton aja.
But versus Flying Fish, right? Banning GP and Sejuani over there is a little bit of a weird pick coming in as well, right? Like you know, knowing that both the Ezreal Draven and the TF Swain would control the Lurk deck really well. So I don't know, banning the Sejuani, like, that might not be the best call over there for Scarlet.
Yeah. I think GP Sedge had the least amount of control available for the Lurk deck, right? I mean, you also have to think about, I guess, well, the freeze mechanic that Sejuani can be that Sejuani will be bringing onto the table. But I think you have a lot more chances if you took more of a gamble on the GP Sedge one. Like, Lurk might have been better against GP Sedge. Like, it had a lot more percentage winning the game than against like Ezreal Draven or TF Swain, because they have so much more removal to deal with your lurks, to deal with your creatures. They're just much more efficient in that. While GP Sedge has, like, what? Ice Shard, Make It Rain. Sometimes they don't even have Ice Shard, right? Like, some lists don't run that. They have Make It Rain and Harpoon, which isn't a lot compared to Ezreal Draven. Like, what? Like, half the deck of Ezreal Draven removes your lurk creatures. Half the deck of TF Swain removes your lurk creatures, and sometimes it even sweeps them with, like, red card with a barrel. So maybe not taking that chance against GP Sedge. Maybe because maybe they don't get the freezer board. Maybe they don't get to draw Sejuani. So maybe that's a big factor that really didn't allow for the lurk deck to really try and take a game out of Flying Fish's lineup.
Yep. So on the other side, you know, that defeat screen that we have just seen just now was sadly to say, is the defeat of Lumi Taurus coming in. So he is out of the race, and, you know, his journey end there over in top 4 as well. So ladies and gentlemen, let me just bring you guys to the other game over here on the quarterfinals with Quiz.
Oh, lawan Ping Ping Ho ini.
Brett Nah with the Lulu Z
against
Nivea.
Yeah, I mean,
menangan Nivea sih harusnya.
Right? Like, Swim created this deck. He's always been creating this crazy, cheesy, elusive deck since
dia pasti bisa keluarin
since
ini.
the beginning of time.
Black Tick Ravin ya.
First ones to like just he's basically
Oh,
almost
pakai
one
Bright,
trick
Bright.
elusive guy.
Oke.
Like, he
Bright
made
juga bawa Anivia ya,
I remember he made that
mantap.
Fiora cheese deck way back in like even beta or I think season 1, where he played standalone and all that, rally, relentless pursuit, whatever, and then he did that again with like Zoe and Fiora. Like that's I don't know. That's how Swim thinks of like great decks. It's in this season pretty late. It's a late player into the game. Just put a bunch of elusives in there with Lulu, and then put a bunch of rally effects along with the buff twin disciplines, and we got another deck that's just really cheesy sometimes. You know, like it gets you the game out of nowhere, just buffing your creatures with Lulu, and then putting rally, and then I mean Zed takes a game sometimes, and I'm not sure how many Zed TW1s is running, but
ya dia
sometimes
bisa
you just have one
ini
Zed,
lagi
sometimes
soalnya
people
bahaya.
even don't run Zed at all, but I mean it's running away with the game right now. Like Zed is already flipped. He does have that golden ages to try and create a rally effect right now, and that's really what Anivia decks are weak against. Like
Dia bisa Black Tick Ravin sih.
great rally effect it's hard for them to deal with that, and we might just be seeing it this
Dia bisa Black Tick Ravin.
Yep, so I mean, look at what Bright has in his hand, right? Like here comes the Black Tick Ravine as well. Like this could just eliminate every single unit in TW1S side of the board, right? Other than DZ. So like TW1S have a option to make, right? It's either he develop and play into that ravine, or you know he could just save his units for another turn. But I believe over here the best play might be that Aegis and just push in as much damage as possible this turn, and you know just
dia bisa
continue the
Aegis
aggression next turn as well.
Yeah, I've been in this situation honestly. Like I scrimmed with this deck, and this is the exact matchup. Like Anivia versus Lulu, Zed, Rally, elusives, and you put down there's just such a huge punish when you put down the Blighted Ravine. There's a lot of ways that you can get screwed here. Like on that turn they can do double Relentless Pursuit. When
masuk 11 damage ya.
Blighted Ravine, they can do
gila sih.
Relentless Pursuit plus Golden Ages. So it's something that is really puzzling, because it's the next turn that does the damage, right? And this turn they just kill you with the rally effect, and that happened to me quite a lot.
He might have lethal over here, right? Like
he does.
7, 8, 8, 8, 16.
TW1S goes for the twin
19
discipline
ya.
over here onto the Z. Like
Kalah
he's
ini.
pushing for it. He's pushing for it. Is he gonna go for the twin discipline? Twin discipline goes on to the Z.
Here we go.
7, 8, 16. Yo.
Kalah ini.
This amount of damage is just huge over here, and he's gonna die to his own Blighted Ravine.
Kalah.
Bright have no answers over here. Pass goes to turn back to TW1S, and there we have TW1S moving forward into the top 4 with this big discipline play over here. And
wah, gila.
That's what you say. Like cheesing the win, one move, and that's it.
Dude, I told you that's what the deck does. Like sometimes you don't even know. They just put a bunch of burst spells and you're dead. Like
dikasih level up.
I'm at 15 HP. I'm safe. Nice. Bam. Rally. Attack. Rally again. Attack. Oh, I'm dead. Like that's just how that deck operates. And
Pas sekali,
when you lose to it, sometimes it feels so bad. But yeah, we got the witness.
Ya, itu susahnya lawan Z Lulu.
That's a ton of damage on that turn, and just to put some extra salt, just to put some extra disrespect, they kill you with your own Blighted Ravine. They kill you with your own landmark, man. That's ultimate cheese.
Okay,
I mean, like,
he
has
lag.
that additional way to just close off the game so quickly, right? Like that is just what the deck is all. The next thing you know, you're dead. Like, yeah. So you know, congratulations to the top 4. Like, you know, we have a really exciting top 8 over here, but you know, the excitement is just gonna build up immediately right over here, as well as we will be taking a shot, and we will be back to the top 4, and we will be crowning our very own champion by today. So ladies and gentlemen, do stay tuned, and we will be back with the top 4 with Excelsior back on the caster table as well. So we'll see you guys, so hang tight and see you guys later on.
All right, team.
Poppy.
Adventure time. Today's the day.
Bagus loh. Apa namanya, model hero-nya Poppy ini aku suka banget.
I can spend a whole fight wondering shield or hammer.
Rambutnya bagus, itunya bagus.
For justice, for Demacia.
Same, but for this side. Sure you want to do this? What do you see up there, Pip?
For the millionth time, shouting ruins the recon! Striking their flank!
We got this!
Break their ranks!
Gila, kalau ngelihat gini kayak enak banget ya.
Poppy, might the hero be on this very field? Eh?
I sure hope so. Let me know if you find him. Hope you're sturdy. Guess he wasn't the hero.
Quest will be over quicker than you can fry a ferret. Remember what I told you?
Swing low, send him sky high. I'll make you proud. No hero, huh? Guess I'll finish this one. Hammer guard! Quest complete. On to the next one.
Berapa lama ini kita nunggunya ya? Yep. Oke, kita istirahat dulu sebentar ya.
Nothing like the great outdoors.
What the f is that?
Wah, ini masih lama ya. 4 menit. Ada yang mau satu game dulu? Hai kok, hai Brian. Brian tuh Brian aja sih. Oke, udah mau mulai ya. Maunya sih tapi udah tinggal 13 detik. Nanti aja deh.
Welcome back to the Rise of the Underworld's seasonal tournament playoffs. I'm Exalter PH and with me is Zero Infinity. We are now back here for the playoffs. We're already near the end. 2 more rounds here for the playoffs. And I want to know what happened a while ago, Zero Infinity. Can you give us a short summary as to what happened in the previous round?
Yeah, man. Previous round, sick. Like that was some great plays, right? Like Flying Fish just really took that one amazingly. Like there was definitely some really great moments. And dude, like it just came down to that lurk deck, like just not getting the game. And we were talking, Moonboy and I was talking about it in the previous round. Maybe leaving up GP Sedge would have been a better choice. And yeah, I mean, moving forward, we have Flying Fish in the top 4. He's making a run back for that two-time championship. But yeah, man, let's check out the bracket. Well, what's been going on? We are almost there. We are almost at the summit. And I mean, Bad Life here is also on to the semifinals. And interestingly, Bad Life is our top seed in the tournament. Like he went 9-0 in the pool stage, and he is still here. So in terms
menang
of this seasonal tournament, all the way from pools all the way to the semifinals, he is undefeated, guys, undefeated. But he is going up against Kicker A, and that is the exact match that we are going to be witnessing. And we have twice, I think, is the correct pronunciation of his name.
Twice.
We witnessed it a while ago, Flying Fish, and that's gonna be a great match as well. And we're gonna find out who gets there at the summit, who's gonna be battling it out all the way in the grand finals. And dude, Bad Life versus Kicker A, they're bringing in some very interesting decks, and they are like, you know, we're gonna witness a great match. But here we go, Bad Life.
Yeah, here we go. Bad Life is it indeed, top seed in this tournament, already getting a master's rank of top 100 with a peak elo of master with 213 LP. Again, he got a 9-0 on the qualifiers with just a few seasonal rank games played.
Bad Life.
That's, I mean, considering that we have been seeing some of our players getting 2,000s, 13,000s, like 5,000.
Itu mereka nyampe final main sehari berapa jam ya, nggak tahu ya.
Got to top seed.
Dia cuma main 775 games loh ya, bisa juara 1.
Okay. Bad Life has got it, and now
my god,
we're looking at his decks.
Bawahnya beginian loh.
Soraka Tamkench, and Draven Ezreal. Now, we were talking prior to this match. Why would you want to carry a Soraka Tamkench into this tournament?
Yeah, and I think he's been using this since the open round. Soraka Tamkench is exact combination of 3 decks. And yeah, man, he is targeting here. I think like most people that bring Soraka Tamkench, they target GP Sedge because they don't really care if you freeze their whole board. Sure, man, use a warning shot, use a make it rain, do whatever you want. Because we're not going to win through damage anyway. We're going to win through the Star Spring, and GP Sedge doesn't have a way to interact with the Star Spring, at least not in the stock lists, right? Like they don't have any landmark removal. So if they plop it down onto, it's gonna stay there forever, and it's hard to get damage through the creatures of Soraka Tamkench. Especially you have all that healing as well from Broadback Protector. They just get there so cleanly. They get to their Star Spring win condition very easily, and the GP Sedge can't do anything about it.
Master rank 735. Gila, 12.000 games loh.
Dude, Master
Gila, 12.000 game.
He only got here. He didn't really grind too much. Only 89 LP. But I mean, he went there. He got here.
12.000.
Seed number 12. That's 8-1. But dude, look at his rank games, man.
12.372 dibagi 60. Sehari dia main 206 games.
To his opponent, Bad Life, playing 700 something games. That's like more
gila,
than
200 game sehari.
In terms of games, right? Like
itu kalau dibagi 2 bulan ya, 200 game sehari.
We're talking about it. GP Sedge, the target, Bad Life in his lineup is present in Kicker A's lineup. He also bringing that severe pile paired with
ya wajar ya orang-orang kayak gini masuk ke seasonal ya.
Power of Ghost with the Flurry of Fish and the recently buffs.
Lihat bracketnya.
But here, I like it. Interesting deck. I love it. Karma Ezreal here in top 4. Who would have thought that Karma Ezreal would be here in top 4 in Southeast Asia? It has been a menace in the previous seasons, right? Especially season 1 and beta. It was such a great deck because there's not a lot of combat tricks running around. So Karma Ezreal, its removal was just so good back then, and then it had such an insane combo wherein you just drop down Karma, you just drop down Ezreal, deal 20 damage out of nowhere, machine gun style. But man, that's gonna be an interesting
yang lolos Red Life Kicker A Flying Fish. Oke, berarti Pipinho kalah ya.
To the deck list right here of Bad Life. This is again the Soraka Tamkench deck, and we have identified, of course, the win condition, of course, to be the Star Spring. Once you get to that win condition, you automatically win without having to get the Nexus down to 0. And this has been a very, very good deck in terms of getting your units damaged and then healing them up again, and then just keeping your units alive with the health, and of course your Nexus with health as well.
Jangan gitu lah. Justru itu live-nya dia ya. Dia cari duit kan dari situ. Itu live-nya dia itu.
Yeah, I mean,
and this the Gangplank.
Ya semua orang kan punya live yang beda ya.
Which can be overthrown with the main win condition.
Yeah.
So yeah. It's actually a good deck to bring to this tournament, and also Zero Infinity, a possible ban target, right?
Yeah, definitely, possibly a good ban target. I mean, sometimes you have to worry about when you're playing severe action as well, that you have to think about maybe double hush, or like there is like possibilities of shakedown.
Tamkench dia cuma bawa 2 loh.
To
wow.
Get rid of the barrier, and then you go into hush. So there's a lot of things
Real
that can go
karma
on in that matchup. And sometimes they are just too tall. The toughness is just too tall on the side of STK, which sometimes like combat-based decks, they are difficult to go in that with. So we go into like Kicker A now, Ezreal Karma, dude. Here we go. So there's a new addition here, Fallen Feline, which is
Senna sama Caitlyn interesting champ.
Wow. Instead of running Rummage now,
aku masih suka Poppy ya.
Runs Time Trick. So that means
karena dia mid range banget.
The hex core crystal that's coming from
Caitlyn kayaknya sih oke.
That does a ton of damage, 2 damage to everything, including the Nexus, and that just puts you in a much better range of closing out the game.
Nanti hari Selasa aku akan coba buat decknya ya.
Or Ezreal procs. And yeah, we've evolved the deck from using also Scattered Pod, which is a new card that came in, and it's been really great. You can really choose what you want. Like if you want some draw, you can choose Burst, because that's either going to be Time Trick or Deep Meditation. So if you want draw, get Burst. If you want sure removal, and you can choose Slow, because that will always be Thermogenic Beam. So that's crazy, right? That's a crazy addition to the deck, as well as giving it another line of when I can attack with a huge elusive creature and just push in more damage, making it much easier for Karma or Ezreal to close out the game. So I hope we witness that.
Oh, finalnya nanti yang nge-cast Moonboy sama Excelsior ya.
Yeah, Kicker A and Bad Life are just going to be that. Very, very interesting matchup. Because I mean, you saw it a while ago. Number of seasonal ranked matches played, 700 for Bad Life, but getting into a top seed position. Kicker A getting about a lot more than 10,000 matches in, and then getting into this
itu splash art
position as well. So
menurutku kurang bagus sih splash artnya.
It doesn't mean that when you get that many matches, you will be better. It's like there's a balance, there's a learning curve that you have to do, and that doesn't gauge how well you are. This is the proving grounds.
Nggak ada. Biasanya sih kalau nggak di Europe, di Amerika biasanya ya.
As to how well you're going to be, or how good you're going to be.
Nanti malam.
Zero Infinity, even though we saw some highlights right there, I'm really worried that Soraka Tamkench
mau nobar yang Amerika.
Banned out, and the Karma Ezreal will be banned out. But no. Okay, okay. It's maintained. Yeah. So okay, so STK is maintained right now. So let me see if amazing.
Okay,
amazing
landmarknya nggak ke draw.
Matchup. This is gonna be interesting. Zero Infinity.
Yeah, and we were talking about this. Like, this is exactly
Oh,
what
Tamkensnya ke draw ya.
Bad Life is targeting, right? The GP Sedge deck. He wants to get rid of his GP Sedge deck. So STK is just gonna come in here. He doesn't have that Star Spring though. That's one thing about Soraka Tamkench. Like, if you don't get an early enough Star Spring, all your heals don't matter. So there's just that bricky aspect of it that sometimes you don't win games just because you don't have your landmark. So we do have that now. We do have that situation.
Dia pasti
But I
pas sih
think it's gonna
si
be fair
Bad Life.
for Bad Life. If we can just draw it within the next 2 or 3 turns, he's gonna be fine. But if he drops it down,
Bakal
he
dibunuh.
might be in a bit of a trouble. And especially with this fast start coming from Kicker A, he does have double crack shot Corsair, and that parlay is just gonna get rid of that Boxtopus right away. Pablo is out of the match, and now here we go, just pure all-out aggression, because that's what you need when you are facing down this deck as the GP Sedge player. Just all-out aggression, try to push in as much damage.
Dia bakal langsung attack.
But I mean, we do see Broadback Protector on the side of Bad Life, and that's gonna gain him some precious life to start getting the ball rolling, stalling the game out, trying to find
Tamkensnya turun.
Yeah, man, this is a match.
Yeah, and it's already one pink, if I remember it correctly, for Kicker A in terms of the level of conditions of his champions.
Tamkens turun.
And now, Powder Monkey is going to do another ping, already down. That's Tamken. Let's see which one he's going to be eating in the next turn. And again, Star Spring nowhere to be found. Maybe we need to set up an expedition to find where it is, and it's nowhere to be found. But it's the win condition, the very, very crucial win condition that has to be fulfilled by Bad Life.
Yeah. Oh man, turn 5, it's still not here. I guess
Star Springnya nggak ke draw.
A bit of chance here, no Soraka to start getting the draw engine, because that's what makes this deck consistent, right? It has a ton of draw in Soraka, especially when you get it early, and of course there's Guiding Touch as well as Spell Cascade to give you that sort of consistency in drawing your landmark. But man, it's not here, and this is one of those key things that I didn't get to talk about. Like, if you drop down your Monkey Idol late and is already on board, they can just get it for free, like almost for free, like 2 mana, just get your Monkey Idol out of the way. But here we are.
Ini udah kalah sih Bad Life.
We do have that Astral Protection.
Ini Bad Life udah kalah sih.
Already GP is in play, and there has been a ton of plunder triggers on the side of Kicker A, so he is exactly on track on what he wants to do. Compared to Bad Life, no Star Springs, no Soraka, no nothing. It's looking.
Dia bakal nge-heal pakai itu.
And that's right. Already, I think 3 pings for Kicker A into his level up, or into
Soraka
being clipped. And while that was happening, there's a draw for Soraka on the side of Bad Life. And are there any triggers as of the moment for or potential triggers for Kicker A into the black market merchant? But no, instead he gets into the Sejuani, into the broad-backed protector, just to decrease the life gain that's potentially going to happen in the next few turns
level up ini
for Bad Life. So the wombo combo is already there, but the only thing that's missing still is the Star Spring on the side of Bad Life. And these are the decisions that you really have to make moving forward. Zero Infinity, do you want to block with your Soraka and just heal it in the next turn? And of course, just protect your face from any further damage coming from Kicker A.
Yeah, definitely. The Soraka block here, this is what makes this incredibly tough for the GP Sedge, because they can't get through the champions and the minions on the side of the Soraka Tamkench deck. And if you imagine if Star Spring was there on the second turn, maybe turn 3, maybe turn 4, just not this late into the game, they would be that super close to winning already on this turn. And they just, now we didn't get a lot of healing. We didn't get a lot of
ini susah Star Springnya nggak ke draw ya.
But I think like I'm not sure if he can bring it back, because Star Spring is just nowhere in sight, and that's the one thing he needs that he doesn't have. And And he does have a sort of draw some here. He has guiding touch. He still has astral protection. So I hope he gets it here. So I think if he drops it down this turn, he might still have a chance. But one thing that's really concerning on Kicker A side is that there is double Dreadway, and Hush is not on the side of Bad Life. So this double Dreadway is gonna be a world of hurt once they both come down. Maybe even just one Dreadway will turn this whole game around, because everything.
Ya ini sayang banget sih nggak ada Star Spring.
GP is virtually 10 damage. Sejuani is virtually 10 damage. I mean, it's not looking good. It's not looking good. The missed Star Spring on the first turn 2 to turn 5 really hurt Bad Life's chances at winning this game. And I mean, this parlay is gonna flip both Sedge and Gangplank. He's gonna get a barrel next turn, put down Dreadway, deal a ton of damage. It might even be lethal. I haven't done the math yet, but it might be
Gila sih.
Yeah, I think it is definitely lethal if we can see Bad Life not getting any combat tricks, or even like getting any more health gain from his units. You can see Zero Infinity also during the next turn, if and or when he does drop the
Dia makan GP-nya sih harusnya.
Parlay right there, and that's also going to deal double damage aside from the level up or the skill or the face damage that's going to be done by the powerful explosion from Gangplank.
Yeah. There we go. We get a Hush on the side of Bad Life, dude. So this is gonna essentially buy him a turn, because this shuts down the double damage effect of Dreadway. But man, I think it's too late. I think Star Spring not being here at this turn, or even even if he gets it the next turn, is just not gonna be enough. And I mean, Croaker here even drawing this harpoon. Yo.
Wah, gila sih.
Yo, this helps him push in a lot of damage, because this gets rid of a blocker in front of Sejuani or in front of Gangplank. Man, this is just so bad for Bad Life. Bad Life not having the good life right now. No, nothing. No Star Spring. Oh man, it hurts.
Bad Life not having the good
life. This is what happens sometimes when you're playing Soraka Tahm Kench deck. If the Star Spring isn't present, and it's really bad for him. Why? Because now the deck target that he is going for, GP Sedge, is gonna get a game. It's gonna get a game, and it's gonna be hard for him to come back, because this is the deck he exactly wants to choke out. He wants to choke out this GP Sedge deck, and it's running away with it right now.
Yeah, it's like we were expecting it to be the good counter, and now a lot of damage is possibly going to go in
ini
the
susah
face
banget sih.
of Bad Life right now. 6 and go, of course, 12 plus the powerful explosion that's going to be 14 potentially. But now looking at this, Soraka has been buffed into 211, and it's going to bring it down to a total of 2-5, or like -2. That's going to 2-3, and it's going to be within range of a harpoon. That's going to be possible removal. But then again, if he does use the vigor right there, it's still not going to be enough to protect that Soraka. So, oh wow, uses a Fury of the North into
silence harusnya.
his Gangplank. That's going to be possible removal for the Soraka right there. And again, 6 plus 2 damage is going to be 8 total damage. There you go.
Yeah.
Hush.
I think there's just no escape here for the Soraka, right? Like the Hush here. I mean, it takes out the Fury of the North buff. I mean, I'm curious why the Dreadway wasn't played on the side of
Ini kalah si Bad Life ini.
Kicker A, but I guess, I mean, with that, I think he was thinking about, if I put down Dreadway, Bad Life is going, what Bad Life is going to do is he's gonna heal up his Tahm Kench and then eat my Dreadway. So that's why he didn't want me that 8 mana into that play, right? He wants to get rid.
Pikirannya pro player nggak ada yang tahu ya.
Get the Tahm Kench out of the way before he starts thinking about putting down that Dreadway. So now, man, like, dude, that's a great that's a great pickup there from the BMM.
Amazing.
Like just another draw, get you more cards. Like, and Bad Life is just running out of cards here. It's getting really tough for him to get back into this game, and I don't think there's a way for him to come back. He's gonna have to pull out a miracle.
I was actually thinking the same thing, Zero Infinity. Why didn't you put down a Dreadway? You had enough mana. Once you hit the opponent's Nexus, or once you hit Bad Life's Nexus, and it's still going to be 3 mana for the Monster Harpoon eventually, because he will have a chance to block it off. But then again, this is going to be, of course, a battle of the boards, considering that the win condition is no longer there.
And ini sudah kalah sih.
Soraka, the lone survivor from that onslaught from Kicker A, is still carrying it, but still not going to be enough, even though Soraka does the heals over at her side. It's still not going to be enough damage.
Saatnya surrender Bad Life.
It's not the win condition. Only just defending against the inevitable around probably the next turn.
Man. Hurts to see this, but like turn 9 Bad Life already drew a bunch of cards. With Fortune Croaker, with Guiding Touch, and dude, still no Star Springs. Okay, here we go. Star Springs is already here, but I mean, double Dreadway is gonna be tough to deal with. Like, he goes for a Star Spring, he goes for a Tom Kench. Like, maybe there's a chance. Like, if Kicker A goes with the open, but 8 HP, man, where are we? Like, is this lethal?
Wah,
It feels like it's already lethal with 8 HP only on the side of Bad Life.
Yeah, it feels very much lethal on the
Itu parleynya pasti
next
dipakai sih. Oh
Kicker
enggak.
A, considering he has 1 Dreadway or maybe even 2 Dreadway. Just open up with extra damage. And he's going with parlay right there, but Sun-Kissed the Vigor right there is just going to help protect for extra damage.
Yeah, and I mean, good thing that Bad Life still has Hush here. So we do get some stacks on the Star Spring finally. Too late. 9 coming out on turn 9. We get it's just so bad for Bad Life now. We get another Star Spring.
Star Spring lagi.
I think it's just way too late now. Even with the Hush on the Dreadway, there might not be enough time to get to Star Springs on 22. I haven't been doing the math, but I mean, this Hush is inevitable here. Like, he has to do the Hush and find some way to keep the ball rolling, keep his board. Like, I think Bad Life got a pretty good draw there in the previous turn, because as we started that turn, only Soraka and a Star Shepherd was on board, and now he's back.
Star Spring keluar udah win dia dari tadi ya.
Exactly what you want when you're playing Soraka Tomcat. You want to have almost your whole board alive all of the time, because that's how you win. But I mean, now here we go. Dreadway is still on the board. Tomcat is nowhere to be
lagi
found.
bisa keluar.
And back to that situation. Soraka is the only one on the board, and he's staring down a bunch of units here on the side of Kicker A. It's heartbreaking to see that Bad Life didn't get a Star Spring early enough to make this a real game.
This is just one off lethal Zero Infinity with just a parlay onto Soraka. He's not gonna do it. Okay.
He didn't do it.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that was 4 damage if I'm not mistaken.
It was just 2, because the first Dreadway was deactivated or silenced.
Right. It was Hush. It was Hush.
Yeah.
It was Hush.
So like,
right. You're right.
Let's see how
Masih kurang 7.
And yeah.
Oh ya, selesai sudah.
Trying to steal up some more cards from the side of Bad Life. There you go. Already activated. That's the parlay finisher.
Yeah.
Especially on the next turn, Nice.
Bad Life must not be feeling too well about that, because he just lost his target in his lineup.
Bad Life bisa kalah sih ini.
GP said just stole that game. I mean, you saw it. Like the Soraka Tamkens really did well getting it into the late game, still putting stacks on the Star Spring. I mean, it even went up to 13 on that turn, and if it was just a little bit earlier, like even on turn 5, I think he would have eked out that game just enough for Star Springs to
kalau Star Springnya di draw dari awal tadi bisa menang.
Karma Ezreal is on the side of Kicker A, and he has to find some way to navigate this match, and I think he has a fair chance to do it. Like on the side
ada bocoran buff atau nerf kah? Belum ada ya. Nanti aja ditunggu hari Selasa jam 12 kayaknya.
From Karma, or is it already in the deck? Those are things that should be. I think it's going.
Selasa jam 11 kayaknya. Ada balance patch mungkin ya.
Getting a game against that. And for Ezreal Draven, I mean, it can steal some games sometimes from Karma Ezreal, especially when it gets really aggressive hands. And Karma Ezreal has that sort of clunky hand.
Tuh, so nggak dapat lagi.
Now going into game 2, Karma Ezreal on the side of Kicker A. We have Soraka Tomkench coming back from on the side of
nggak dapat lagi ya.
And I hope he gets it this time. Like I hope he gets his Star Springs early enough. Maybe Kicker A doesn't have the exact answer to that. He is starting out with a much better hand than he did last time.
Star Springnya.
Star Springs, alright on cue, maybe not on turn 2, but early enough on turn 3. And it's dangerous to put down Soraka here because it just gets taken out by a huge thermo beam. So now we have the Star Springs online.
Star Springnya sudah keluar di round 2.
Great start to Bad Life's journey to getting the win with Soraka Tomkench.
That's right. Hoping that Bad Life will no longer get the bad draws coming from his previous game. And now Time Trick has been drawn, or Time Trick has drawn out the Ezreal on the side of Kicker A. And looking at his hand, it's there's still a bunch of reactive pieces coming from the side of Kicker A, but no big removals, as you said. Zero Infinity, no thermogenic beams as at the moment. He can only possibly return with a Will of Ionia. Oh, there you go. Thermogenic beam has been drawn right there, and this is actually, he just needs to.
Dia pasti Boktopusnya dikeluarin sih. Enggak.
Activating or without even trying to damage some of the units on the side of Bad Life just to possibly get that burst win.
Yeah, I think like the elusive units are going to be a key part in trying to get this win for Kicker A. Like Scattered Pod maybe on turn 10, like just prevent Bad Life from getting too much value out of his Star Spring. But this start is quite insane here. Like we have Star Spring online, and then we have Roger plus
gini ya pro player main atau mungkin Soraka ya, santai, diam, tenang.
And there's a ton of ways.
Kalau aku udah kayak ngeluarin unit gitu ya.
Get Soraka leveled up, and I mean there's just a bunch of tiny creatures onto the side of
dia harusnya bisa keluarin potnya sih.
Matchup we're in, I think he has to win with some sort of machine gun coming from the Karma on turn 10 once it's enlightened. And I think that's a John on the side of Kicker A. That's something that he is working towards on, and he's just trying to prevent the Bad Life from getting too much healing onto his creature. So he is saving up some spells to get to the machine gun. But wait, I think he is shifting now. He is using that Mystic Shot to get rid of the Croaker. So he is saying that your board is kind of getting out of hand. You're getting too much value out of your Star Spring. I need to cut that down just by a little bit.
That's right. That's showing some respect towards the board presence, as that Bad Life is actually just trying to build up right now. Look, turn after turn, he just keeps on putting down units to feed the Star Spring win condition.
Gila sih.
But he doesn't even need to attack, right? And just like in that turn, it's just all heals are needed for Soraka Tamkench.
Yeah, but it was curious to me, like why
1-3-nya ditarik.
Like the attack wasn't. I don't know. I guess he didn't want to be hushed. He didn't want the Shadow Assassin to be hushed or something, like, you know.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, here we go. We do have it's the attack token on the side of Bad Life. We do have heals coming down onto Pablo.
Menarik
We do
juga.
have a block on the Codger, and dude, it's looking like Bad Life is making a great game here. Like, in contrast to his previous game, he does have everything he needs to win in this matchup.
And some more Zero Infinity, because he already drew out his second Star Spring. Okay, so it's like, okay, you didn't get your Star Spring in the first game, but we're gonna make it up to you. Get you a better draw during the next game. And
sekarang dia taruh bisa 2 Star Spring.
All of them are just going to just keep on being healed, and that was a good turn right there from Bad Life, removing the Shadow Assassin with the Challenger from the box to bus, and even
mau di ping juga nggak bisa, yuk.
So
bener.
This is looking kind of really hard.
Ya keluar itu pel cascade-nya.
See how well he's gonna go in the next turn.
Yeah, Bad Life's game
Biarin
progress,
pas,
like working towards his end game win condition. He is so far ahead. 13 already onto the Star Spring. Ezreal is online, but I mean, Hush is here. Astral Protection now, also on the side of Bad Life. So everything is just going well for him. We do have, like, it's turn 8. We do have Scattered Pods in the mix. Feline is now
punya
down,
Hush.
so there's a Hex Core Crystal in there somewhere, but we already spent one of our time tricks, so we won't be seeing the Hex Core Crystal
Sekarang Star Spring-nya ke draw semua.
That's just so hard to cast in this matchup, especially when you put 2 damage on everything. That just allows Star Spring to just do a lot more healing for the side of Bad Life. And we also get Shakedown, so that's gonna put vulnerable on a bunch of creatures onto the side of Kicker A here, and he does have 2 Pablos as well. So there's I think the whole board of Kicker A is just gone here. But
Dah,
he does
tinggal
have
dikit lagi udah menang.
Ionia, he does have Concussive Palm, and unfortunately, there's just too much healing, and Star Spring is just on the way up, and it's looking over.
That's right. This is the Star Spring, is the star of this deck right now. Already down with the 20 ticks into the 22 plus win condition, or for the heals, and he's actually he has the portions or the parts that he needs right here on his side. But looking at that, what happened right there is that he brought back some of the units and also stunned the Soraka of Bad Life. I think it's still going to go into 22, right? Zero Infinity.
Yeah. He can even put down Pablo. He even has the Astral Protection, but he doesn't even need to do that. It's exactly at 22. It's over. And Bad Life fortunately turns his luck around. From
akhirnya Tomcat Soraka yang menang ya.
Gets a win out of his Soraka Tomcat, but here we are. Ezreal
Pastian si OP.
not exactly the same. Ezreal Karma doing different stuff. Ezreal Draven being more of a tempo player here in this sort of matchup.
Nah, so Ezreal Draven ini nggak tahu bisa menang atau enggak ini.
They have a bunch of creatures.
Gila, emang Irelia Azir memang target ban banget ya.
And like an unanswered Draven on 3, because that could sometimes happen when on the side of Ezreal Karma. If they get the ball rolling, if they snowball into a position where they have too many creatures just chipping away at you, and you don't have the exact efficient answers, Ezreal Draven can sometimes steal games of Ezreal Karma. But for this matchup, I've always thought that Ezreal Karma is favored.
Udah menang.
Like it has.
Oke, dia ngedraw 3 beam, bagus banget.
Win condition once you're there, and like sometimes it's much easier to protect your win condition. But yeah, like it all depends on how fast.
Oke, ballistic bot pasti turun.
Get the ball rolling.
That's right. And I'm looking at the hand of Bad Life right now with his ballistic bot already down on the board. That's going to be like fodder for the Stump Dredger to get you to cycle into your deck to find out more pieces. But again, we have been talking about the tri-beam improbulator over at the past games where Ezreal Draven
nggak diturunin ya?
has been
Apa
played.
namanya?
And,
Eye of the
and
Dragon-nya
this
ya.
is actually one of
Weird.
the spells that you would really want to preserve when you really need it. You don't want it to be kind of a preemptive play. I want to build my hand. I just want to build my hand. I'm just gonna kick off and deal some damage onto one of the units that's going to be brought down or on the board of kicker A. So this is kind of a
Ini akan langsung attack, masuk 5 damage.
For an attack that will be uncontested on the side of Bad Life, dealing 5 damage to the nexus of kicker A. But moving forward, I think that's not going to be a problem because, you know, Eye of the Dragon, it's already down. If Zero Infinity, for me, Eye of the Dragon is one of those units that you really have to make an effort to remove as early as possible because it just keeps on cycling Dragon Links that just give you more life to your Nexus.
Yeah, it does provide a ton of value. So especially when you are playing decks like Ezreal Draven, you don't. I mean, it's not so tough for them to see healing as much as like aggressive decks don't like to see healing, but it's still gives you a much tougher way to close out
Abis
the
itu
game with, you know, 2 HP being brought back by the Eye of the Dragon and their Dragon Lance. So
keluar.
He might be looking into trying to take out this Eye of the Dragon, but on the previous turn, right, the Eye of the Dragon wasn't activated yet. It wasn't going to produce a Dragonling on the next turn, so Bad Life was just, okay, let's just pass the turn because you don't have any Dragonlings on the next turn. It's my attack token anyway. He does have a Swamp Treasure here that's gonna get out the Flame Chompers, draw him a card as well. And this is a pretty nice draw. I think 2 damage Thermal Beam getting rid of these concussive bomb, like the Tail of the Dragon, is going to be crucial here. So we do have like, you can keep your Flame Chompers alive.
Okay.
And by just dragging out the Eye of the
Berarti
Dragon,
4-3 bisa attack ya.
Pushing damage. Like, but now we're in a curious position, right? Like, do you want to lose your augmented bot to the Shadow Assassin? Maybe not. So you might spend your Flame Chompers to just drag out the Shadow Assassin and put on damage with the augmented bot.
Masuk.
Either
masuk 6 damage. Dikasih ya.
Onto the Nexus, which Kicker A declines to take the block because, I mean, 2 damage is going to get picked up again, healed up by the Dragon Link that's going to come out this turn.
Okay, static shot keluar di sini.
This is again a kind of an important decision. That's what's happening here. Zero Infinity, you see that Kicker A is already down to 8
static shot
health for his
keluar.
Nexus. You can either use Static Shock to just remove those the Dragonling and of course the Shadow Assassin, and maybe in the next
static shot
turn, possibly get lethal right there. Okay, instead he just keeps destroys or targets the Shadow Assassin and the Idol Dragon and draws out very, very important card, Ravenous Flock, to I think he's gonna be targeting or making it the point to remove that Eye of the Dragon during this turn.
Yeah, he's gonna try to, but Notify is in place on Kicker A side, so
Notify
I don't think
keluar.
Kicker A is gonna let that happen. Come out next turn, gain him some precious life, and this is how really Ezreal Draven steals the game from Ezreal Karma. So Bad Life had a really good start, really aggressive start, double Swamp Dredger. He had Augmented Bot onto, and now he even has Get Excited, and he had that the Boom Baboon plus the Flame Chopper to push in more damage for himself. So it's getting to a point where in Kicker A is dangerously low on life total, and Bad Life can just preserve his damage spells that can go to Nexus and start winning the game from there. So, I mean, great pass there from Bad Life, realizing that there's a Dragonling on board. So he decides not to attack, not let Kicker A get that 2 life.
Ini bisa.
So we now have Ezreal Ezreal plopped
Get
down. I
excited.
think it's prime time for him to get here. So Tri-Beam Improbulator
Dia milih Tri-Beam dulu ya.
Here.
Menarik.
Unfortunately, Kicker A doesn't have that deny. Usually in this matchup, deny is being safe for this Tri-Beam Improbulator. So he doesn't have it here. And what's gonna happen is just, I think, just try to pick up more removal and then get this Ezreal leveled up. So here we go. Get excited now.
Wow.
On to the Eye of the Dragon. So he's just trying to clean up here. Just trying to clean up
Wah,
here.
ini bagus banget ya sequence-nya. Dia mancing pakai apa namanya? Tri-Beam.
The Tri-Beam Improbulator and the attempt of Kicker A to save his Ezreal was countered by just picking it up with another Get Excited, and it took care of the Eye of the Dragon as well. So that was just a big win there for Bad Life.
Right, then that's good. A good turn indeed for Bad Life. Zero Infinity, and look at that. Moving forward, he is going to have a Captain Farron on his side on the next turn. That's going to be a lot of damage, and
Kapten Farronnya pasti di stun ya.
Or contention regarding his potential to attack and possibly over the next 2 turns finishing him off.
That's a lot of damage.
A third.
Yeah, that's a lot of damage.
Oke, Bad Life bisa menang sih. Walaupun game pertama dia bad banget ya.
How much damage is this? 8 damage from 2 Decimate, 10 damage, and then plus 6 damage from Nexus, 14.
Yeah,
and then 3 damage more from Get Excited. That's 17 damage in total.
17.
That's just more than enough to get Bad Life the win here. And it looks like he might just take this whole game. Karma is coming down now, but there's just not much that he has. He can't pull out a miracle though. Like this inside of Aegis can pull out a miracle. I think if he just gets the correct stuff, like maybe a healing potion or something, just to get out of range of losing this game. Like he does have Static Shock that draws too.
2 tambah 2 tambah 3 tambah 3 10.
But I mean, I think Bad Life is just gonna go for it. He is going to try and get this win, and inside of Aegis is going to be the difference maker. So we do have Static Shock being fired off here. We do have 2 draws coming in for on the side of Kicker A. He does get another Karma inside of Aegis again. Decimate now. 4 damage. Where are we going with this Celso? Where are we going?
Oh, there you go. There you go. He found it.
Oh
my gosh, he found the potion.
Dude.
Oh,
here we go.
What?
Here we go.
Dude, he also got the Spirit's Refuge right there. If I see it correctly, it looks like a Spirit Refuge. And that's going to give you so much heals as well. Imagine. But
dia harus milih. Dia harus milih.
How do you say this? Like an insurance, because he can actually die, or
dia harus milih. Dia nggak bisa heal plus 4 mana, nggak bisa.
But then again,
dia harus milih.
Just saying it a while ago, and he is pulling out from nowhere, basically out from nowhere with this inside of Aegis.
He's making something out of nothing. That's what's happening here. He's making something out of nothing. Like inside of Aegis gets him that potion. Gotcha here now being drawn out of Static Shock. It's gonna be doubled here because of the Karma spell. It takes care of that Farron, and it's off the board. Much less threatening now on the side of Bad Life. He does have a ton of He does have a ton of damage still, and potion gets you 6 HP. He's trying to go for it. He's going for it. Decimate. Like okay, let's see if we have that. You don't have Deny anymore. I'm just gonna go for this Decimate. But man, surprise! Inside of Aegis. Pulling out a miracle here, getting that health potion.
Gendeng sih.
6. I'm back to 6 HP even with your Decimate. He does still have that enough damage, right? 6 damage from Mystic Shot.
Ezreal.
3 damage from Get Excited.
Ezreal.
A draw.
Ezreal. Gila drawnya si Ezreal.
We're going the distance. We're already in turn 10. We have time tricks. We have inside of Aegis. What is Kicker A gonna get out of this?
But wait, I think Zero Infinity, he still has inside of Aegis. He still
Oh my god!
Oh wow!
Oh my god!
Let's go.
Oh my gosh. What's
Oh my
happening
God.
here?
Oh my God.
Hexite Crystal is already there. It's gonna be dealing 4 damage potentially. That's like, oh wow, that's gonna be a game changer right there. But if he does preemptively use the Hexite Crystal,
Oh
that's
my
going to
God.
be a chance for Bad Life to finish him off with all the Mystic shots, and of course another. That's like
Oh
he
my
has a
God.
total of 8 mana, so you get 2 Mystic shots and 1 to get excited. That would be the best combination right there. But what else can he get?
Oh my
Maybe
God.
Inside of Aegis, just to make sure that he gets out of range from lethal. I would
man,
go for that. I would go. For that.
How about double healing potion?
Yeah,
How about
double
that?
healing.
Attack,
How about
attack,
double
attack.
healing
Harus
potion?
attack.
That would be such an insane way to close out this
Oh
game.
my
But yeah, man, he's going in for the attack. Hexite Crystal
Yeah,
being,
that's yep.
being picked up by the time trick. So this is just gonna be get doubled up by Karma. So that's 4
Yep.
damage onto the Ezreal. But I mean, you have to think about it, right? So you are committing 2 mana onto killing that Ezreal. But if you do that, right, like he has 8
2, 4,
mana
6,
here,
9.
and this
Dia punya
is
8 mana
just
kurang
tough to
1
deal
sih.
with. This amount of burn on the side of Bad Life is just such a good draw. Like I
Yeah.
think the only way that Kicker A can win this match is just pulling off another miracle with inside of
Gila
Aegis.
sih, Kicker A juga.
He has to get more healing potions. Somebody call the apothecary. Karma here needs some healing potions.
Oh, instead.
Okay, he's going for
He's
it.
going.
Okay.
You know, I think what's happening here, Zero Infinity, is like he's making space. He's making space for 4 cards right now, and right now this is good, good patience, show of patience from the side of Kicker A, and he's going to try and counter that. Oh no.
Yeah.
Ya, dia punya Mystic Shot lagi
That's
1.
great. That's great. This is exactly what you want. You're trying to get Karma with with
Dia nggak bisa pakai
with some
yang 2
healing.
mana itu sih.
So he doesn't know, right? Like Kicker A doesn't know that Bad Life has so many ways to deal damage to the Nexus. So I think we are at that point. We're in does this kill?
Menang Bad Life ya.
Right? It
Wait,
kills, right?
It's 4.
No.
It's
Somebody
4.
just do Inside of Aegis.
3, 5,
Kicker
7.
A right now. It's 4. Then it's going to bring him up to 7.
Here we go.
go.
Health
No.
potion.
Here we go.
Health potion.
No potion.
Oh man,
No
he doesn't get
potion.
it. He doesn't get it. Unfortunately, it's not here.
Okay. Bad Life win ya. The Bad Life have a good life ya.
So it's just not gonna be enough.
Wait,
it's not
the
gonna
triggers.
Be enough. No, because the triggers from the 2 damage is just going to get onto the Nexus, so it doesn't get into combat. So that's just enough damage to close out the game. So he just needed that miracle from the inside of Aegis. That would have been a crazy way to win, right? But unfortunately, Kicker A didn't have. He just pushing that button too much, a little bit, because he already got it the first time. So it would be crazy if he got it the second
Gila itu
time.
hampir menang sih
Kudos to him. He played a
lawannya.
really great match, but
So Bad Life has a good life or not?
finals we have, and I mean, we're gonna have a crazy match.
Yeah, it's like Bad Life was initially having a forgive the pun, Bad Life over at the first match, but then he got to come around during the next matches, and when that happened, he just found his groove. Yeah, he's just finding his groove right there. And now, just to give you an announcement, guys, it was Flying Fish who went and win with 2-0 against Twice. So what a feat! Our previous champion or previous seasonals champion moving on to the finals, and he's going to be facing Bad Life.
Yeah, and I think this is a very interesting match, right? Like, Bad Life came into here still undefeated in pools, undefeated here in top 32. So he is going up against the previous champion. So it's a great story here. Is Bad Life going to take this whole seasonals without dropping a single series? Is he going to go XO all the way from pools all the way to the grand finals? And we do have on this other side of the bracket, Flying Fishman in here in finals, trying to get that two-time championship. I think he's going to be the first one if he ever gets it done here in the grand finals, and I'm excited to see that.
Flying
We'll
Fish
be
ya.
witnessing that match.
Abis ini udah final ya.
Back here with Moonboy on the caster's table.
Red
So,
Life menang.
man, just stay here. We'll be back in a bit. We're going to a commercial break. Let's go.
Vandal Gunner Tristana going in.
Tristana.
Loaded and ready to rock it.
Keren loh Tristana ini. Desainnya bagus, menarik.
Engaging.
Wow, ini boardnya ini loh, epic loh, karena Nexusnya berubah ya. Tapi aku nggak terlalu suka sama model boardnya. Gonna get the jobs done. Keren banget ya. Bundle City number 1, gonna get the jobs done. Semua Yordle keluar di region ini, ya keluarnya pasti namanya Yordle, pasti keluarnya di Bundle City ya.
I got your 6 shortcakes. Love it, Big Mama. Let's bring this home. Bye-bye, bad guys.
Gambarnya bagus loh Tristana yang ini, level up-nya.
Winners don't duck.
Sol I kill them. Do re mi fa sol I kill you.
Vandal Gunners, this is why we fight.
Gila sih.
That's the way the Vandal Gunners do.
Ini sangat menarik sih Tristana. Gila, 10 menit lagi. Ziggs malam ini kah? Nggak tahu ya. Ingat pramuka. 10 menit. Ada yang mau main bareng sambil nunggu? Ada yang mau main bareng? Kenapa sama Swin Tristananya? Boleh, ayo Brian. Boleh. Sambil nunggu ya. Wow, ada Nasus sama juga. Oke, kita pakai deck Scout dulu aja. Wah, kita ketemu Karma Israel. Kita baru ngeliat tadi itu langsung dipakai ya. Karma Israel. Oke. Timoku mana Timoku? Wih, Wild Rift ya. Kita bisa veteran investigator.
Observe and go.
Nice.
My past flashes!
Wow, kita bisa pakai pedal kalau gitu ya.
There's a little fella asking for me.
Iya, Timonya sudah ke draw. Oke, kita pas dulu. Ini B4 mana tadi ya? Di remove lagi. Oh my god. Di remove lagi dong ya. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Wow. Berarti kita gak mungkin menang ini kayaknya. Udah gak mungkin menang sih. Oh, gak mungkin menang ini.
The order rewards its faithful.
I will play my part.
And spoil the surprise?
Udah dia belum ada jamur sama sekali. Puff pedaler kita dibunuh semua.
Push on without me.
Ini pasti kalah sih. I think we lose ya. Di 8, 9, 10. It's okay.
I'm so good, I surprised myself.
Wow.
Display of skill. Entering crisis.
Okay. Kita bisa ice fill archer.
One shot, all skill. Firing.
Officer JS Hawkdaw.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Dua, tiga, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
Charge.
Reporting in.
5, 6, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Ya bakal buang 2 kartu ya.
Dragon, back at ya. Atau serial 17.
Just out of reach.
Witness perfection, meatbags.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
Dragon lives. Pitiful.
Obstacle, meat gauntlet.
You see what you come across.
Wow.
Firing.
Oh, salah aku ya.
Finding details is my duty. Looks like I'm ready. Bye-bye.
2, 3, 4. Salah pakai mystic shotnya. Tuh 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Oke, dia buang 2 kartu lagi.
Never know what hit him.
Sama sekali belum masuk jamur ya.
Peace begins within. We'll bring peace to Ionia, whatever the cost.
I'm ready. Hey, take it to the gun show.
Empat, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 kebuang 1. Karmanya gimana cara bunuhnya ya? Oke. Kartu dia tinggal 7. Habis ini ke draw 4. Habis itu kita harus bertahan 2 round ya. Oke, karmanya kebuang. Ezrealnya kebuang. Nice.
Where there is life, there is hope.
Don't blink or you'll miss me.
Winter take! Move with purpose. Stay back. A misstep.
Time for a true display of skill.
Oke. Menang sih ya. Ya nggak bisa ngedraw. Wih, menang loh kita. Dia nggak bisa ngedraw ya. We win. Oke, sudah mulai ya.
Easy.
Udah mulai di final.
Like my name.
Menang ternyata kita. Oh my god. Oke, comeback.
Beat champion. Ho, let me get you in here. Beat you up. Oh man, and then he was
kita
all
lihat.
the way here. All the way to
Akhirnya
grand
finalnya.
finals, and oh dude, what a story. Like I respect
Bad Life
that. I
lawan
respect
Flying.
the underdog
Flying
that
Fist ya.
Bad Life is, but I mean he just brought a lineup that's so great. Like he even
Gila, aku sih pingin yang menang Bad Life ya.
Such a bad matchup. Such a bad
Aneh,
time last
line
time,
up-nya bagus.
he lost the target that he was going for. He was going for that GP Sedge. He was gonna choke it out, but I mean, it just won a game off of him, and he was down bad on that series. But here we are, all the way to grand finals, man. Bad Life taking it over, Kicker A with that amazing matchup we just witnessed. Flying Fish getting the clean sweep over twice, 2-0, and now we are here all the way.
Gila, Flying Fish juga keren
Who's
sih.
gonna take it all? Who's gonna take it all? Moon Boy's on the side of Bad Life, so maybe I don't know, man. Just to make it interesting, I'm on the side of Flying Fish. I believe in the clean plays that he's going to make, and I'm just hoping and praying that GP Sedge takes a game out of Bad Life, because as it is, we've seen Flying Fish's lineup, and it does contain that Sejuani Gangplank, and that's exactly what Bad Life wants to see in the opponent's lineup. So I mean, it's gonna be a journey. It's gonna be a
Kayaknya
great
TF-nya
match.
Flying Fish yang di
Let's go.
ban ya.
Right, so ladies and gentlemen, if you guys don't know the background of Bad Life, he's from Thailand, and coming in with a master rank at 100 position with a 213 LP, but however, coming into the playoff stage with a 9-0 scoreline, taking home #1 seed with just a 775 game clock this season. Like, yo, this shows how much this guy is grinding off ladder, right? Like, this kind of could tell like he is practicing all by himself, or maybe with his friends or with a play group and things like that, but but not on the ladder. But coming in a 9-0 scoreline, undefeated all the way to the grand finals. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Bad Life from Thailand.
Yeah, man, what a great day it has been for Bad Life.
Iya, layarnya belum nyala. Sebentar.
And then this
Thank you.
day,
Ada yang PM layarnya belum nyala. Thank you banget.
In this
Ya.
undefeated. Will he get there all the way?
Lupa.
Record. Let's
Gak
take a look
sadar.
again at what he's bringing to
Belum
the
mulai
table.
kok, belum mulai, tenang aja.
Soraka Tomkench, Ezreal Draven. He wants that GP Sedge out of the game. Let me have that matchup. Let me win that matchup. That's all this
I'm sorry, bro.
And
layarnya belum nyala ya. Sorry.
For your sake, mate.
Thank you udah diingetin.
You're rooting for him that Star Spring comes out early. I hope it comes out early, because we witnessed what can happen if the Star Spring isn't showing up, if like it's hiding
Yang
in
di
the
ban pasti
background, not coming
Azrirelia
until
sih.
turn 9, you just lose the game. So I hope for your sake, for your pick, we do get the Star Spring early enough.
Well, we have
Scav
seen
kapan
Star
main?
Spring
Scav
pop
nggak
off,
masuk ya?
right? When Ping Ho won the seasonals back then. But ladies and gentlemen, let me just bring you to another seasonal champion right over here, coming in for the second time, aiming for the crown once again, all the way from Hong Kong. Flying Fish coming in with a muster rank of 24 at 456 LP, coming in at the 6th seed this season on the playoff stage, and coming in with only 2,320 game clocked. Ladies and gentlemen, that is actually not a lot of game coming this season. However, compared to his opponent, that is just so big of a difference.
Yeah, compared to a lot of people, right? Like we've seen people in the previous seasons, in other seasons.
Ya, ini
this
kemungkinan
season,
yang
when
di
we
ban
highlighted
bisa
the top
TF
32, we see
swing
their
ya.
games played and rank, and they clock in like what, 12,000 games, 10,000 games, 8,000 games, and these two, like Bad Life, 700 games, Flying Fish, only 2,000 games this season.
Kalau mau hard sih nggak usah di ban Azrirelia.
Going into the grand finals, but yeah, let's take a look what he's bringing.
Gila,
Ezreal
Tamken Soraka masuk sampai final ya.
Here we go. We have GP Sedge, exactly like I said, exactly what Bad Life wants to see. He wants to see this in people's lineups, and TF Swain. So this has been like a sort of mid-range, a lot of bilge water and Noxus removal stuff going on. So it's gonna be a great game. It's gonna be a great game here, and I mean it's all gonna hinge on, is GP Sedge gonna get choked out? Is Azrirelia gonna take a game against GP Sedge? It's all three decks that Bad Life is going to try and beat out this GP Sedge. So I mean, it all hinges on this one deck that Flying Fish has decided to bring into top 32 and all the way to grand finals.
Yep, so coming in, both players, we have seen both players line up, but it all comes down to the pick and ban, right? I believe Bad Life is not going to be touching the Sejuani Gangplank, and in my opinion, I believe the Draven Azrael might be the target to be banned right over here. But before other than the picks and ban, let's see what Bad Life has brought onto the table right here with Azir Irelia. Ladies and gentlemen, we are no stranger to this deck. This deck has wreaked so much havoc on the last season, but he is back right over here with Azir Irelia. Zero, what do you think? This returning deck, is it still as strong as what it was?
I mean,
Gila
it's not
loh.
as strong as it was. Like,
Nggak ada
Inspiring
kartu
Marshal
epic
was just on a
ya.
different
Champion
level.
6, rare-nya 9, sisanya common loh. Gila, bisa jadi deck kuat. Ini deck murah yang kuat banget ya.
All that. But we have, in spite of that, we don't have Inspiring Marshal anymore, but we have some more tempo tools. Twin Disciplines got buffed too. It provides a great way for protecting your creatures on the side of Azir Irelia, which Shapestone doesn't really do too much of a good job because it only has +1 toughness, but +3 coming from Twin Disciplines really hard to deal with for some players. And then of course we also have that Defiant Dance that has been wreaking havoc on mid-range decks. And then on this other side, let's look at Flying Fish's Gangplank Sejuani, right? This is the deck that's going to be targeted by Bad Life, and it's really standard. Like, this deck, all it wants to do is deal damage every turn. Get Gangplank, flip, get Sejuani, flip, start freezing your board. But that's the thing, right? Like, most decks on the side of Bad Life, like for example Azir Irelia, it makes it incredibly hard for you to just go freeze with Sejuani because they just do a bunch of Blade Dance and you only have one shot at using that Sejuani freeze. So there's gonna be like this interesting. It's gonna be very interesting if Flying Fish can even take a game out of Bad Life using the Gangplank Sejuani Plunder deck.
Yep. So like I believe like what you have said before, right? The Gangplank Sejuani deck is what Bad Life want to see and want to face in this matchup. But moving forward to picks and ban, right? Like, what do you think would be banned moving forward? I believe coming in, the Azir Draven might be a target, and probably the Azir Irelia might be banned from the Bad Life side. Like, what do you think that this might be possible?
Yeah, I don't know, man. Like, I mean, I think Azir
Okay, Azir Irelia got ban.
They bring it the F and we're going to the match right now, and yeah, Azir Irelia has been has been opened here by Flying Fish. So Bad Life here is gotta go for it. He does have an amazing opener, but this can get really tough because when Make It Rain got reverted back to 2 mana, it made it super hard for the sparring student to come down safely. So now he's just taking a pass like, hey, use your Make It Rain. Let's see what you got. Let's see if you have it. Like, and this opens up a lot of play options here for Bad Life, and that's such a great pass for him, trying to bait out that Make It Rain, and he does get that Shapestone and Twin Discipline, so that's gonna be crucial here in keeping his board alive. One thing about Azir Aurelia is the wider their board is, if you
kita lihat ya dia mainnya kayak gimana.
Units alive, and a lot of these are key units, right? Like Sparring Student, especially Azir. Like, I think Azir is really the star of this deck, along with, of course, Aurelia plays second fiddle. I think pales in comparison to what Azir can do for the deck. But if they are kept alive,
Azirnya turun,
and they can just really get out of control. Like, they can just snowball.
Di harpun? Oh enggak di harpun.
As you said, right? Azir is the superstar in this matchup, and having Azir on the board as early as turn number 3, we would have Sand Soldier spawning close to every single combat. And in this game, like, combat is just everything for this particular matchup. Like, he has that Aurelia to follow up for turn number 3 if he ever chooses to. So, at the same time, he would have a really bulky Sparring Student at the same time as well.
Sparring Studentnya nggak kena.
Missing that one health Sparring Student.
Sparring Studentnya nggak kena.
Bad Life have to take advantage of this moment that is right now. Like, he should not be playing that. He could play this Aurelia over here, but he has to be really careful with the Harpoon coming in from Flying Fish. But, without not keeping mana for the Twin Discipline, Harpoon is immediately going into that Azir.
Gak masalah.
As Bad Life has just lost his Azir, and that is one of the key pieces in this matchup.
Yeah, and I mean, like I said, like, Azir, I think, is much more important than Aurelia in this sort of in this deck in particular.
Wow.
It activates like
Ini
a lot of your
semua.
blade dance mechanics. Like, it makes your Ribbon Dancer, it makes your Blossoming Blade so much more threatening, and it also turbo levels up your Aurelia, man. But I mean, talking about Aurelia, like, this skin is fire, bro. Like, I have this skin too, and I mean, like, it's just so good. It produces like a different art style on the blades as well. So I mean, I just want to shout it out. But here we go, man. Emperor's Dice. It's not exactly early to the party, but it's a welcome addition. Now that we have lost Azir, we now have the dice in play. It's gonna pump up our blade dance mechanic even further.
Yep, like, not having the Azir anymore, but with this Dias, he would be able to pick up his pace a little bit more.
My god.
Market Merchant over here. Oh, and stealing the Defiant Dance might be huge over here, as Bad Life is one Defiant Dance short. But he has that Homecoming to deal with the Sejuani or the Gangplank in future turns. But right here, all it matters right now is how is Bad Life gonna go on the offense over here. Flying Fish has to play really conservatively and defensively, or else his HP is gonna be really, really low, and that is not where he want to be against the Azir Aurelia deck.
Yeah, definitely. Just keep yourself healthy here. But I mean, Bad Life is also getting dangerously low, right? Like, 7 HP is not a lot for Gangplank, especially when the overwhelm units come down. Thankfully, there is a Homecoming on the side of Bad Life.
Oh my god.
Which is going to be
Yang kecolong. Oh my god.
Getting a ton of damage onto the next turn. But here we go, man. Just keeping up more Blade Dance. Like, here the Sparring Students all the way up to 7/7. We do have double Shapestone here. So if Flying Fish decides to commit to a bad block, he could get really taken out by like double Shapestone, Twin Disciplines. That's gonna be a ton of damage going onto his Nexus, and he is like 12 HP is not a lot considering that Sparring Student is all the way up to 7.
Yep, so Bad Life have a decision over here to, clear as much unit in this combat so that, the next combat is not going to be as tricky as what it is. So immediately with the Shapestone going into one of the blades, taking out the Yodel Drifter, like, this just allows him to
dibalikin
have
kayaknya Sparring Studentnya satu.
And at the same time, having, if the Aurelia is leveling up in this combat, like, he could go for a switcheroo and just knock Flying Fish down really hard, and that could just swing the game into Bad Life's
Oh,
favor.
tag semua langsung.
Yeah, I think Irelia is leveling up, right? Like on this turn, he gets the Blade Surge. He pumps up the aspiring students. He is one blocker down. So I think the best block here is to just block off all the way onto Irelia plus the aspiring students, just so you don't get too tricked out, right?
Yeah, so like that is probably the best way. He has to block aspiring student, and he also have to block the Irelia, or else it's gonna be lethal. Because looking at Bad Life hands right now, he have the Twin Disciplines and the Shapestone at the same time. But here we have a Blade Dance, switching the Irelia away, just pushing in 4 more additional damage this turn. And I think that is still enough, right? Constantly pushing
3 tambah 3, 6,
in damage every turn
10
into
masih
Flying
kurang.
Fish Nexus. Bad Life is still pretty comfortable with the amount of unit on board, and not to getting the homecoming in his hand as well. Like that could change the thing up with maybe a Sejuani coming down, like he could just stop it from its shenanigans.
Yeah, I think this harpoon is actually really huge here.
Wow.
So if Bad Life decides not to, for example, use the homecoming on the dice and onto the unit that is going to be played by Flying Fish this turn, Flying Fish can just go warning shot, harpoon, and take out whatever was the homecoming.
Harpoonnya bagus.
Any unit on the side of Bad Life. So once a Sejuani or a Gangplank comes down, the best play here is if you want to preserve your board, is you have to use homecoming onto the dice, so you bounce back whatever it is that is pulling your Irelia. And amazing, here we go. Okay, very clean play from Bad Life. That's exactly what you want to see here in grand finals, and this just guarantees that Sejuani is just going all the way back to hand. Sorry, bud.
Wow.
Yep, and the Dyer's immediately coming back down for Bad Life. Warning shot comes down, and it might be a harpoon immediately going into the Irelia. So Bad Life have a decision to make over here. He has to save this Irelia, and then he have a really clean open attack for the next turn, and that is going to be lethal coming in from Bad Life. So double twin discipline going into the Irelia, saving her from this particular harpoon. And I believe Bad Life have a really
akhirnya Azirelia menang ya di final ya.
The next turn. He could ignore the flawless duet immediately going in for the strike right over here.
Yes, exactly.
And ladies and gentlemen, that is gonna be lethal as Flying Fish have no way to deal with this. And Bad Life taking home game number 1 against Flying Fish. And we're moving on to game number 2.
Azirelia ya.
GP
Oh my god.
versus Azirelia. The thing is, like, they can, like, one, we didn't even get to the state where in Sejuani
Amken Sorakanya di ban ya.
But if Sejuani was leveled up, it's not gonna matter much because you just Blade Dance, and
the best
those fresh tokens, those fresh Sand Soldiers, those blades are not frozen at all. So it's just, and Sparring Student as well, they can just grow, or like Green Glade Duo as well, they can just grow their attack back after the freeze. So there's a lot of ways for Azirelia to get around the freeze mechanic.
Tinggal
moving on, we have Ezreal Draven on the side of Bad Life.
Draven-nya nih bisa menang nggak nih Bad Life ya?
Is he going to take this game? And he is going against GP Sedge and TF Swain. Both, I think, he has a fair chance of winning with Ezreal Draven. I think this lineup is just playing right into the hands of Bad Life. And like, I mean, he is looking like really favored here. He's looking really well going into this championship match, grand finals, crushing the hopes and dreams of Flying Fish getting that 2-time championship. But here we go, man. Here we go. Like,
aku bela si Bad Life sih.
Side of Bad Life.
Bagus
GP
ininya.
Sedge again on the side of Flying Fish.
Gila sih, drawnya Bad Life bagus banget sih.
This is a great opening hand here from Bad Life. Flying Fish not so great, but he does have early game to start the ball rolling. He does have that Jagged Butcher. He does have the Yordle Grifter and the Gangplanks for the mid game. But I mean, this is a bit of a heavy hand. Double Dreadway, not that amazing to see. And Bad Life already.
Gila, Flying Fish drawnya jelek ya. Pasti attack.
Board, trying to put some pressure onto Flying Fish.
Oh my god, attack!
It's not just, this amount of unit coming in from Bad Life, right? It's all 3 cores at the same time. That being said,
Bad Life got attack!
Improbulator is just gonna be rising by level by moving forward right here.
Wow.
So, Bad Life just have to play it a little bit chill. All he needs to do is just control the Gangplank and the Sejuani. I think, if all these things are set, like, he's good to go. And looking at his hand right here is just looking really good and really juicy for Bad Life.
Takut di make it train. Terus emang kenapa kalau di make it train?
Yeah, to whatever that Bad Life has in his hand right here.
Attack. Ya, ini harus
what's
attack
really
sih.
Concerning really is like Flying Fish doesn't even have any stacks on his Sejuani doesn't have any stacks on his Gangplank. There hasn't been damage being done to the Nexus, and it's already turn 5. We have a warding shot now coming in for Flying Fish. He does put down the Jagged Butcher all the way to 3-3, which is pretty nice for him. He needs this blocker to start stop the bleeding coming in from Bad Life's side of the board. He did get a nice Sump Dredger, and I think it's okay since he does have a heavy hand. He can just throw away one of the Dreadways to find something better.
Langsung
But now
jadi
we have an early drop of the Tri-Beam Improbulator. It gets the Vanguard Cavalry, I think, or whatever, Vanguard something. That one that turns into 5/5 toughness. I don't think we'll ever get Challenger on it, but this is an insane tempo swing for Bad Life. Like, what can Flying Fish do now? He does have double your but this is so much damage coming into the Nexus of Flying Fish.
Okay.
Yo, this
Masuk
is
10
total
damage.
of 10 damage moving into the Nexus in just turn number 5. Like right here, Flying Fish is have to find a way to deal with his Bad Life bot. Right here comes a Thermal Beam immediately going into the Draven. That being said, that Thermal Beam has been stolen. But, look at Bad Life's hand. He has 2 Mystic Shot. He has a Static Shock. Like, he could potentially burn Flying Fish down from 10 to 0 in one single turn.
Sejuani turun.
So good, right? Like, Yordle Grifter getting the Thermal Beam. Exactly what he needs. I mean, GP Sedge doesn't have a lot of good removal aside from doing damage and then using your harpoon, which is
Sejuani turun langsung di thermogenic beam pasti.
That comes out when you are playing GP Sedge, but that Yordle Grifter into that thermal beam, really what he needs. So this is what we were talking about. There's just too much Dreadway in hand of Flying Fish. Not really the best hand that he could have hoped for. So he can use that stolen Sump Dredger from the other Yordle Grifter a while ago to just get rid of it. Because there's no way you're going to be casting
Warning shot
3
langsung
Dreadways in
di
this match.
harpoon sih.
Right, so, and you get a nice 4G to boot. And I mean, yeah, like you were saying, Moonboy, Flying Fish, 10 HP, not a lot if you are up against the Ezreal Draven player.
Yep, and over here, Bad Life have a decision to make, right? He could even go for a Thermal Beam, remove one of Flying Fish's unit, and have a wider board, and then just go for a really big swing over here, which is doing it right now, right? Thermal Beam immediately onto the Sump Dredger. He has a 3:1 advantage. Even though with this Fortune Croaker, it's still gonna be 2:2, and he's gonna go for a huge swing. He have a really good open swing the next turn if he ever chooses to, and and I believe like that.
Langsung open attack sih harusnya.
And, even though if he couldn't find lethal, he has the Rummage to find himself more lethal in the future turns as well. So right over here, I think it's gonna be a warning shot into a harpoon, removing the Draven, and Flying Fish is still struggling at this point in time.
Yeah, this is really good. I mean, this is exactly what you want to do when you are Flying Fish in this sort of situation. Like you have to recognize that you're getting too low on HP. You have to preserve HP because 10 damage. Like you haven't seen a Get Excited fired off from Bad Life. You haven't seen a single. I think Mystic Shot hasn't even been fired off on the side of Bad Life. So you are here now thinking like, if I get too low, he can just burn me out. So what I have to do now, what I have to be doing is preserving as much life total as I can, and that goes with saying that like it also advances his game plan to start getting Sejuani and Gangplank flip, right? Because he hasn't been doing a ton of damage during the first 5 turns. I think he didn't even get a single plunder trigger during the first 4 turns. So that does just 2 things, right? It removes a creature on the side of Bad Life and preserves the life total of Flying Fish. All the while flipping both his champions, which he badly needs right now.
Yep. So and Flying Fish right now, I think, I believe, right, the best play is probably going in for the Gangplank and just continue to be as oppressive and bring in as much.
And dikasih 4 mana. Habis itu bisa di Social Earth
against Bad Life. Like right here, Bad Life don't really have a board, right? So you could go wide, or another way, he could just go for the black market merchant. Still, hopefully you steal some good stuff, and from there, you might get a turnaround over there. And there we have a black market merchant getting a ravenous block, and that might be huge because the GP would be able to push in 5 damage this turn.
Yeah, I like that. I like that ravenous flock, right? Like, it gets rid of E4-1 for absolutely nothing, for free, bro. 0 damage, 4 damage, 0 cost, dude. That is broken. So here we go. We're gonna get some blocks. I think he is going to just eat some damage out of this gangplank, and I think, of course, the ravenous flock is going to try and preserve this gangplank, right? Like, there's no way he doesn't use it here. Whoa, okay.
Whoa.
Okay, so he wants to just... I guess he just wants to take that damage. I think that's a fair play for him, right? Like, I think, just trading in the gangplank, getting in some damage, and then removing the augmented bot is a great way to just preserve your life total. I guess that's a fair play to him.
Yep, as the ballistic bot, it could get the ignition, and it could get pretty nasty moving forward into future turns as well. But Time Winder over here from Bad Life, that being said, more burn in his hand right now. And with the Time Winder, is a total of what, 5 damage with the Mystic Shot coming in as well. And if he wants to
Bad Life juga tangannya agak clunky sih.
Hopefully he gets to find something great, like maybe a Farron or something, and then try to close off the game as fast as possible. Because right now, as the game goes along, Flying Fish is just gaining so much more advantage. And there we have a Making Rain coming in from Flying Fish. That being said, the Black Market Merchant would be coming down this turn as well. Like, that is possible.
Yeah.
And whatever he steals is gonna have 2 drops of discount.
Oh my god! Get excited!
That's a huge piece that he is looking. Bad Life right now, he needs to find a way to close off as fast as possible.
Yeah, that is a sick one. Like, especially in combination with Dreadway on a future turn, it's gonna be incredibly deadly here for Flying Fish. We do have still Brummage, and I mean, that's gonna produce a blocker as well in the form of the Chompers as it comes down, as it's being discarded. But I think that was a great pass there from Bad Life, passing the turn, forcing Flying Fish to do something. Like, if you just pass back, I think Bad Life would have been in such a great position. Good thing that that Make It Rain was actually a top deck, and it provided it provided Flying Fish a great opportunity there to just drop down his
Waduh, ini seru banget sih.
And now stealing that Get Excited for a future turn, comboing it with the Dreadway. 10 HP now on the side of Bad Life. This could get crazy. Like, he could go for like just an open attack, and if Bad Life decides not to do anything and he takes 4 damage, he's gonna eat 6 damage Dreadway and the Get Excited combo.
Yep, and this Sejuani immediately comes down from Flying Fish this turn. And I think for this turn, Bad Life don't really have too much of a problem, right? Time Winder over here, deal 1 damage to the Sejuani. You have that Scorched Earth available to take out the Sejuani this turn as well, and the Chompers to block the Black Market Merchant if he's afraid of taking 2 more additional damage. But right here, Bad Life is still in control, right, at this point in time. But he really needs to find a way to close off the game, because as of right now, Flying Fish is just might turn the tide
thermogenic apa namanya robotnya turun.
I mean, Ballistic Bot is also open here for
bisa
Bad Life.
di remove,
There's also
tapi
the
dia
possibility of
ngebuang salah satu.
Tri-beam. I think it's 2 right now, or 3. But I mean, there's another Scorched Earth, and there's another Sejuani on Flying Fish's side. There is I think the wild card here is the Brummage. And I think it's a great way here to just try and get as much damage as you can. This is not a great pickup here from the Tri-beam. Only 1 damage onto the Nexus. I assume he's doing that since he wants to get rid of the blockers and also produce a creature on his side at the same time, trying to find the damage to close this game.
Ngeri banget sih.
Next turn, if he does open, he puts Flying Fish down to 7, and he's still a little bit short. He's still a little bit short of closing out the game.
Yep, Get Excited immediately trying to remove the Ballistic Bot. Flying Fish saying no Ignite for you this game. And Bad Life still have to try a way to find lethal. But right here, a Some Treasure might be a great hit over here, right? Like, he could go Some Treasure, discarding the Ramage, yeah, and get himself a Draven, and right here, like all he needs to do is build his bot back up, go for a huge swing, and hopefully Flying Fish don't really have much to deal with Bad Life.
Yeah, and I mean, Flying Fish is really running out of resources here. He does put down the hired gun, which was the draw from this.
Dravennya turun sih.
So he does, and I mean, Bad Life got a really nice draw out of there. He discarded a Rummage and it got replaced by Draven. And what happens here is he does have 5 mana. Like it's so perfect. This 3 mana Draven allows you to keep a 5 mana, which means if anything that Flying Fish drops down on this turn, he can just
bisa di remove ini.
Plus the Scorcher to take care of it, which is insane. Like he pushes a lot more damage there. If Flying Fish decides not to do anything, he can push
semua.
in like what? 4
damage
here max?
4 damage.
4 damage here, and I mean he can even go for lethal. He can even go for lethal if he wanted to, right? He goes for the axe and he's going for it. He's going for it. 5 damage here.
Oh yeah.
Double Mystic Shot. There is no answer on the side of Flying Fish. Bad Life. Bad Life here, taking down both our
Bad Life
champions. He takes out Ping Ho, and he takes out Flying Fish. Mystic Shot now being pointed at the nexus of Flying Fish. 2
Bad
Mystic
Life,
Shots,
suara.
4 damage.
GG.
Exactly what he needs, and he takes the whole series.
Wow, GG.
Bad Life, your Rise of the Underworlds Grand Finals champion, and he does it flawlessly, not dropping a single series all the way from pools all the way to top 32, never dropping a single series, and dropping out 2 champions, not 1 but 2 champions.
Ya gila, draw Dravennya sih.
A run for Bad Life.
Exactly. Congratulations to Bad Life for taking home the win. And also, alongside him is gonna be $10,000 worth of prizes. And that's so intense, and that's just he played it really well against Flying Fish. 2 champions, undefeated run. Ladies and gentlemen, your champion, Bad Life, for the Rise of the Underworld seasonal tournament. And
Bad Life tuh dari playoff menang 9-0 loh.
Next month as well. Here we have, let us revisit the bracket once again. Props to all 32 players that came in today, and finally we crown ourselves our champion for this season, all the way from Thailand, Bad Life.
Yeah, dude, what a great run it has been. I mean, kudos to Flying Fish. He almost could taste it. He could taste that the 2-time championship moment. But I mean, Bad Life was just there to give him a bad time, bro. Like, I mean, he targeted GP Sedge so cleanly with his lineup, and I think a lot of the lineups he faced exactly had that deck, right? And it gave them such a hard time. Like, STK has been banned out for this grand finals because it gives GP Sedge just such a hard time to win. And so, man, I mean, really, really great for Bad Life. Really great lineup, taking it all the way to grand finals.
Line-upnya bagus sih.
Really well thought out plan. He didn't even switch out from his initial lineup in pools, and it all worked out in the end, getting him $10,000, a Worlds qualifier as well. And man, what a day it has been. Like, he has to change his name, man. He can't be Bad Life now. He won seasonals. He has to change his name.
Exactly, Zero. So hopefully he gets your hint over there, and he might be moving into the Asia qualifiers with a different name, instead of Bad Life. But ladies and gentlemen, here we have your champion once again, Bad Life, with the lineup of Azir Irelia, Draven Azriel, and last but not least, Soraka Tahm Kench. Ladies and gentlemen, so we haven't really seen Soraka Tahm Kench the whole tournament so far, but Bad Life took it into the playoff and played it all the way to the championship.
Yeah, dude. I mean, what a great way to win a championship, right? Like, I think this is gonna be the second time in Southeast Asia that Soraka Tahm Kench is included in the grand finals lineup that won, and it does so again. Like, I mean, I just can't stress enough how
Easy Draven memang
Bad Life's
meresahkan.
run has been.
Ya.
Like, I cannot comprehend.
Tapi dia bagus banget timing make
knocking out
tribunnya sih.
going undefeated, in pools, and in top 32. Wow, what?
Oke, thank you semua yang sudah nemenin Nobar.
Last stop for Worlds, he made it
count. Kita istirahat, nggak tahu nanti aku bakal nge-cash yang Europe atau yang Amerika, ya ditunggu aja. Oke. Kita sampai di sini aja. Thank you semuanya. Thank you.
But we have one more treat.
Dadah.
We're gonna go to a brand new card. We're gonna see a brand new card right here.
Tunggu, ada kartu baru. Ada kartu baru.
Let's take it away. Let's see that. Like, what are we getting into in Bandlewood once it comes out? And boy, what is it?
When you pick a card from randomly selection option, create one copy in hand and reduce its cost by 1.
It's gonna be Curious Shellfolk over here with a 4/6 stat line. When you pick a card randomly selected options, create a copy in hand and reduce it by 1. So it's basically a discount kind of card where you get to pick cards randomly, or even a new card in hand or a creator card in hand. Like this just enables more of this kind of like creation card in the Bento CD region. So what do you think of this card, Zero Infinity? Is it gonna be playable, or how is it gonna be paired up in this format?
I don't know. Like, the stat line is okay. Like, I mean, the mechanic is pretty good. Like, it's value on top of value. Like, you get an extra card, you even get a discount. That's a ton of value for one card to provide. And I think, like, how does this work? Like, if we predict, do we get an extra copy plus a discounted one? Because that would be really sick. Like, something paired with like Time Trick or something like that. Or the new mechanic also coming in with Bandlewood, Manifest is coming into the game, which provides you three cards. You could get a discount on one of them and also an extra copy. So if this is present, like, maybe there's gonna be some interesting combos.
Bagus untuk late game, tapi agak jelek sih untuk mid sama early.
And I mean, stat line is
kalau dia
okay,
bisa tahan,
like,
terus kita bisa created card terus.
The expansion is coming in next week around Thursday, and Bandlewood, we're gonna have our first ever dual region card, so it's gonna be an exciting deck building day.
Tapi kayaknya nggak bisa, kartu itu nggak masuk meta sih.
Other people can make this Curious Shellfolk work, the card that we just revealed. But yeah, man.
Exactly. So
emang champion ada pilihannya.
New meta is gonna be a whole new gameplay coming into Runeterra starting next week, and the Yodels are invading Runeterra this time, ladies and gentlemen. I'm a huge fan of Yodels.
Bagus di combo sama predik. Bagus di combo sama predik. Kalau kita predik champion itu juga bisa ya.
We will have the Asian Worlds qualifiers coming up. We have Worlds qualifiers coming up, ladies and gentlemen. Regis of Runeterra has not been so happening until next month, so we will be having all the major events happening next month as well. So do stay tuned for more broadcasts, and hopefully you guys, and also rooting for all our SEA champions representing the Southeast Asian shot in this upcoming qualifiers as well. Thanks so much for joining us today, guys. It is the time for us to say goodbye. My name is Moonboy. I'm joined by Zero Infinity and also Excelsior as well. So thanks so much for joining us in the Rise of the Underworld.
Okay, thank you semuanya. Sampai ketemu lagi besok ya.
See you guys next time.
Thank you semua. Yuk, dadah.